We are live. Hello and welcome, everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension, and welcome to day 3 of the Portal to Ascension conference. We've been going for 2 full days now. We're on day 3, and it's another day of amazing, epic awareness, revolutionary, transforming information. And we've been concentrating a lot on consciousness and spirituality over the last days. We ended yesterday with Ascension panel. And now today, you know, the foundation for everything we do is consciousness, right? But today we're going to be going a lot into the extraterrestrial question, UFO disclosure. We're going to end the day with the UFO panel. But our first guest for today is Adam Apollo. But what I'm going to do before we get started and bring Adam on here, I'm going to share my screen. We're going to go over the schedule for today, so you all know what is going to be happening and what you can expect out of today. And if you have to leave, you know what time you want to come back for what presenter. So we're going to start in a bit here with Adam Apollo. He is our first speaker of the day. And then following him is going to be myself, Omar, and Joan. And if any other MC is on also, we're just going to have a 20-minute discussion about whatever we want to discuss about. We can even take some questions at that point as well. Then after that, we have Grant Cameron going to be providing us an update on, he's going to be talking about contact modalities, so modalities on how we can contact and communicate with ETs, but then also giving us an update on all the information that he's been gathering lately in regards to the disclosure of UFOs. And then following him would be Kathleen Martin, who is the niece of Betty and Barney Hill. And then after her, we have Ancient Civilization discussion / presentation with Trisha McCannon, who we've done many, many, many events with. Then at 3:50 Pacific, we do have Phil Gruber with the Ascension download. And in the finale for the day is the 4:30 p.m. Pacific to 6 p.m., but we might go to 6:30. It's going to be a 2-hour panel. And these are the individuals on the panel thus far. Myself, Alan Steinfeld, Paul HYNEK, JJ Desiree Hertek, and Carolyn Corey. We may have another person or two, but that's going to be how we're going to close the day today. So deep esoteric awareness as always, but definitely a lot to do with UFOs and ETs, which is one of my favorite topics, and I know it's probably one of your favorite topics too. So also, hello and welcome to everybody on YouTube right now. Thank you so much for joining in, thank you for joining in general, but for all the new people on YouTube, also thank you for being here. And if you would like to go ahead and support us, please do click the subscription and the notification bell, or just click the subscription. We're trying to grow a YouTube account since our Facebooks were deleted, Instagram was deleted. So now we need to cultivate and grow that one. And it's been doing quite substantially, quite well in the last week, actually. So do follow us there. Everybody in the Zoom room, we're going to go ahead and post. And Omar, if you could do this for me, brother, post the Facebook. Actually, I don't know if you have the Facebook, but also the YouTube link. And if you guys can, whoever's joining in on Zoom right now, share that on your social network, share it as far as wide as possible so that we can really get as many people as possible joining in for today, because the last 2 days were incredible, right? Yesterday we went for 9 hours. Today, we might be going for 9 hours again, too. But it's really just building up energy and building up energy. Today is going to be one of the most informative days, just nonstop awareness. Tomorrow, we're going to go into ancient civilizations, right? We're going to talk a lot about ancient history. We're going to have a 2-hour ancient civilization panel. Completely changed the schedule for Sunday. So now we have a 2-hour panel there. And but it's all going to be under, just the awareness of the fact that what does this ancient civilization awareness have to do with our spirituality? So we're really going to just funnel it into tomorrow, which will be about what do we do now, right? And what can we learn from our ancient past? All right. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and bring on, by we, I mean me, my higher self, and all my other selves. We're going to go ahead and bring on Adam Apollo right now. I'm really excited to bring him on. I've been working with him for multiple years. An amazing individual, such a wide range of awareness and information, everything from the scientific to the esoteric to the ancient. I'm just going to read a couple of his paragraphs here in his bio, and then he can take it away. And I see him on right now. So Adam Apollo has offered insights on global transitions, physics, technology, human spirituality, and the future as a leadership ambassador at the White House in multiple summits at the United Nations and at conferences and festivals around the world. After having a vision of the universe as a fractal hologram at the age of 15, he extensively studied a wide variety of branches in theoretical astrophysics, completing major research papers on the potential interface between consciousness and the physics of space-time by the time he graduated high school. After organizing 2 prayer runs for world peace with indigenous elders and youth and holding ceremony with the White Buffalo Peace Pipe, Adam Apollo had a direct physical contact experience with an extraterrestrial ambassador in the middle of the desert. He was then introduced to 73 ambassadors of a galactic council through astral bilocation. Since then, he has had countless contact experiences, called and connected with hundreds of starship crews, and developed a comprehensive knowledge of many species who have interacted with humanity over the millennia. So I'm extremely honored, everybody, to bring on Adam Apollo for the Portal to Ascension conference. Hey, brother.
Aloha, Neil. Good to see you today, sir.
Good to see you too, brother. Thank you so much for being here, man. It's all yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Getting started here Saturday morning, Portal to Ascension, making some magic happen. Today, I'm going to be taking you guys on a little bit of a journey to the heart of spiritual development and to the basic unfolding of energy and geometry within the universe. So we're going to go into the essence of what Ascension is actually all about, because, you know, there's a lot of definitions for it. And we could take the one that, you know, we're all looking forward to, which is the ascension of humanity to the stars and the exploration of other worlds. We can look at it as the ascension of the self, of getting above the parts of ourselves that we are challenged by, that we struggle with, the shadows that we get entangled with, and moving into a higher field of consciousness where traumas and pain can be resolved. We can also look at ascension as a process of geometric evolution, where we actually gain greater insight through developing the complexities of our consciousness around a certain topic. We experience this a lot when we're with a group of people or a group of friends, and we start to look at things from multiple perspectives at the same time and work to integrate those in our beings. But regardless of how you want to look at ascension, the way that I'm going to be presenting it today is going to teach us a lot about how consciousness expands and contracts, and that there are different moments in time when we both need that expansion and we need to choose that contraction. That ascension and descension are 2 sides of the same coin, that we may evolve our beings and raise our vibrations and sort of vibrate out of the fields of materia, the gross world, to experience the etheric, the astral, the causal realms, akashic realms. But that also the process of incarnation is about getting deeper into ourselves. And sometimes that means coming down from the astral through the etheric and into the physical in order to engage with our lives more deeply. If we're always going out, we're not always going to get all the information we need by going in. So in this journey, we're going to talk about the basic process of the way that consciousness ascends, unfolds, and comes into states of self-realization, and also how fractally and holographically, as we move through those stages of development, we also see a returning down to a harmonic of lower states of consciousness in order to bring the higher states that we reach down and through into our lives and into the moments of our experience. So without further ado, I'm going to drop us into a screen share and we're going to get going on this magic. All right, here we go. So this particular talk I'm going to give today is an adaptation of my Unified Harmonic Matrix talk, which some of you may have experienced. It's on YouTube. It's available to watch. This is an entirely different presentation though. So, and it's going to come at everything from an entirely different angle. So if you watch this presentation and you really like it, you really love it, jump on my YouTube channel and watch the main Unified Harmonic Matrix presentation that I did at Contact in the Desert a couple years ago. And I think you'll love it. It's a much deeper dive into the physics portions of this, as well as to specific parts in regards to the fractal holographic matrix inside of the body. But for our talk today, we're going to be focused on something that I like to call the ray of creation. The ray of creation is the sort of mirror of the unfolding essence of the universe itself. Say we looked at the Big Bang and we wanted to know exactly what happened. How did we get from there to here? And in the mirror of that sort of universal development and expansion is also the same process that we go through internally as we grow and evolve. And you're going to see a lot of synergies with moments of discovery, with moments of relationship. There's connections in this to practically every part of our lives. So to begin, we drop into the stillness. We drop into what we call the void, the 0 point, the pregnant womb of creation, the great mother, as some traditions would say, the divine feminine, the blackness pregnant with the future. And from that void, from that still place of nothing that somehow encircles everything, one emerges. The circle becomes a wholeness, and we experience the everything. That before creation, that which is both the body of the nothing and the impregnated source codex seed of creation, which is the masculine. This would be God, if you could use such a word. And yet this state, this being, this infinite eternal oneness, the same as the infinite eternal void or nothingness, is in a sense both the nothing and the everything, just as the void already contains the seed before that seed ever gestates and sprouts. And yet this is before time. This is before we move. This is just the identification of that which is. And what happens next? There's a breath, there is time, there is movement. We go from one place to another. The first moment of the universe occurs, and now there's a differentiation between the moment that is and the moment that was. And this is the first step of understanding duality, the first step of understanding the binary field of force that makes up this universe. Because as soon as there's a before and an after, there's a this and there's a that. And if we're looking at the universe expanding, we're talking about the hot and the cold, right? The light and the dark. And so in this separation, in this duality, there is polarity. And yet it is still contained within the wholeness, within the unity. In other words, the unity, the infinite, still encompasses it. The eternity still encompasses it. It has both the void within it and the totality of being connected to it. We can also see this as charge, positive and negative charge, or two directions of spin. But in the universal unfolding, it's easiest to see it as the breakdown of heat and cold and the differentiation between the two, because as you have this node expanding, you now have areas of the universe that are hotter and are colder. And that heat and cold within this sort of fluid, super fluid, gaseous flow of energy of atoms becoming molecules, whether they're hotter or colder is going to determine a lot about what happens with them, because the cooling is going to start condensing while the heat is still expanding. And this creates the first alchemical dynamic of the universe. This is the mix of fire and water. And fire and water together alchemize and create more. We can see that between the fire and the water, between the hot and the cold, there's always going to be a still point. There's always a place that's right in the middle between the heat and the cold. There's always a place that's right in between the positive and the negative charge of a magnet. And that place we call the 0 point. And often those that are interested in during this conference, you'll hear things about 0 point energy. And to understand what that is really just to understand this very simple concept that there is a place between charge. There's a place in the middle between the positive and the negative. And within that place, new energy arises. It's where we see a lot of the quantum vacuum fluctuations pop out. And we can look at it as its own spot of energy, its own form of energy, its own element. Because when we mix fire and water together, steam comes out. It becomes a new form of energy. The water becomes air. The fire, alchemized with that water, heats the air, and they become a new thing. And this new thing, this wind that occurs, we can understand as a balance point. If we look at the formation of the protons in the beginning of the universe as positive charge, the sort of curvature of space-time forming something, right? The condensation of space itself to form matter. And we look at the spin on the field of that matter, the torsion of that, moving this field of electrons around it, which is the negative charge that we measure. Well, as that complexity grows and increases, we have to balance that out. And so how does it balance it out? Well, in my physics work, it's balanced out by conservation of spin in protons bonding with each other. And we call that conservation of spin within the nucleus of an atom. We've been referring to that as a neutron, as a separate thing. But is the air really separate? No, the air's in the fire and the air's in the water, right? It's in some underlying medium that already exists. I mean, what is a proton made of, after all? What is an electron made of? Is this a fundamental thing? Or are these things bundles of an underlying field of energy, the ether that encompasses them, that holds the space for them, that is the space in which they arise, the space-time, as Einstein would say. And if we look at this trinity, this positive, this negative, and this balance, we know we're not really complete, because even then, you now have the capacity to create more. As protons are able to bond and share energy with each other, conserving spin, creating a balanced state, they're able to then draw more electromagnetic energy, bond together in molecules, and voila, you begin to develop molecular structures, which is a higher form of matter, a transcendent. Each time we take a step here, there's both an encompassing that is going on, the original field of space, the ether that's holding, and an alchemical dynamic that's causing growth and evolution. So here now we have this quaternity, and quaternity is a very interesting geometry because spatially, we are now exiting that field of just a line or a plane that a triangulation creates, and now actually creating a tetrahedral space. We're creating a different dimension of energy each time we go up, and each one of those dimensions of energy reflects an aspect of who and what we are and how consciousness works within the universe. We can split it out, as the Native Americans have done, and look at that as the four directions. We are standing on the surface of the earth, and we have each of the directions around us. We can look at it as the elementals, as we have fire and water and air, and now together, those concrete and form earth. You know, protons and neutrons, as we call them, and electrons form molecular structures. The fields of different kinds of elements evolve in the gestation of the alchemy of the stars as hot and cold combine, and in supernovae, planets begin to be born. And these planets that form around stars are absolutely exquisitely amazing because they have the capacity to hold the field for all four of these elements to exist and be fully expressed in their essence. We can have the raging fires that clear the forests. We have the rainfall and the rivers and the oceans, which give birth to life through heat and cold. We have the air that becomes breathable by different kinds of life, and the solidity of the atomic structures forming the ground beneath our feet and the gravitational field that we need to live. And the indigenous peoples of our world have known this for a long time, that this balance of elements, that this state of being on a planet is sacred, and that you are in the center of this wheel that connects you to the sphere of the planet, that connects you to the essence of space-time and to the elementals by which space-time has arisen. And we can modify this, look at it like a square. We can look at it in a variety of formats, but this is, again, another point where there is a seed of creation occurring that can give rise to something new. And what is that new thing? What is it that comes out of the ability for elements to combine on a planet? Well, it is the experience of those elements. It is the experience of what fire and water and air and earth are. We transcend them, we ascend above them in order to understand them and to engage them. And this symbol is one that we find all over in other indigenous traditions around the earth. This is the symbol of the pentagram, where the fire, the air, the earth, and the water, and the spirit, the ether, that which contains them, the consciousness which perceives them, is recognized as a part of the tension and the dynamic with the other elements. This symbol is found in many, many different cultures. And although it can be sometimes translated in slightly different ways, as long as there is a transcendent and four equal lower planar fields, we're talking about the same symbolism, which is the relationship between our consciousness and spirit being and the physical world around us. This is, in essence, the vibrational field necessary for the complexity of consciousness to develop the root chakra, the appearance and experience of the physical world from a consciousness state. The root chakra or chakra mediates the relationship within our bodies to these elements, because there's also a balance within us which requires a certain amount of heat, a certain amount of cold and water, a certain amount of solidity, bone and tissue, a certain amount of breath, respiration. And each of these things are required to be in balance with each other, along with our consciousness penetrating and expressing itself through our form for our physical experience to be able to happen. And from this same geometry, we will derive the geometry of gravitation itself. For in my journey through this ray of creation as a teenager, I began to realize that these geometries are not just sacred symbols from the ancient past and from cultures around the world, but they are, in fact, the geometries of how space-time works and operates. Because there's something very special to this five-pointed star. It actually allows curvature of a plane when you're dealing with equilateral triangles. Are we looking at a flat pentagram right now, pentagon with five triangles? Or are we looking at a pyramid where there's actually equilateral triangles forming a curved surface? These are the questions that Buckminster Fuller asked as he began to develop the geodesic dome. And in my realizations, it came to pass that I found that if the fabric of space-time itself is a highly tensegral lattice of energy, then this, in fact, is the geometry that enables curvature of space-time, or as Einstein would say, gravitation. But it's not where we stop. It's really where we start, because from this point, we have to continue to evolve. We've now been able to perceive the elements of our physical experience. But what happens when we transcend our physical experience? What happens when we go above the field of the elementals and the self that is just perceiving the physical as all that exists? This is where we enter the field of what I like to call emotionality. The 6-petal lotus is the sacral chakra, and we can look at that as a field and spectrum of elementals, just the same as the physical. So the red of the fire still exists, the yellow of wind, the green of earth, the blue of water, the purple of spirit. But now something new is being born. Something is being birthed out of this, and that birthing is life force energy. That birthing is the experience of life itself as part of the process. So that 5-pointed star that we witness becomes our experience of life and what is living and what is coming into incarnation as material. And we now, moving with the ether, moving with the transcendent at every moment as we grow and evolve, now can perceive life as one of the key elements of creation. And from this place and perspective, we can also begin to see the balance between different elementals of energy, the balance between the fire and the earth, the red and the green, the balance between the water and the life force, and how they interoperate and how they require each other, the balance between the air and the spirit, and the connection between breath and spirit. We also see the symbolism of this geometry in many other cultures and religions, whether it's called the Star of Bethlehem or the Star of David or the Merkabah or 1,000 other names. This symbol of the hexagram, this geometry, forms a lasting, permanent field of impression in the consciousness of our world and the people upon it. This geometry is very special because it forms a kind of equilibrium state. It returns us to the plane in which everything is equal and all things have superfluid transmittability. It allows the ground state for energy to be expressed. And if we look at this in terms of simple equilateral triangles, the equilateral triangle being the most balanced energetic form on a plane, or tetrahedron if you make it 3-dimensionally, you can see that all the equilateral triangles form perfect balance. And what we have here is actually the geometry of the flower of life and the geometry that makes up open planes of space. This is the ground state of the fabric of space-time, which allows the greatest movement of energy to flow through it. Energy in motion is emotion. And so this geometry within our sacral chakra, within our body, actually helps us to create the space for us to feel energy in its different forms. Feeling energy is all that emotion really is. And when we're stuck in certain emotions, it's because we're not actually allowing the energy to flow. We're caught in the feeling of a single part of that vibration. We're not allowing it to continue moving and expanding. When you really let your emotions flow, think about when you break down crying and you're fully having a meltdown. When you absolutely let it go and you fully let yourself cry, it's funny because sometimes from that place, you end up laughing. And from the deepest grief, you go to this strange fire of joy. It's as if the depth of emotion is all interconnected and expands the more we allow ourselves to feel all of its alchemy and its dynamics. And yet from here, we don't stop. We rise above our emotions at times. We begin to perceive that the cycles and circuits of feeling move and change and go on, that there's always a dance, and that our ability to perceive that dance is our mind. Our mind, our solar gate, is able to perceive the lunar cycles of the moon around our earth of body. Our root earth chakra, our lunar chakra, our solar chakra. And that solar chakra is now saying, I can perceive all the different vibrations for what they are. I can perceive different emotions for what they are, different energies for what they are. And that I am and I can perceive is like the white light in the center of the vibrational lotus of the 6 colors. And that white light emerges out and is able to now be part of that circuit, to see the red fire, but also know it as the emotion of passion, to feel and experience and know that orange, ripe life force, but also know it as inspiration, to perceive the wind and the power of wind directing and changing and moving, and the power of breath to move and change, and experiencing that as intention, to knowing the earth, the connection, the concrescence of force, the crystallization of things and the becoming of things, and experience that as creation and appreciation. To witness the flows of water and the ways that they connect the waterways of the earth, always moving towards the ocean, the water cycles, and realize that we're looking at the patterns of relation and communication. And witnessing the flow of spirit itself, seeing the ether move, seeing that we are able to see our own consciousness expressed within us and outside of us. And we have this great realization. And so from this place of the mind, we are able to begin moving beyond the elements and moving into a state which is the driving impulse for creation within the universe, where we're choosing to be a creator. We're not just receiving all of the elements being given to us to experience our bodies. We're not just feeling the flows of the energies within the universe, but we're beginning to take command as wizards, standing and holding space above the field. And the geometry of this is the 7. The 7 is often referred to as the Virgin star or the Elven star. And there's not a coincidence why there's 7 saints and 7 levels of heaven and 7 chakras and many, many, many other points where we find 7 used as this place of a sort of transcendent that goes beyond the existing structures. And geometrically, the 7 literally stretches beyond the boundaries of rationality in the sense of the angles between the points. It's nearly impossible to draw a perfect 7-pointed star. In fact, even rendering it on a computer is never going to be exact because the angle between each of the points is an irrational number. And there's a lot of magic to that. But I will say that if we look at the geometry of the 7, we realize that you can no longer fit equilateral triangles into this geometry. You can't squeeze these, no matter how you angle this thing. If you look at it like a pyramid, if you look at it like depth, you're literally no longer able to make each of these triangles equilateral. It's impossible. And so because of that, what we're actually looking at is a geometry that's literally warping space or turning space, causing the fabric of space-time to move. It must grow, it must spin, it must radiate, it must create. This is the nature of mind in its expression of consciousness. It changes the fabric and flow of space-time itself. And as we perceive with our minds, we begin to become capable of not only perceiving our mind and our being in the moment, but we are able to witness our own mind in the past. And this is the perception of time. To be able to see that we were a moment ago and we are here now is a further extension of the mind. We move this geometry to the eightfold lattice to acknowledge this, because as we acknowledge that we have this beautiful rainbow of light and white light, we have to also acknowledge that there's also this darkness, this mystery. And that void is always going to be there. And the dynamic of our consciousness is to both perceive what is and to also sometimes not perceive what is, to forget, to lose sense of what was. There is this deep well of mystery in our past, both the moments that we can acknowledge and see and witness as they move through time, as well as this depth of what came before that, what came before that. And as we explore the pool of the mystery of our own journey through time and expand our consciousness within our lives and the moments of our childhood and growing up, so do we also begin to unlock awareness and patterns that existed before we were in this incarnation. We began to see that there is a pattern and light hidden in the darkness, that the black is not black, that the void is not empty, but that in fact that pregnant womb of creation, that space of mystery, that place where we forgot, that place within ourselves that's hidden behind the veil, was hidden for a reason, so that we could rediscover it again and evolve who we are. Our perception of time has been well articulated by the I-Ching. And as you can see here, the elements of the I-Ching perfectly fit and align with the elemental evolutionary structure that we've been discussing, where fire is fire, the element of wood or life force is lake, because under the surface of a lake, there is all of this life moving, though the surface may seem still. The energy of the wind, of breath. If we jump over to the green, we have the mountain, which is the representation of earth in other traditions. The solidification, the crystallization, the formation of firm structure. We have water, which is always water. And of course, spirit, but is translated in the I-Ching as thunder, which can also literally be translated as inspiration, and is often translated to the term satori, which is instantaneous realization. And the axis that all of this vibrations move on is heaven and earth, as they say in the I-Ching, but which are truly yang and yin, the infinite yang and the infinite yin. Just as fire may be more yang than yin, it's got two solid bars and a broken bar, and water may be more yin than yang. It's got one solid bar for yang and two broken bars for yin. And you can see literally in the symbolism, the energies that are being expressed there. Fire is very yin on the inside. You can stick your hand right through it. You can just slice right through fire. And yet on the outside, it's releasing all of this heat, this yang, this power that can cook and burn and transform and transmute. Water on the inside is very hard. You can't just slice through a bunch of water. I mean, if you're a surfer, you know what I mean. There's a serious amount of impact when you push your way under a wave and through it. It's thick and powerful. Water is so powerful that it tears down mountains. It carves canyons. And yet on the outside, water is very soft. Water is very yin. It takes the form of whatever object you pour it into. It will change, it will move, it'll be dynamic always. And each of these symbols, you can actually see the energy of the elements. In the purple thunder, you can actually see the energy of the ground and the space that the lightning comes down and strikes from the heavens to hit that ground. You know, in its opposite, the wind, you can see the ground being the yin space. Imagine a field of wheat, and you have this roaring wind passing over it, pressing it, moving it, changing it. If we look at lake, the orange, we can see the surface of the lake is sort of this clear reflecting gate, this yin space, shining, reflecting the sunlight, letting light pass through. And under the surface of the lake, you have all of these fish and life and weeds and algae growing and changing and moving. And if we look over at mountain, which is its opposite, we can see the dynamic of the mountain, the yin inside, the deep silence inside the mountain. And yet on the top, on the ground, on the surface of that mountain, you have trees and plants and animals and life and rivers and all the things moving. And so hidden in the structure of simply yang and yin are the codices that connect to each of those elemental developments back from the beginning of time, which is why I bring this to the surface. And we can leverage this to understand actually how we're moving and changing and shifting in time in each moment. The I-Ching is fundamentally binary code, which is the foundation of our computing systems. Considering what we are capable of encoding through its structure, it's easier to understand the computation power of the universe and of consciousness itself. If we break it down, we can look at this field of time and our experience of time as literally the vibrational wheel of the six, where we're moving between different feelings, different vibrations, different elements. We're experiencing a lot of different things, but we're doing that in an axis of past and future. And so when we're perceiving this sort of eighth point, we're the solar light of the mind, witnessing the moments of change, going all the way into the past, identifying the state of how we felt physically, what we experienced emotionally, and experiencing what we were thinking and what was in our minds in each one of those moments going into the past. But from here, we began to also see that we can project into the future. In the same way that we receive the yin of the past, receiving every moment that's ever happened. And in fact, that's all we really can do is change how we accept what has already happened. You can't go back and change something that you did yesterday. If you wrecked your car, you wrecked your car. If this happened or that happened, you're not going to change it, but you can change how well you accept it. And that brings in that energy of the past to the present, which gives you more power in how you're able to perceive the choice you're able to make now. If you wreck your car yesterday, but you don't accept that that happens, then today you might think you can go jump in your car and drive it just like normal. Sometimes this happens to us when we have like a major incident occur in our lives. We lose a loved one, we lose an animal or a pet or a friend, or we go through a big life change like this. We wake up and maybe the first thought that we have is like, oh, I want to go pet that dog, you know, because we love that dog or that cat. And they're not there because some part of us hasn't yet fully accepted the transition, the death, the loss, the thing that's happened. And so we literally are in a place where we're lost in terms of the choice that we make. But when we've fully accepted the pain that we've been through, the alchemical changes that certain kinds of painful experiences in our lives brought to us, the changes that trauma has actually given us as a gift so that we could grow, so that we could see, so that we could be more compassionate to others and understand others. The more we accept those things, the more powerful our span of choice going into the future, the more clearly we can see how to navigate, especially if we're dealing with somebody else that may have trauma patterns, especially if we're dealing with somebody else who just lost an animal who's a loved one, or somebody else who is experiencing, something horrible happening in their lives. We can actually choose to relate with them in a deeper and more profound way the more we have accepted our own journey from the past to the present. And this leads to a perception of ourselves, a true awareness of who we are. And who we are is not just the now. The now is the encompassing of the past of who we've been and the future of what we will be. The perception of who we are is the flow of time itself. This is the 10, the wholeness, where the self is able to accept that 8 infinite past, infinity symbol, and that 9 spiral of creation into the future, and generate the one and the nothing, the everything that we are and the nothing that we are, all that we have yet to be, the mystery and the wholeness of ourself. And this allows us to see others, to truly perceive others, because we are one with ourself. And now we can see that others are also one, that they are a being that has journeyed in time, that has a past, that has accepted or not much of their past, and that has a choice right now. This gate of perceiving the other is key because it also unlocks the ability to perceive others in time. It lets us witness people going through change and to relate to them going through change as ourselves, just like we go through change. And this is the heart. This is where the heart chakra fully opens and unlocks, is the ability to actually be in relativity to another as you, to feel someone else's emotions as yours, which we do, to relate to the experience of an other as yourself. And this is where we experience love. This is where we truly experience the connectivity of being with others. And from here, we begin to evolve. We begin to recognize that we grow because of other people. We're not alone in this universe for a reason. We develop, we move, we express, we change, and every one of those changes is perfect and beautiful. We begin to see the sort of center point of the heart, that there's this dynamic of changes that's occurring, but there's also this stillness place, this place where we're already there. We've already got it. We're already one. We're already unified. And it's important to acknowledge that place because it's from the place of recognizing that we're unified that we can also start to become very curious about what it is that's different. Because while we can feel in our heart others and ourselves, we know that maybe we don't feel everything that somebody else feels. Maybe we can't exactly perceive it the way they perceive it because their particular blockchain is different from ours. Their lineage of memory, their DNA of experience is different from ours. And it will always be different from ours. It will never be exactly the same. And that differentiation is an evolution of the heart. It's the moving of the heart towards the throat chakra where we begin to realize that we create ourselves in every moment, but we're also creating, in a sense, our perception of other people. We're actually framing them in a certain way and in a certain light. And the problem that often occurs arises when someone believes that, well, we're just all one, dude. So you must behave the exact same way that I do. you're going to do the exact same thing as me because I know the right thing to do because of my experience. But this is a problem because other people have different experience. So they're coming from a different place and a different perception, and they're acting from different impulses and different ideas of what is true. And if we acknowledge this, if we can see that, then we can create enough space within us to both acknowledge that we love them, we relate with them, we're feeling some of what they're feeling, but we're not knowing or experiencing everything that they're feeling. And that means we need to communicate. That means we need to actually have an experience in time in which we are in an exchange with each other. And this communicability gives us the power to be in physical relationship with each other and have a dynamic change that we go through with each other, just like the whole universe did in getting to know all of its parts. There's a reason why fire and water separate. There's a reason why they create air. There's a reason why those are distinct from earth. There's a reason why each direction is a different direction, because each direction, each movement in the universe gives rise to a different facet of consciousness experiencing itself. It gives rise to evolution of being. And so we can begin to see that as the heart evolves, we're actually re-entering the physiological dance of the root chakra to be able to experience my heartbeat and your heartbeat as different things, and your particular expression of consciousness and mine as different things. And that there's still this transcendent, there's this trinity, there's something that connects us both. And it's always there. It's the part where we've already met. It's the part where we've already worked out the challenge. We've already got the imprint of the solution. It's already evolving itself right before our eyes. And yet we are different as much as we are the same. And so we experience this on the planet as the evolution of language. We're built to experience communion with others, both through understanding the dynamics of what others are saying and what others are communicating and where they're coming from and the culture they're coming from, as well as the part of us that realizes sometimes we don't understand. We don't always know what somebody is saying. We don't always get it, whether that's through physical communication or verbal or whatever. There's a place of mystery that we literally always have in the field of communication, but we do our best to take the gift that I can have my experience, you can have your experience, and we have ours together. And you can see here in that geometry, the trinity of each of the elements. I've got my fire, you've got your fire, and there's a fire that connects and unifies us. Wind, 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 earth, 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 water, 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 spirit, 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 the flow of experience of being. Communication is something that we experience that comes into us from the past, where we receive this flow of experience and we evolve the dynamics of how we relate to our choice in the moment in order to express a new dynamic into the future. So it's a gateway point between the past and the future. It's an integration period where data and information from the past is evolving, reunifying, and moving forward. In the unified harmonic matrix, I talk about it as literally the stage where DNA forms chromosomes, where DNA packages itself up enough to be able to split itself in half as a chromosome and recreate itself. We replicate ourselves through communication. We take what we have and what we've got and we give it to others to be able to experience. Now, somewhere in the still point between that field of the past and that creation in the future is this Om, this place in the middle of the mystery, this space of silence at the core of the throat chakra that's not silence, but actually the sound of creation itself. It is the Om. And the reason that the 16-petal lotus is used for the throat, just as the 12-petal lotus of the heart and the 10-petal lotus of the solar plexus of the self completing itself, understanding, to the 6 of the sacral, to the 5, to the 4 of the root, which becomes 5. That 4 becomes 5, that 5 becomes 6, that 6 becomes 7, the 7 evolves to 10, the 10 becomes 11 to self and other, the self and the other is 12, the 12 has a 13th point, awakening, spreading into 14 as we differentiate and recognize distinctiveness, into 15 of expressing and communicating, and finally to 16, the point of the Om, where all communication is recognized as being, again, part of one thing, where all the languages become one. This is where the language of telepathy arises, and it's where we begin to transcend language itself, because we start communicating not just through physical cues, expressions of words, but we begin to communicate through emotion. We begin to realize that vibration underlies our communication. And so we're exchanging emotion and trying to relate that emotion down to our own physical experience of self. And this continues to mature until we realize that it's all emotion. It's all energy and motion. And all energy and motion has the experience of the individual self experiencing emotion, the other that is experiencing its emotion, and the vibrational emotion that transcends the two and connects the two. And this 666 awakens the third eye. And the balance of this vibrational field is extraordinarily beautiful because it expresses the yin, the yang, and the balance between the two. There's always a trine, and it incorporates life and life force into it. It acknowledges that life has more than just the actions that we take. It's a living, breathing, flowing force and field, that we are in fact these breathing forces of energy in time and creation. And there's an immense power that comes with this acceptance. And in the Hindu tradition, the chakra of the third eye is the 2-petal lotus. So you've been maybe wondering, why is this 18? We're supposed to be talking about 2, right? Well, the 2 petals are 9 and 9. It's the spirals of existence, represented also in 6 and 9 in the form of the symbol of Cancer, also represented in the symbol of the yin yang, which is a 9 and a 9 connecting together. This is the ability to perceive duality at a higher level. And when you actually understand that the dynamic of the infinite yin and the infinite yang are trinities, now you begin to unlock the color codex of the vibrational field of experience, which is our spirituality. It is our self-perceiving self and perceiving other and perceiving our connection. And from this place, we awaken the state of higher will, this unification of the ability to see self, see other, see all that is, and actually create from there, to know that we have a choice, that we're in a stream of a universal experience, but it doesn't just carry us along all the time. We actually get to choose. And the ability to perceive our choice as well as receive the flow of experience and time is the unlocking of the awareness of destiny, that we're going to somehow choose our pattern through time, and yet somehow, no matter what we choose and how we go about choosing it, it's already perfect. What the heck? How is it possible that all the things could happen and all the stuff goes on and we make all the choices and we make all these mistakes, and yet in our moments of greatest clarity and lucidity, in our moments of divine realization, in our moments of deep communion with Source, we recognize suddenly that every pattern, every mistake, every challenge, every issue, every pain, every trauma is part of a garden of flowers blooming into beauty. That in fact, the moments of darkness and pain that we've experienced were like seeds for greater expansion of consciousness. And we began to recognize that it is always that we are in a current of destiny, that we can't stop ourselves from evolving ourselves. No matter how hard we try, no matter how long we hold off and resist, we will always fall into the wormhole. We will always find ourselves merged back into the singularity and blowing through the other side, blooming like a white hole into the universe with more awareness of who and what and why we are. This is the gift, to be able to see with our mind the great seven, the mind of ourselves, the mind of the other, and the mind of the Source, the mind that somehow transcends and includes and incorporates that which braids the field of all consciousness together, that all of it somehow is interconnected, unified, and arranged in this perfect, beautiful pattern of existence, a pattern that is continuously opening and evolving and changing. And this is the awakening of our crown, the crown that is fully open when we have this direct experience of being the complete and ever-present bridge between God, Source, the self, and other. We might translate this perception of infinity as being, perception of other being, and that being that is the infinite. We can see that the infinite encompasses the part, but the question is, are you infinite? And is another infinite? Can you and the other both be infinite, and there be an infinity that encompasses you both? Can you be infinitely differentiated as much as you are infinitely unified? This is the 21, the 777, and it gates and opens into and continues to evolve as a lattice of energy and time. The universe doesn't just stop. It doesn't just get to a certain geometry and go, oh, okay, I think that's probably enough. It keeps going, you know, from the 21 to the 24 to the 27 to the 33 to the on and on and on and on. And there are dynamics and gifts and keys of wisdom in each one of those numbers. Yet what I'm sharing with you today in this understanding of the ray of the creation is the ability to decode any number, any geometry, any field of consciousness, because all of them exist within the braid of this fundamental unfolding. And you can go back down. You can see how some things are very deeply related to the 5 and the pentagram. You can see that other things are much more related to the heart and the 12 and the relationships of 3 and 4 and 6 and 2 that make up 12, right? The numbers are just reflections of dynamic processes within the universe. This is how people are able to do things like read tarot cards or read playing cards, because all you're doing is using the archetypal pattern recognition of the flow of consciousness discovering itself as a mechanism to translate everything that's happening in the universe, because everything that's happening in the universe is consciousness discovering itself. That's you. That's you. This divine, beautiful, exquisite, infinite being discovering itself. And there's always more to discover. You think you got it all? Nope. There's more. You think you understand everything? Nope. Here's a new person you haven't understood yet. And when you come to, at some point in time, the state in which you recognize that you have already got it and you've known it all, and it's the universe and it's God and it's all you, and you already got it all figured out. Well, when you're there, you'll know that you have a choice. And the fact that you have a choice when you're there to either dissolve into the infinite eternal, to either become that state of non-individuation and hold that state, or to return to the individuation state and bring as much of that non-individuated state as possible, it's your choice. You'll always have it. And I can tell you also that many people think they get there because they get to a point where they realize they're connected, they're one, or they have superpowers. You know, they got metaphysical skills. They could do some cool shit, right? And so they think, I am the power of all that is. And they get caught up in and wound up in, you know, complexes. And we have names for those. It's called the Messiah complex. And it's a big deal because it's not that we ever want to shame someone for realizing that they're God, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with realizing that you're the source. But if you think that you're the only one and that you're the one who's supposed to do it all, then you've forgotten the other. And you're actually just operating from a distorted solar plexus state, because the solar plexus can absolutely experience the self as the infinite. It's the infinite virgin star. It's the seven. It has the ability to see all of it. It's got the ability to get all of it, but it can't really see the other as the self fully and deeply. And so the distortion of things like Messiah complex come from the misapplication of the rise of Kundalini and the awakening of certain centers and the lack of integration back down into lower centers. Once the self is able to perceive that the self and the other are both infinite as well as source, and that all three coexist, and that we are in a space of Trinity that's also a unity, that's also a void, that we have a divine masculine and we have a divine feminine, and we also just have the divine, and that they're the same thing, and that they're also differentiated. And once you get those paradoxes, once you experience the essence of that, it's kind of hard to get totally wrapped up in yourself, because you realize you don't got it all because you're here. You don't have it all because you literally are walking on a ground. You're talking to other people. And even if you ascend to your etheric state and your astral body, and you learn how to travel in your astral body, you'll realize there's other astral bodies. When you get to the causal template, you realize, oh, well, we're all coming from cause and effect, and there's a reason and force of creation and everything. And you get to the Akashic and you're like, oh, wow, okay, I get it. Like, everything's recorded, everything's part of time, everything's part of space. It's all this language, it's all this giant library of creation. And then you get to this higher plane where you see all the patterns of existence, what some people call the spiritual plane. And you think, oh my God, that's it. It's all numbers and patterns, and it's all a matrix, and I've got it figured out. And dang, I'm really good. And so are all these other people here. And then still, as long as you hold on to that idea that you got it and you're really good, you're still limited in that place. And there's a surrender to occur. And the surrender is this sort of celestial unlocking that moves us through the crown, that moves us into the seventh heaven, that moves us into the higher planes of existence, where we literally, really, truly start to surrender our hold on things. And we begin to trust everything. We begin to allow the beauty of the divine creation to unfold. We start to feel acceptance for all the things and all the people in all the moments. We start to actually open ourselves and our souls to the divine love, and we begin to experience ourselves as divine love. And you know, you might be in it for a while and you might fall out of it, and that's okay too. That's okay too, because it's a journey, and you're not supposed to just be stuck in one place or another. You're supposed to experience all of you. So I think I'm coming to the end of my time here. I'll just put a few more pieces of information in your minds, which is, you know, that chakras really are this interface in our bodies, a vortex that allows us to interface with the fabric of space-time through geometric resonance. And there's quite a lot of great scientific backing for the chakras. Barbara Ann Brennan is probably my favorite researcher in the space. She was a NASA astrophysicist who was studying the effects of space and interstellar travel on the human body. And in doing so, she realized there's these 7 distinct layers to the vibrational electromagnetic field of the body. And she was taking yoga at the time and goes, oh my God, maybe they're onto something with this 7 chakra thing. She ends up starting to develop the ability to see energy around bodies, which any of you can do. And I highly recommend the practice of developing your energetic sensitivity and capacity to perceive energy, and founds an entire healing school based on one simple premise that all illness is simply energy that is contracted or constricted or resisted within ourselves. And if we can simply move the energy where it's stuck, we can heal anything. It's extraordinarily powerful work. It's changed my life. I no longer experience illness and sickness like most people do. I tend to discover symptoms very quickly when I have them. I identify which chakra and where in my body that system is engaging with myself, and I begin to actively co-work with my body to actually move that energy and heal myself. We can also look at the chakras as scale and frequency. We can see that every structure in the universe, from atomic nuclei up to planets, up to star systems and galaxies, are all different wavelengths of frequency. They're all different vibrations. Everything is a geometry and everything is vibrational. And here we are in the mix of it all. And we can look at experience itself as sort of a dance through these harmonic ripples of light, like an interaction with the song, an interaction with the field of light that is the universe itself. And we can see, as we break light down, we break spectra down, we can start to see relationships that, in fact, it is true that every object and everything that is created takes on one or another form of vibration, takes on one or another part of the spectrum, and that there's octaves to it, just like music. So if we look on Walter Russell's elements here on the left, you can see that every element forms an interaction point in this sort of ongoing spectrum of octaves. If you look on the right, this is Nick Fiorenza's work, who's done some amazing stuff in looking at music scales and earth resonance and color correspondences, to be able to see that, in fact, everything from the circumference of the planet to the Earth's rotation and diameter, to the Pythagorean resonances, all occur at different harmonic resonance fields. My colleague and very close friend, Robert Grant, has also done a bunch of brilliant work in this space, showing interconnections with different frequencies, correcting Pythagorean tuning, and also extending some of the patterns in mathematics and geometry to understanding relationships between planetary scales and numbers in their root form and frequency. And if we're getting down to the physics of all of this, we got to understand that light frequencies are just really ripples of the fabric of space-time itself, that space-time is light, and that PSU, in this case, Planck spherical units, are actually this interbraided structure that's forming the lattice of space, and light is the oscillation of that structure in space-time itself. Now, when that structure of space-time moves, that's electrons moving. It's experienced as a field of charge that is moving. But when we're just looking at light and how it's moving and bouncing off of things and refracting off of everything, we're literally just looking at that oscillation of the field. And so I'll round off the end of my talk here by just bringing us back to an understanding that these simple patterns that we've talked about, this journey through the universe, is literally the fundamental patterning that we can use to understand the core of physics and actually unify physics. Of course, it takes an understanding of how consciousness works to unify physics. You're not just going to get it from the perception of the other, from the perception of what is outside. Have to unify the perception of the outside with what's inside, how you perceive, along with that which connects the two. And when you do that, you see that the pentagram and the forces that create the matter of the universe itself, the root chakra, experiencing that matter, that is all the energy of gravitation. You're in a body, it's held together by protons. Those protons have gravitational fields. It's literally the gravity that's holding those protons together. They're in a dynamic with each other, and you're held onto the planet through the gravitational curvature, the flow of space-time headed towards this planet. And the planet survives because of its gravity in the gravitational well of the sun. And the sun holding the earth enables us to have this relationship with the sun that gives life to the earth. The moon is held in the relationship with the earth in order to balance our emotional field. And so that piece of gravity is critical. And of course, the sun is held in the galactic field, and the galaxy is held in Laniakea. And Laniakea is held in a larger universal gravitational structure. Gravity connects us and unifies us and makes the experience of the physical world possible. Electromagnetic energy flows through the universe because of equilibrium, because of equilateral triangulation, whether that's in a pentagonal curvature structure or the flat sort of structures of tetrahedral matrices, etc. And so feeling moves, feeling evolves, and feeling changes because we have this incredible universe that is in such a beautiful state of balance and near equilibrium. Now, of course, because of gravity and curvature, it's always a little bit out of equilibrium, just a tiny bit. And that tiny bit gives the potential for change, experience, and creation to occur. And it's also because as gravitation occurs, there's also turning and spin, and that spin creates radiation, and that is the mind or the self expressing itself, changing the universe around us. We can look at the field of the rotational energy moving through space and making all the change happen as the seven. So inherently here, we have the body, the emotions, and the mind. And each of these very simple geometries, from the point, the unity, the void, to the two of the Vesica Pisces or Piscis, to the three, the triangle, to the four of the square, to the five of the pentagram, to the six of the hexagram, the seven of the heptagram. If you're trying to get into higher geometries, they're right there. They're nested inside of that. 8 is 2 4s, 9 is 3 3s, 10 is 2 5s, 12 is 2 6s, 14 is 2 7s. And it continues unlocking that way all the way up to infinity. And this also can point us to the power of prime numbers, which we'll have to cover in another session. The power of prime numbers is sort of like the individuation points, which distinctively carry the boundary conditions between different sets of harmonics in relationship to each other. And from these keys, we have the power and the codex to understand the whole universe and begin to truly understand and unpack our relationship to the universe and what connects it with us. So thank you guys so much for your time today. Really appreciate you joining me. Thanks, Neil. And hey, Alan, I see you there. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Adam, I just have a question. Is there a relationship between the prime numbers and the Fibonacci series?
Yeah, there is actually. But I think I'm not probably the best person to ask about that one. That would be a great question for Robert Grant if you have a chance to connect with him.
Okay.
And you know, there is an inherent numerological sequence that exists that I will say, if you count from the 1 to the 144 in the Fibonacci sequence, that's the first 12 in the sequence steps, right?
Right.
Basically, you go through a circuit of digital roots. And then if you go from the 1 to 144, and then you take it the next 12 steps and you map those around a 24 pointed circle. So you're going from 1 all the way around each of the digital root sequences in the first 24 steps of the Fibonacci sequence. What you find is that all of the primes squared end up in the first clock point of that 24, and all the other primes all either exist in 6-1 or 6+1 in each of the angles. So the 6th ray is going to be in the center here, and there's a ton of primes on the 5 ray, on the 7 ray. There's a ton of primes on the 11th ray and the 13th ray.
One question about the 5 and the 6 is like, it seems like the 5 and 6 are combined with time and the calendar itself. You know, we have 12 months, but the 12th month is Deca, which is a 10, which is an aspect of 5. So within the human time flow system, there's a kind of mixing of the 5 and 6 energies. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, in fact, all of our measurement and our study throughout history has been based on the 5 and the 6, which is not really a mistake when you look at the fact that, you know, all of our biological molecules occur from an interaction between a molecule that has 5 points and 6 points. But what I'm speaking to is literally our different systems of measurement. We have the imperial system and we have the metric system. And the imperial system is based on 6 or 12, right? And it's also related to the compass system, which is 60 based, right? And then you have the metric system, which is all based on 5 and 10, right? And what's really powerful and beautiful about that too is that it turns out that those two systems are part of course, some larger, older system that exists. Because it turns out, and this is Alan Green's work, that you can take basically within 6 feet, you get exactly a meter, a cubit, and a foot come together to equal exactly 6 feet. That is not a coincidence. I mean, the fact that 6 feet equals those things, I mean, come on.
Right. So even the inch feet system that seems very arbitrary was based on a science that has been forgotten.
That's right. That's right. And there's a reason why those
from Egypt, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, well, there's geometries that point to the mathematics of that system that are hidden in ancient structures like the Great Pyramid. Just as much as there are geometries that point to the metric system, and there's geometries that point to the cubic system. It's as if all of them, you know, they're obviously consciousness choosing to measure the universe, right? And so the sort of masters of the ancient past developed codices to translate the ways that the mind would see the universe, and so they're all embedded in structures like that. But yeah, Alan Green's work on the 5 and 6 is incredible.
Beautiful. We could talk about this forever because it is forever that's created this moment in time that you're kind of pulling it together. We're on the verge of a kind of breakthrough in geometry and consciousness and science and new propulsion. So thank you, Adam, for a brilliant
such a pleasure.
overview. Hope to talk to you again really soon.
So epic, brother.
Thanks so much, Alan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil, and welcome, Grant. I look forward to checking out your talk and look forward to joining you. I think soon we're going to schedule another session coming up here too, aren't we? Oh, I can't hear you.
You're
yet.
muted, Grant.
Yeah.
Well, he's muted, but he's getting telepathic input.
Yeah. We're having an interview with Adam, and it'll be very exciting. My assistant Sinead is quite excited about it, so we'll do that and we'll put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grant. Best of luck. Have a great session today.
Thank you for your presentation.
Another fantastic discussion there, Neil, on Portal to Ascension. So Grant, wait. Oh, are you going to do a presentation? You want me to ask you a question? What do you want?
No, you can just ask questions because I've got some stuff. I could do a little bit on the contact modalities. I didn't know we were going to do a presentation, but there's been some new stuff. So maybe we should talk. How long are we going to go for?
I think an hour. So there's been some new stuff. And we also, for people who don't realize what I would like to introduce Grant because there's no one who has more of a handle on the moving parts of disclosure. And it is a massive kind of jigsaw puzzle that's being laid out now by the government, the media, the politicians, the military. They're all kind of scrambling for the truth. If you just looked at 60 Minutes, my favorite line again on 60 Minutes was when Bill Whitaker, I said this the other night, asked Luis Elizondo, so tell me, Lou, are these UFOs real? Lou Elizondo says, come on, Bill, we're already past that now. The government says UFOs are real. Let's move the ball down the field, right? So what I do want to ask you about is some of this controversy that Elizondo's been having as far as what was it that he's been sort of reprimanded by the higher ups to kind of well, they said first of all that he never worked for the government. That's where this whole thing, and he was furious, saying he worked 5 years for the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which was written about in the New York Times. Someone, and you could go over this, in the Pentagon says, well, Elizondo never worked for us. So there's this infighting with the government sources, and now, of course, you can talk about how he's bringing a case before the Inspector General, insulting him and denying his history. So why don't you pick up from there, lay out some more of the details of what the inside and where that's going to be as we approach the June 24th deadline, if there is such a thing.
Okay, I can do that. And then let's go a little bit to your book. I just had a conversation with Jacques Vallée, a 90-minute conversation with Jacques Vallée, and it applies to what I wrote about in your book. So right, actually, I was a little upset at Jacques Vallée's book because it took the #1 place on Amazon from my book. Right there, making which was a #1 new releases, and then Jacques Vallée's book comes. So yeah, let's talk about it. Get my book back as #1. So, and for people who don't know, that's my book, Making Contact. Grant and Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton Howe. A lot of people have great chapters that build a narrative. So go ahead, Grant. It's all yours. Okay. So we were talking about you and I were the other night. This whole thing where 60 Minutes comes out. And I sort of set up this scenario, and I can go through it if you want for the new people that may be watching.
Yeah, I think you should.
I say this started actually 5 years ago. People think this is something that has happened now. You know, suddenly, you know, everybody's found religion, and we're all doing disclosure. And I say this absolutely goes back, no matter how much you may dislike Tom DeLonge or what happened there. I maintain absolutely this goes back to Tom DeLonge, to 2015. Where Tom DeLonge is hanging out with Stephen Greer. He's very interested in the subject, and he gets a contact with somebody at Lockheed Skunk Works, and they invite him to a barbecue at Lockheed, and the barbecue in the parking lot, and to introduce Robert Weiss, who is the head of Lockheed Skunk Works. And he said, okay, if I introduce the Lockheed president, I want 5 minutes with him. And they said, okay. So he ends up in a skiff with the Lockheed, with the head scientist, with Robert Weiss, and with a third person who I'm not sure who it was. And it's at that point where the scientist says to him, well, how does this work? What's the whole thing behind this? And he said, well, I think it's got to do with consciousness, because he was hanging out with Greer. And that's when the scientist said, okay, now you're talking, and that's all I wanted to talk about for 45 minutes was about consciousness. So it was during that meeting, DeLong makes his pitch about the fact that we have a disclosure thing going, and you guys are wrecking it. You can't get to the young people. You need Instagram, you need Facebook. I have all these people, and he makes this pitch about him sort of running this new sort of program where they go through him to get this message out. And the one guy makes this famous statement. He says, "Hey, that might actually work." And they send him 2 weeks later. I think he gets a phone call. He ends up in Washington outside the Pentagon. And he interacts with these 2 intelligence guys who are sitting behind a table, and they say to him these key words. They say, "This is not something that happens at the White House. This is not something that happens on the Hill. This happens when a couple of people like us decide to take the ball and move it down the field." And so they send him to NASA. He meets some people at NASA. They send him to Ames. Ames sends him to General McKay at Space Command. And then he gets sent to McCaslin at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And all these high-level generals and Robert Weitz from Lockheed Skunk Works, they all join him. So it wasn't that Tom DeLonge put this group together. They were put together with him, the same as Bill Moore had 24 people that were given to him to sort of put this message out. So he starts to move this message, and people are all looking at disclosure now, and they think, oh, this has just happened. And
wait, Grant, yeah. Tom DeLonge was thrown under the bus. He's disappeared. Elizondo, Mellon, Semivan, they've taken off without him, right? I mean, he's
Semivan, I think, is still there. I mean, Elizondo and Justice took off. But if you heard when I was on a couple of broadcasts just when they left, and immediately I referenced that it was because the Senate had suddenly approved this thing. As soon as the Senate approved this thing that they were going to make this move and ask for a report, that's when they left. And that's when, if you hear Lou Elizondo always talks about, it was time to move into second gear. He said, I didn't want to be on the, I'm not an entertainer type guy, but he keeps talking about this thing. I wanted to move into second gear. And that's what I maintain. This thing is not happening in random. Nothing like this happens in a sort of a field where, everything people just do what they want. It's like a football game. It's like the people that win the Super Bowl. And this is this oneness idea. The team that wins the Super Bowl is the one that actually sits down and the plays are done and everybody knows what they're doing. Who knows who's blocking? Who knows, people know when they run for passes. It's all very carefully orchestrated. So when Lou Elizondo says we're moving it into second gear, it would tend to indicate that there's a plan. There's a plan of action that this came. And the example of that I pointed out to you the other night was that when Leslie Kean went, they tell this famous story. October the 4th, Lou Elizondo resigns, and Leslie Kean is there at that time. And if you read the December 18th article, 2 days after the New York Times initial story about ATIP, Ralph Blumenthal writes an article and says that when Leslie went to Washington, so she was flown to Washington, and she met with not just Lou Elizondo, she said there was a number of former and present intelligence officials and a contractor. And we've now since learned the names, 2 of the names. Semivan was in the room, and so was Hal Puthoff, and was Elizondo. And Leslie Kean said, and the story was basically laid out for us. And this is what you got to keep remembering, is that this thing is not happening by accident. There is a plan. There's a plan of action. And I say it started back in 2015 when that guy said, this may actually work. And so Tom DeLonge was the initial guy that started the plan. So when you're finished, and Tom DeLonge made some mistakes that he would say some stupid things. For example, he did this threat thing, which I've brought up numerous times, where he said, you know what my military advisors said to each other when they looked at each other? They said, this would be a perfect recipe for war. That's what they say. And that was the kind of stuff that I hammered away at. A lot of people hammered away at, is Tom DeLonge would say things that probably and you see that they actually took him off as spokesman a couple of years ago. And what happened was it was no longer Tom DeLonge making the statements. It was Lou Elizondo, and Lou Elizondo became sort of the people that the media wanted to talk to. It was this.
Well, Tom DeLonge was pushing the fearful alien story. And it's obvious that from what Danny Sheehan on your program said, look, there is no alien threat. The higher ups aren't threat. So Tom DeLonge has some kind of, I don't know, maybe religious sort of demonic belief about aliens that don't fit really what seems to be coming down. It's
Well, Tom DeLonge is a Hollywood guy, and there's a story that was told. I remember Chris Bledsoe talking to me, and he was with Tom DeLonge. He had first Warner Brothers was going to put $80 million into a presentation. It was going to be bigger than the Passion of the Christ. What's his name? He did the book, the Signs. Anyway, they were going to do a movie, and Julia Roberts was going to play in the movie, and it was going to be a big deal. They were going to do his story, and then that Chris wouldn't allow them the end of the movie. And I remember I was with the famous Tyler D, and I was with a couple of businessmen, and we were in a cabin with Chris Bledsoe in Pennsylvania, and he had already turned down the Warner Brothers effort twice, and we were on round 3 with the lawyers. And the way it was being held up was not the money. Chris was offered 1% of gross, 2% of royalties, and another percentage. And I remember these business guys saying, no, don't take royalties. It's going to $20 for a pencil. They're not going to make any money. You're not going to make anything. Take all the money up front. So they were advising him on this contract. And all Chris Bledsoe was interested in was the end. He said, they want me to sign off on the end of the movie, that they get to do the end of the movie. And they're not signing off. I'm not signing off on it. It gets to be done the way I want to do it. So if you're doing movies, and this is the problem, is when you're doing movies, it has to be adversarial. It has to be good guys versus bad guys. The Americans win against the evil aliens and stuff like that, because otherwise nobody's interested. You're not going to sell the project. And Chris was holding out. He said, no, I'm not going to allow them to turn into evil aliens. So later on, I heard that Chris was with Tom DeLonge, and I said, well, what are you doing with Tom DeLonge? He's evil aliens. I said, did the lady in light tell you about the evil aliens? And he said, no. And I said, well, then what are you doing with Tom DeLonge? He's on this negative thing. And then later I heard he had pulled out. Now, later on, he told me what he had turned down. I wouldn't say what the figure was, but it was absolutely staggering amount of production money that he turned down. And the reason he turned it down was because Tom DeLonge wanted to put reptilians in the movie. At the end, he wanted to stick reptilians in there. And Chris said, no, it's not part of the story. And that's what everybody wants to do, is they want to have this adversarial thing that has everybody on the edge of their seats watching the movie. Because if it's just a good movie where everybody's a good guy and everything works out and the world is perfect and stuff, it just doesn't sell tickets.
But why don't you relate what Danny Sheehan, I mean, I know you have a quote, because that's really key to like the current situation.
Yeah. So Danny knew Elizondo when he was at TTSA. And according to Danny Sheehan,
wait, just also tell people Danny Sheehan is this high class.
Okay, well, Danny Sheehan has the big background. Danny Sheehan defended the New York Times on the Pentagon Papers. He defended John Mack, and that's that. Well, I'll do that one last. He worked on 2 studies for Jimmy Carter through the Library of Congress. He was brought in to give a lecture to the top 50 people at JPL on the religious implications of the discovery of extraterrestrial life, because he has a PhD in religion, and he also has a law degree from Harvard. So he was brought in on that. He was the guy who shut down the nuclear industry in the United States with the Silkwood case, where she was poisoned with the plutonium. He's all these major, he exposed the Oliver North and the Iran-Contra thing. I mean, Danny's been on the inside and has fought these huge civil rights cases all the way along. And where he got interested in the UFO thing was he was brought in by Marcia Smith at the Library of Congress to do 2 studies. They were doing 2 classified studies for Jimmy Carter. One was on extraterrestrial intelligence, one was on UFOs. And he was brought in to give this lecture and to be sort of a consultant on this study. So he said to Marcia Smith, he said, well, if I'm going to give this lecture to JPL on the religious implications, I need to see the classified Blue Book files. And she said, well, I don't think you can see that. I mean, I don't think we can get access to that kind of stuff. And the next thing, she calls him and she says, go to the Jefferson Building, which is one of the Library of Congress buildings in Washington. And he goes there and he takes this legal pad and they send him downstairs, and he's in this room with all the classified files from Blue Book, but it's all on microfilm and microfiche and stuff like that. And so he's sort of making his way through this stuff. And then he says to the guy, well, I haven't really got all this time. Show me some photographs. Is there any photographs? And that's when he sees a photograph of a crash flying saucer. I think it was in a snowbank. Because he said the guys were wearing parkas and stuff like this. And there was this symbol on the side of the craft. So Danny Sheehan takes the legal pad, and he opens up the legal pad, and on the inside back cover, he puts it underneath the microfiche reader, and he actually takes the symbol off the side of this craft. He traces the symbol. So that's where he got this very great interest. And I remember talking to Danny Sheehan after that report, and I said, well, what classification was the report? And he said, well, I don't remember that. He said, I do remember what was the final result. And what Danny recalled was that the UFO had a bunch of different photo drawings and stuff of UFOs, and this had gone to Jimmy Carter. And then the extraterrestrial intelligence, the conclusion of the extraterrestrial intelligence report said that it was believed there were between 2 and 6 races that were visiting the Earth. And so when he went public with that, then Marshall Smith got very upset, and because he had made this all public, that these studies have been done. But that's where he got his interest in UFOs. So he's always been on the inside. And when he went to John Mack, he defended John Mack. And that's where, if you see this whole thing with the just Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock, they were in this meeting, a sworn deposition meeting on these complaints that Lou Elizondo had filed, that people were trying to sabotage him inside, making up stories about him. And so, of course, Danny's pushing this thing. Okay, let's find out who it is.
Wait, just one piece is that Danny Sheen is now Luis Elizondo's lawyer.
Yeah, so he picked him up as the counsel, and he's also the counsel for Chris Mellon as well. Mm-hmm. And so they were going to have this sort of thing. But what Lou and other people sort of backed off after and said, well, no, it's not really an investigation. It's a discussion or something. So I can't remember what the word was. There's a discussion or something. And that reminded me of John Mack. If you remember back to John Mack was busy talking to Harvard, and he thought, oh, this is, Harvard's just, no big deal. And he said, they just want to ask me questions. And of course, Danny Sheen got involved, and he said, just be quiet. I mean, they're not asking you questions. And that's when they went in, and Danny Sheen took on Harvard University, because they weren't going to ask questions. It wasn't a discussion like what's being put out now. Oh, this is just going to be a discussion. They're trying to cut your throat. And so when he went into Harvard, then that's when Danny called Harvard on the carpet, and he said, okay, if you want these questions, okay, let's have witnesses. Let's bring in all these witnesses. You bring in your witnesses, we'll bring out our witnesses. And Harvard said, what do you mean witnesses? Wow, any witnesses? Well, sure, if you want the facts on the table. And that's the way Danny is. Danny's playing hardball. He knows exactly how the game is played. And he said, let's just put all the witnesses, all the stuff on the table. And of course, Harvard University did not want to do a major public display of witnesses in front of Harvard on UFOs and abductions and stuff like that. And so they ended up apologizing to John Mack. They said, oh, sorry. It was a misunderstanding. We're just curious. We want to ask you questions. That was not. They were trying to pull his tenure. They were trying to fire him. And Danny Sheen stepped in. So that's what he's doing here as well. One of the stories was, and I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, but one of the stories was they're trying to pull loose Elizondo's security clearance. And that's what Danny does. He goes in when people are going to lose their security clearances or whatever, and he goes in there, and he's not fooling around. Like I even asked him, because if you saw the panel discussion that we had Danny Sheen on last Sunday after the 60 Minutes thing. One of the people on our panel said, oh, the inspector general is just going to slide stuff under the carpet. You always do that, sexual discrimination stuff and women, and they just swipe it under the carpet. So that's why I said to Danny, okay, Danny, you've done this a long time. I mean, you've up against the inspector general, and there's actually 3 complaints. There's or you want to call them discussions or whatever.
Wait, 3 complaints that Elizondo is making against the.
I'm not sure if Elizondo made the one about the fact they're lying about me. And that's when he said to Danny, they're lying about me. They're making lies about me. And then that's when Danny said, well, if they're lying about you, that's the least thing you got to worry about. I mean, sure, They're going to lie about you. That's how the game is played. And he calmed him down. But there's the one is about the complaints and the trying to sabotage him. And the key one is the one about this whole UAP task force. Is the government playing shell games and moving stuff around? Are they actually following the law? So Danny has gone in there on this third one, and I'm not sure whether Danny filed the second 2 or what happened, but there are actually 3 complaints in with the inspector general. So that's when Danny talked to us, and he said there's actually like the inspector general, and the inspector general is much more powerful than the Senate. He's much more powerful than anybody, because unless the president fires the inspector general at the Department of Defense can look at anything he wants. He can go anywhere he wants. He can bring in people, anybody, and they have to talk. He's like the principal of the whole joint. And so Danny said there's the inspector general, and then there's 3 sort of lieutenants that work under him. So all these 3 complaints are under 3 different lieutenants. So when I asked Danny, I said, do you think you can actually handle this situation? Are they going to walk around you, or do you know enough that you can keep these guys and force these guys, put their feet to the fire and make them answer the questions they're supposed to, do the inspector general job the way it's supposed to be done? Because these people are saying, oh, they're just going to sweep it under the carpet. He said, well, I'll have the discussion. We'll see. I've got to talk to these people and we'll see where they're going. But I know Danny Sheehan. It's like one of the stories that was put out, and Danny said that it was told to him by Elizondo, is they're looking for what's called a continuance. That you're hearing about. This report is supposed to come out in June. This is the task force report to the Senate Intelligence Committee. And according to what Elizondo told Danny Sheehan, they're looking for a continuance, which means we don't have any time. Can you just give us an extension? And then they get an extension, but it doesn't have any deadline. So then Danny makes the joke. He says, well, you know, that's what they want. They want this continuance with no deadline, because now everybody knows it's June, and UFO Twitter's going crazy. And what do you think they're going to say? And there's this deadline and the pressure's on. But if you get a continuance, then it's sort of like, as Danny Sheehan says, they're just going to wait for the war between the Arabs and Israel to get fired up, and everybody's going to be sidetracked and everybody's going to forget about the UFO thing.
Yeah, but Danny has no say in what the Senate Intelligence Committee does. I mean, they might do that anyway, right?
Well, but it's being requested by the inspector, by the people that are running the thing. And he talks about the fact that they've shuffled and who else? Knapp described that as well. They had the interview with Bigelow. If you saw the interview with Bigelow, where they described that the guy after Elizondo was removed, and then the guy below him was removed, and they put in a low-level guy, which means that they're trying to water this thing down, that the guy doesn't have any power. And that's the kind of stuff where Danny will step in and want to know, why did this guy get fired? Why did this guy get moved? Because the guy that was before Elizondo, one of the stories was that this guy was fired because he said, yeah, this is off-world. And he was fired, like literally on the spot.
So even if the Senate puts a continuance, the complaint that Danny Sheen is bringing before the Inspector General will make news and force the hand. Is that it?
Yeah, well, that's what he's doing. He's in on the inside, and he's trying to force this all out. Let's have hearings. Let's push this out. So there's 2 different things. There's the task force report, and then there's these 3 Inspector General complaints, which may go farther, because he can go and say, for example, all the FOIAs. I think there was 2,500 FOIAs. Once ATIP was made public, everybody filed an FOIA, but they've stonewalled, and they've supposed to answer these FOIAs. Now the Inspector General can go in and actually pull the people who are doing the FOIA and say, okay, you had a deadline. This stuff is not out. Why is this not out? And write a report and say, demanding this stuff comes out. So you can't play around with the Inspector General. And that's where Danny knows where all the stuff, and he can maybe block the continuance, because he said it's just a foot dragging move. He knows exactly what they're doing. And that's the thing, is that's when I saw that Danny Sheehan was involved, that he was a lawyer on the inside. I said, we could actually win this thing, because Danny is on our side. If it's just you and I, and the FOIA guys are playing these games of, oh, we don't have time, and delaying the FOIA stuff, what are you and I going to do? We're not going to do anything. It's the old idea. For example, I'll give you an example. One of the things I've been fighting is Bill Moore was the guy before Tom DeLonge. And everybody said, oh, Bill Moore's a scam artist. Well, I worked with Bill Moore. I mean, he had an ego. He had a lot of problems, but Bill Moore's a very smart guy, and he was pretty honest about what he was doing. And one of the things that I knew, that he had filed for his Freedom of Information on his personal file with the FBI in 1988. And he had gotten it back, and it was, I think, 61 pages, and 55 pages of that FOIA are withheld B1 exemption. That's national security exemption, secret in total, not one single word off one page, 55 pages. So then you look at it and you say, well, was he just a UFO researcher who was a little crazy, who made up faked an MJ12 document? No, 55 pages means they were doing something with Bill Moore. There's something behind the scenes that we need to see. So I filed with the FBI. Now, if you've got Danny Sheehan behind you, they're not going to play these games. But if it's just me, this little researcher from Canada, they play the game. So the game they played with me. So I sent the front page of the FOIA to the FBI, and it has the Bill Moore's name and his social insurance number and all this sort of stuff, and the date and everything they need. And they come back and say, sorry, you didn't provide enough information. We can't find it. and said, case is closed. And I said, oh, come on. And so then I sent the entire thing, which is all 7 pages, on appeal. So they played this little game and said, you didn't give enough information, even though they had the front page of the FOIA. How long does it take to look up a file number? They had it, but they played this game because what they'll do in an FOIA is they'll do this thing, and they'll try to charge you, or they'll stall. 99% of people will walk away and not file an appeal. So I filed an appeal. I've been waiting probably 2 years now for that appeal. I said, this is garbage. You've got the file number. Don't tell me you can't find it. Here's the entire FOIA. Give me the 55 pages that are withheld. Now they can still maybe walk, because if they come to me and say, your appeal is denied, what am I going to do? Unless I've got a lot of money and I take them to court, it's game over. The same, I'll give you another example. When the Clinton administration, before Clinton left, I filed for the Rockefeller Initiative documents, because I heard that a guy by the name of Laparle had gotten 250 pages. Then Bruce Maccabee had filed. He got 500 pages. So I filed just to get Bruce Maccabee's 500 pages to see what was going on with Lawrence Rockefeller talking to the Clinton administration. I got over 1,000 pages. They left out about 7 documents. I went back and I said, hey, these documents are listed in the index and they're not there. Then they sent me those documents and they played these little games. So then I got all those documents, and I waited. And then when Clinton left office, it's 5 years, and you can go file for the stuff in the library. So I filed about 100 FOIA requests with the Clinton library, because I knew all the players were now, because I had the Rockefeller Initiative documents. I knew Hillary was involved. I knew Rockefeller was involved. I knew all the names of all the officials that were involved in this initiative. And now I'm looking for their files. And when I went there, I got it. And then I said, I'd like the 1,000 pages of stuff from the the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which is where the Rockefeller Initiative documents come from. And the library said, no, we don't have them. They don't exist. I said, what do you mean they don't exist? I've got 1,000 pages of documents. I've got the index. I sent them the index. I said, sorry, we don't have them. Maybe the National Archives has them. So I go to the National Archives. National Archives says, no, we ain't got no documents. And then I filed an appeal with the National Archives. This is absolute nonsense, man. I got the 1,000 pages of documents. Comes back, National Archives says, appeal denied. So where do we go? 1,000 pages of documents. The Rockefeller Initiative documents are gone off the face of the earth. The library doesn't have them. National Archives doesn't. They just say, no, documents don't exist, even though we've got the documents. That's the kind of games that they play, that unless you're John Greenwald and you know how the game is played, and you know how to file the appeals and get on the phone and make noise, or you got a lawyer, that's where Danny Sheen is good. Danny Sheen isn't going to fall for this. That's why I said, I mean, I'd be petrified to be the lawyer inside the government, because Danny Sheen said, I've never met a government lawyer I trusted. Now you got lawyers on the inside that are going to go up against Danny Sheen, and they're going to look at his resume about all the cases he won, that he doesn't take any prisoners. He's not fooling around. You're not going to play little shell games with Danny Sheen. And so he went in, and so what happened was he becomes Lou Elizondo's lawyer. And that's when I learned, because I've been hammering Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLonge, because the thing that really upsets me is this evil alien thing. You know, that there's races. It's like, you know, there's the black reptilians are the evil guys, and then the grays are really bad guys, and the Caucasian aliens are the good guys, and the best aliens, of course, are the ascended masters, the Great White Brotherhood. And it's like, come on, it's like this racism stuff about, you know, there's good races and bad races. And to me, it's like William Shakespeare says, all the world's a stage, all the men and women and aliens are but actors. We're souls incarnating. It's bad ideas, that you may be a good person and get a bad idea and do a bad thing. It's ideas that cause this stuff. There are no bad races. There are no bad people. There's just people who do good and bad things that are cycling through. And so I've always been upset about this evil alien nonsense. So I've been hammering Tom DeLonge, and I was hammering Lou Elizondo. So we put up the interview with Sheen, and what Sheen says is, I go in, and he was dealing with Lou Elizondo and Mellon when they were still at TTSA, and that's when he discovered, and I didn't know until Danny Sheen said it. He said, they told me that they didn't really buy the threat scenario, and we already knew, because Jim Semivan had sent to Melinda Leslie 4 times. This is in TTSA. We know this is not a threat. This is not a threat. We know this is not a threat. This is not a threat. Right. And so why are they putting this?
Those inside government know it's not a threat either. So
that's what Elizondo said. Yeah, that Mellon Elizondo had told him that nobody in the high level officials believes it's a threat. They didn't believe it was a threat. I didn't know that. I thought he was really pushing this. I knew they were pushing it because they want money. Because if you're going to go and you see what happened, they briefed the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Armed Services and the Intelligence Committee. They did not brief science and technology. So if you want to have, like anti-gravity and be friends with the aliens, you're going to brief the Science and Technology Committee. You're going to brief the Outer Space Committee. You don't go to the Armed Services Committee to find out about nice aliens and technology. That's got to do with weapons. You're promoting this stuff because, as I pointed out in the Obama days, and Obama has now come forward in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
If you take a look at during the Obama administration, that was before Elizondo came out and started the threat about the nuclear weapons and the footprints in your bedroom, possible threat. And I say military industrial complex. What is it that the military industrial complex doesn't see as a potential threat? It's all potential threat. That's total nonsense that it's a potential threat. But you need to do that because when in the Obama days, it was Leslie Kean and it was John Podesta. And in Leslie Kean's book, if you look what her thing was, that it was a threat to airline traffic. And I guess they just sort of laughed at her like, come on, get out of here. Yeah, we're not giving you any money for that nonsense. And so now they've upped the ante because unless it's the old idea of like Tom DeLonge in the movies, unless you put in an evil alien in the movie, nobody's going to watch it. Nobody's going to buy it. And unless you put a threat into the Senate Armed Services Committee, they're not going to give you any money. You've got to present.
What about the money for knowledge and technology? But one more thing, I don't want to throw you off course, but did you hear that Stephen Greer said that Elizondo was a disinformation agent? Not that we have to pay attention to that, but it's ridiculous. But,
well, what happened there was I don't guess he didn't see the Sheen thing. He was caught off guard. We did the Sheen thing. He came on our post-game show after 60 minutes. And then someone sent the tape to Gruber. And that's when he had that emergency meeting. And he got a lot of hits on it. But he got caught off guard by Sheen going public. I'm not sure that he, because he said a bunch of things about Sheen that didn't make any sense. And
anyway, it doesn't matter about what Greer thinks. You got some new information.
Well, in a way it does, because he's got a big following, and it's the same thing. I mean, he's the same. It's like there's no evil people, good people. It's just got bad ideas, and his bad ideas. You're just changing the evil aliens to evil government, and the government's not evil either. I know the people in the government, they may have bad ideas of what they're doing, but they actually believe they're saving the world. Everybody believes they're saving the world. So if you're a military, that's what Elizondo used to say. I'm just doing my job. I'm a military guy, and I called that the Nuremberg defense. I mean, they asked like the Nuremberg trial, how could you do the things you did to the Jews? Well, we just saluted and did our job. That's the scariest thing of all, is I'm just here to do my job. So that's the thing where Greer's putting it out, and he's just changing the evil person to the evil government. And I think everybody's doing it. You've got to sort of take people and see the bad ideas. And the bad ideas is this racist idea that there are good races and bad races, and good people and bad people. And there's just people and bad ideas. It's the idea. I always say that everything that is considered to be evil in the modern world is created by one thing and one thing only: the mistaken belief in separation. When you believe that you are separate, that something is separate, that's when you do stupid things like steal people's stuff and kill people and do whatever. You have to understand we're all souls in the universe. We're all cells in the body. We're here to do a job. We have to work together. That's the message of the aliens. So Elizondo had told Danny Sheehan that nobody believed this thing. And that's when that's where Sheehan is so smart. Sheehan says to him, well, if you don't believe the evil alien thing, what are you putting that message out for? You shouldn't be putting, that's not your message. You shouldn't be putting that out, because you're going to box yourself in a corner. And so he said he's there to flip him. And so it wasn't that he's a disinformation guy. He had this thing. He's a military guy, and
that's their training. Yeah, that's
you got to do the weapons of mass destruction. You got to prove that there's a threat. Otherwise, you're not going to get any money. Because that's what Melinda Leslie said. If you remember I don't know if you've seen the interviews we did with Melinda, but Melinda talked to Jim Semivan, who was the co-director of TTSA, and he had the beings in his room in 1992 or whatever it was with his wife. And so she said to him, Jim, what is there that I could say to you that would get you so angry that you would never talk to me again? And he said, mess with the money. She said he did it 4 times, mess with the money. And that's the whole deal. as long as we get the money from Congress. And so the idea is, well, we're going to, they're going to make bombs. Maybe they will. I think what they want to do is they want to move it out of the black world, because you always hear, whether it's Hal Puthoff or Eric Davis or all these people talking about the stovepiping, where all the stuff is in stovepipes. Or Jacques Vallée talks about this. So you get a piece of a craft, and 3M gets one piece, and Lockheed gets another piece, and everybody's got a piece of the thing, and they can't figure it out because nobody's talking to each other. It's all stovepiped, and that's the problem. So I think that's what I think they're trying to do, is they're trying to get money for research to move it into the white world where people can talk about it. But the problem that's going to raise, that I see, is if you take a look at what's happened now, people say, oh, we're getting this disclosure and it's all going great and whatever. And it's like, no, what have we really got? They briefed the Armed Services Committee. We know that. They briefed the Intelligence Committee. So what did they tell them? Oh, we can't tell you. And it's like,
oh, no. In the New York Times, July 23rd, it says Eric Davis said there were crash retrievals. That's in 2020, July 23rd. And so they did tell him something, right?
But it's the details. So that's what Danny Sheehan says. He said it's called a limited hangout. So he said it was like the Nixon administration. Just give them a little bit, but don't tell them anything. So you say, oh, there's possibly crashed material, but we can't tell you about it. It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's classified. And it's the same story. It's like, what do we know that we didn't know before? We just know that there's a crash. We already knew there was crash stuff. We already knew that the UFOs existed. We already knew there was a program. And yet when you try to get the details of, like, for example, one time they asked Lou Elizondo about the ATIP. They said, well, how many cases did you look at? And he goes, well, I can't really say. And it's like, well, what's classified about that? How many cases do you look at? It's not like we're going to give the Russians anything. And that's the thing, is it's moved to another, it appears to have moved to another step, but we still don't know anything. It's all non-disclosure.
Right. But you said you had some new material that you were going to drop into this, and then talk about Vallée as well. But talk about
the biggest thing that happened is you see this coordinated effort, that this is all moved. And that's what I say. If you look back at the New York Times, and I always dispute this, people always get it wrong. They say the New York Times broke the story in December. No, it's not true. The New York Times went, Washington Post went, Politico went, all the same day. They all had the same story. That means they were all fed the story. And that's what Leslie Kane said when she went there on October the 4th. They basically laid it out for us. They gave us the story, and we checked it all, and we ran with the story. But Washington Post and Politico. So this is all, you got to remember, this is all coordinated. So what you see now, you get CNN, and I think Jim Semivan's doing a lot of this stuff. He was a guy that was like a guy that would set all this kind of stuff up. The stuff with the New York Times is set up by Mellon. Or if you take a look at the videos, the 3 videos. So they say, okay, they were declassified. And it's like, and I keep saying, how did they get the videos out of the Pentagon? Even if they're declassified, you need a paper trail. When you just retire in disgust, you don't get the videos to walk away with. If you look at the Mellon leaked, there was a Mellon, you showed it on your podcast today, where this container, this mailing envelope thing, where it had Rhonda Essex was the woman inside the public affairs. Then there was Lou Elizondo, and then there was Mellon's, their name on there. And the date was September, whatever, 7th or 8th. That was a month before they went public. So they had the videos already a month before they went public and said, oh, we got these videos coming. They already had the videos. They had them a month before. So how did they get the videos out? They got the videos out a month before Lou Elizondo retired. And that's the whole thing. You start to realize this is all orchestrated. So now you see all this material coming forward, all these people. And what I maintain, as I said, as I started this conversation, it started with Tom DeLonge. I don't care what anybody says. It started, and you can have all the problems you want. And I got problems with Tom DeLonge. No problem there. But it started with Tom DeLonge. Tom DeLonge gets credit for being the guy that got this thing going. And then they cut him out. Yeah, they didn't need him anymore because he was bad publicity and stuff like that. But if you take a look now, Barack Obama has come forward. And I say in my latest post, I will tell you that Barack Obama greenlighted. What you're seeing right now was greenlighted by Barack Obama. What happened was Tom DeLonge went to John Podesta in 2015. It's all in the WikiLeaks emails. You can look at it. He said, I've got these high-level guys. I want to meet with you. And he said, I've got this program. And he gave his spiel about, putting the thing out through him, through his, he's an expert on Hollywood and stuff like that. We do this. And John Podesta said to him, I'm kind of busy now because he was running Hillary's campaign. He said, I'm a little busy. Give me a call back in 2 months. Tom DeLonge doesn't phone him back. He figures, he's not paying any attention to me. And 2 months later, Tom DeLonge phones DeLonge back. And he said, this is very important. I'm ready to be participant. Come to Washington. This is important. So Tom DeLonge flies to Washington, and that's when the whole thing started. If you see John Podesta's last email, when he left the White House, the day he left the White House with the Obama, where he was an advisor to the president of the United States, he said, my biggest disappointment of 2014, once again, was not getting UFO disclosure, which means that he tried to get it through Bill Clinton and he couldn't get it. But he went to Barack Obama, tried to push it. And if you see some of the interviews we've done early with Barack Obama was asked, did you look for the files? Yes, I'll look for the files. Did they hide them from you? No, I found them. Well, what did you find? I can't tell you. So he did say, yes, I found the files.
Who is telling Obama it's okay to say, well, there's something out there, we don't know what it is, that he just said who's telling Obama it's okay for him to say that, you think?
Well, he greenlighted. So when it comes along, when it all starts to unravel, then Obama sets up, he's on a TV show, one of the late night shows the other night. So then his part is he's just indirectly saying that he was involved, because he gets, of course, it's big news now, and he knows he's going to get asked a UFO question. So they ask him about the UFO thing. And that's when he says, we have films and we don't know what it is. That's the bottom line. That's the disclosure thing. People always think, oh, we know what they are, we know where they're from. No, everybody says the same thing. Yes, there are films. That's what Trump, in the Trump briefing, they went in to brief Trump. They said, here's these videos. Look at these videos. This is unknown, but we don't know. And that, I think, is true. They do not know exactly where they're from, what the whole thing is. Are they interdimensional? Are they extraterrestrial? They really don't know. That is the bottom line. So the fact that Obama comes on TV in the middle of this whole thing, where CNN is running with it, 60 Minutes, Fox News, everybody's running the story. New York Times is running another story that Obama would come. That is not coincidence that Obama comes out and says it, because the last time he was asked, did you find the files? Yeah, I found the files. Well, what is there? I can't tell you. Now he's going, now I'm telling you. He's suddenly starting to talk.
Don't you think that's the best reason to have a public Senate hearing, to say, if we don't know what it is, let's talk to the scientists, let's talk to the experiences, let's talk to people like you who have more of an idea about what this is than just saying we don't know.
The problem with that is, Alan, you and I aren't running the show. That's the whole thing. That's why you need Danny Sheehan in there, because as I said, what did they do? Who's running the show? I talked to Jacques Vallée today, and Jacques Vallée says the same thing. The people that are interested in UFOs right now are the people that are interested in making a threat out of it. So they've only briefed the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Armed Services Committee. They did not brief Science and Technology, did not brief Outer Space Committee. Nobody in that realm was. In fact, Elizondo backed off it. When I put that thing out, after Danny Sheen came forward, then suddenly Lou Elizondo makes a posting, and Lou Elizondo says, well, if it isn't a threat, well, maybe we can open up the aperture a little bit and bring in science and technology and scientists. And I posted, because I've hammered him a lot of times. So I posted, I said, standing ovation for Lou Elizondo for actually making that move and moving across. But until then, he didn't say it. It was just, this could be a threat. This could be a threat. And that's the thing, is they want the money. They need a weapons of mass destruction. They need the Senate, because you know what it's like. The senators and the congressmen have no clue what's going on. They have none.
But don't you think they could get money from technology if we have free energy, if these guys are not filling up their gas tank to get
But everybody's going to do their own thing. So if you're the military industrial complex, you are not going to put it in front of science and technology. The same as if you're inside the thing and you're working on the very leading edge of this technology, you are not going to make it public until you got a patent. Everybody's got their vested interest. And what Jacques Vallée is saying, what I'm saying, is that the people who are running the show right now are the military industrial complex people. They're the ones that are going to get the money. If you and I want the money, we got to get the thing in front of the science and technology. We don't have the power to do it unless you've got Danny Sheehan, who's going to move it off the military industrial complex scenario and move it to science and technology. He knows what they're doing. Everybody knows what they're doing. They're trying to get money for weapons, because the way it works, as I explained to you, is during World War II, it was discovered there was 200 inventions, major inventions of modern technology that were made during World War II. And they suddenly realized this works really good, because what they would do in World War II is they had what were called $1-a-year men. They would take all the top scientists from all the universities, and instead of sending them to war with a gun, they would bring them in, called $1-a-year men, and they would make them work. Like Eric Walker, who we chased around, was the co-developer of the homing torpedo. So you'd bring these scientists in during the summer, and they would work on inventions, and they developed radar, plastic explosives, jet engines, nylon, the synthetic rubber. All that stuff was developed during World War II, and that's what they're doing.
So where do you think we are in June? Elizondo said on the Stephen Green Street Part 2, expect something major in 30 days. Where's your educated guess? I know it's always changing every day. Where will Marco Rubio and the Senate Intelligence Committee be from your educated point of view in June?
Exactly what Obama said. We've got these things. We don't know what they are. We are going to confirm. They're going to give you a few more cases. They're going to confirm the triangle coming out of the water. They're going to, say, yeah, our people are being engaged, and this probably is not Russian, but it better not be Russian, and we need some money. This could be a threat. That's what's coming down the pike. It's just going to say, yeah, this is for real, but we don't know what it is. That part I believe is true. That nobody really, I think, 100% understands exactly. They've got hardware, and that's it. If you look at the Wilson leak document, that's what the end of the Wilson leak document was, the idea. And I asked Jacques Vallée about that today. The end of the Wilson leak document, everybody said, oh, it's disinformation. It's counterintelligence. Cameron faked this thing. Somebody faked this thing because they wouldn't tell us. And it was the thing that, yes, we've got the technology. It's cut off. We can't get to this technology. And they have not back engineered anything. They can't get anywhere. And everybody goes, nah, it's not true. We're flying these ships around and stuff like that. And that I believe is true, and that's what I asked Jacques Vallée today. I said, Jacques, there's a rumored story about you and Hal Puthoff and Kit Green sitting down in a Denny's restaurant and coming up with the core story. And he said, yeah, that story's true. And the core story is that they sat down, and this is in the 1980s, and what they tried to determine was there's all this garbage. Everybody's throwing out information. It's even worse now with the internet. But at that time, there's all these rumored stories about, what was going on. And they said, what do we know for sure? And what Hal Puthoff, Kid Green, and Vallée, were the three top guys at the time, came up with is, yes, we are being engaged by some sort of phenomena. Didn't say it was extraterrestrial, some sort of phenomena. We have crashed hardware, and we aren't getting anywhere with it. In fact, Eric Davis at one point came up. You mentioned him in the New York Times article. Eric Davis came up at one time and hammered Lazar. He said, Lazar's full of it. The stuff isn't even at Area 51. And we shut the program down in 1989. That's the story I've heard numerous times. They shut it down in 1989. Why? Because they couldn't figure it out. Or at the end of the Wilson leak document, it says, we've got a craft and we think we can fly it. That means they've got an intact craft that they cannot turn on because it has a consciousness interface. You cannot turn the craft on.
So you don't buy the breakaway civilization. No. I don't buy it either because I don't see any evidence of it.
That's where I disagree with Greer. The idea that Greer,
and Dolan too.
Well, Greer has this big thing about, the false flag. Like how long can you keep a false flag going? Like we're going to shoot down these crafts, or that they're shooting them down or whatever. I maintain we aren't shooting anything down, especially if Semivan is right, that these are ultra terrestrials. They are from here. They created us, and they are running the show. That's what, when John Alexander asked Semivan, who's running the show? And he's talking about the government, and Semivan said they're running the show. That's what I believe. This thing is in total control of the phenomena. The phenomena will make disclosure. Nobody's shooting anything down as far as I'm concerned. And that's what I asked Hal Puthoff. And that goes to your book. So in your book, I did the whole thing about the theory of wow. So I said I have this whole thing about the metal. So Vallée's on this new thing about the crash, 1945. So I said, hey, Jacques, so you got a crash, and it crashes right outside the Trinity site. Is there a message here? And what about the nuts and bolts and all the metal you've got?
Right.
The weird idea that the flying saucers come across the galaxy and then they start crashing all over the place.
Right.
That's the big skeptic argument. And I said, and the metals as well. I said, don't you think that, because Bigelow, I mentioned to Jacques Vallée, I said, Bigelow brought up the fact that there's a crash in Roswell, there's a crash in Russia, there's a crash in China, there's a crash in South America. And I think they're seeding the thing. And
so they're not crashes, they're being put down. That's what you're saying.
And that's what Tyler D said. And Jacques was laughing, and Jacques says, oh, I kind of came up with that theory. So he agreed. He said, yeah, the metal that Jacques Vallée is looking at, the crashes, he believes it's all being gifted to us. So the idea that we're shooting these things down is just military bravado. We got this thing under control. Don't worry, we'll shoot these things down.
But what about the bodies, the bodies that they found of the aliens in the crash retrieval?
Well, it's the same. It's like a portation. I mean, you can make anything you appear. You can make a body appear. You can, that sort of stuff. It's coming into the physical world. But that's the whole deal, is we have this idea that these are crashes that are happening accidentally, or these dumb aliens that are crashing these things. And the theory that I have in your book, I say,
right,
it's the idea in your book. I have the theory of wow. So it goes to what Bigelow said. when Knapp says to Bigelow, he says, hey, you had Skinwalker Ranch. And you got to remember, Skinwalker Ranch was ASOP. This was the big program over top of ATIP. This was they were interested in UFOs. They were not interested. They were interested in how do you put 4 bulls inside a trailer, inside a locked trailer? How do you put the groceries back in the bag? How do you make these things appear and disappear? They were trying to figure this out because it was military technology. So DIA went in there looking at it. And so Knapp asked Bigelow, he says, so you looked at Skinwalker Ranch all these years. So what was the end result? What did you learn? And Bigelow said, it's all about messaging. It's all about gaming and messaging. And that's what I say. It's all messaging. That's what they're doing. They're giving us messages indirect. They're running it. They're dropping breadcrumbs, and we're chasing it because you can't do someone else's homework for them. And that's what I maintain, is that a lot of the stuff, we build it into evil aliens or whatever, but the disclosure will come and is coming from the beings. And we know we have hardware, we have bodies, but we really do not fully understand, because it's like Kit Green says to Peniston, we're trying to figure out how does the phenomena pop in and pop out just as quickly. It's a phenomena that's coming from here, maybe it's all one thing. They're ultra terrestrials. They're here now. I interviewed these aliens that wanted a book done in England. They said to me this. They said, we've always been here. You are the visitor. And that's exactly the thing that Semivan said. They're ultra terrestrials. They've always been here. They created us. And the idea that they're sending messages. And it made
one more thing you say in my book: if you've seen a UFO, you were meant to see it. There are no accidental sightings. You're part of the phenomena. So,
yeah, I asked that to Jacques Vallée too today about his 55 sighting. Whether it was effective, whether it dragged him down there. And he basically said, yeah, that this was, it was maybe not planned. Or I brought up, he talked about his books, and in the one book, the Forbidden Science books, he talks about the fact, and you see these synchronicities. He mentions the fact that Hal Puthoff's son, who was 20 years old at the time, in 1997 in July in Phoenix, and you remember the Phoenix Lights was in March. In July, Hal Puthoff's son saw a giant boomerang thing during the day in Phoenix, driving through Phoenix. And Jacques Vallée said, or not Jacques Vallée, Hal Puthoff said, and that was really strange. He started looking at the coincidence. He said, I picked up the George Adamski book in the 1950s, and I went down the rabbit hole, even though I believed the story was total garbage. And that's the whole thing. Are we being directed? Are these synchronicities? And people who see UFOs and they say, it was like it was talking to me. It was like it was personal. I couldn't figure it out. And that's where people got to realize this thing is way more complex. People want to get it down to, these aliens, they got the little engine, and just give us a little engine and get the heck out of here. And we're going to have free energy, and we're all going to be rich, and we're going to, go on trips to other planets and stuff like that. This is going to be way less physical than people think. It's going to be way more spiritual, which is really going to annoy a lot of people, because there's lots of dead people up here on ships and stuff like that. And it's going to be 1,000 times more complex, and it will be the hive mentality. It
will be more personal, because anyone who's seen a ship or anything is involved in the phenomena. So it's much more personal than we think. Okay, so one question from YouTube is, what happened to the plane that disappeared with all those scientists? I'm not sure which plane, but there were those scientists that disappeared in the Antarctic that Linda Moulton Howe talks about. So you don't know about that. So if you don't, have one more question, because we can wrap up soon. I think you're going to be back on the UFO panel, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So where it leads us now, it seems, from what you're saying, is that the fight inside the Pentagon perhaps is to make it seem as a threat, or coming from what Danny Sheehan is coaching Alessandra, saying, no, it's not a threat. Let's just have the public out and hear the truth. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, and that's the deal where now Elizondo's in some degree of trouble if he publicly says he doesn't think it's a threat, because he's the guy that set up the whole scenario with the briefings in front of the Armed Services Committee that it was a threat. So if he changes his story now, it's not going to be good for, especially if this starts getting out, or if Obama says it's not a threat, or a bunch of other people say they've determined it's not a threat, then the Senate Intelligence Committee and Armed Services may say, well, then there's no need to give you a pile of money for this thing, and shut it down. That's where
or they may say, let's have it all out in the open, all these files that have been hidden for the last 70 years. Although, according to Alessandro and those people, they're just saying, well, the phenomena seems to have started in 2004 with the Nimitz, which is ridiculous, but that's what the public is now really only knowing about. They've totally forgotten about Roswell, the flyover of the Capitol, all that from the 50s and 60s. And so that's another problem. But what's wrong with, if it's not a threat, just laying out the whole story, giving people amnesty for having lied and all that?
Okay, but that, again, that comes down to who's pushing it. The people that are pushing, that's what Valet says, the people who are pushing the pro-UFO stuff are the threat people. You and I are not putting enough pressure on. If we want the other side, the science and technology, the spiritual part, or whatever we want, it is up to us to put the pressure on the Congress, on the senators that deal with that kind of stuff. We haven't done it. And because we haven't done it, we lose by default, because these
How do we put the pressure on those people? What do you suggest we do to put pressure on them?
Well, you get people to represent you. You get Danny Sheen in there to represent you. As long as it's military people who have vested interest in technology and in weapons of war, we're not going to get anywhere. That's where Greer was talked about when he was trying to push this back in the 1997 hearing that he had. I can't remember the guy, he was a Republican congressman, said to him, we're all for you. We support you, but this is death to us. We cannot do this. I'll tell you what, he said, you get the parade going, and as soon as you get the parade going, we'll lead the parade. That's the way it works. That's the way democracy works. You got to put the pressure, and the UFO community has not put enough pressure, has not put any pressure. These guys have learned a way to get the pressure by scaring the living daylights out of people with this fear, and the Russians and the Chinese and the evil aliens and shooting down nukes, which is totally, that's the way they've twisted it. So the beings come in and they shut down the nukes, which is you get the Nobel Prize for, and they turn it around and say they don't want us destroy the world. I mean, these evil guys, they won't let us, launch our nuclear weapons. Well, of course not. It's who's running the scenario, who's the one that's putting the pressure. We are not, and the military people are putting pressure on. The only good thing to it is that disclosure will come, and hopefully people aren't stupid and they will realize that there's another side of the story other than this threat scenario.
Well, hopefully we'll pick this up, at 4:30 today. Thanks, Grant. You're an incredible wealth of information, and I'm really appreciate you have your finger on all the aspects of it. I think maybe Danny Sheen should bring a civil suit on behalf of the American people against the U.S. government for having been lied to for 75 years.
I wouldn't be surprised if that. He's exactly where he wants to be. I think he's waited his whole life to be in there. I just cheer on Danny Sheen, support him. We're going to try to get him back on for another interview to update us. Danny Sheen is our only salvation.
And what's your website? What's your YouTube again?
Grant Cameron, White House UFO.
Thank you.
And I'm doing a podcast called Paranormal UFO Consciousness Podcast. I have Jacques Vallée on later today, and second part of Jacques Vallée tomorrow. You'll hear the stuff that we talked about on this topic.
And his latest book is the Trinity site, the Trinity, which is where the atomic bomb was. And they're saying there was a crash UFO in Trinity in 45, but also buy my book as well. Anyway, thanks, Grant. Thanks for everything. I appreciate all your hard work. And you are working at this like 24 hours a day.
I haven't got a life. Don't worry about it.
No, it's a good life. It's fine. Okay. See you later.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks. Okay, we're back with Joan of Angels. Welcome, Joan.
Oh my God, so intense. All right, thank you so much. Grant is just right on top of it. I mean, he's looking at every little moving piece. So it's so valuable to have him here to kind of give us the latest download. So, okay, go ahead, do your thing. Awesome. So guys, I am Joan of Angels. We're going to take one moment before I introduce our next speaker. We're going to take this one moment just to breathe in, all right, to ground with all of this information, remembering that each and every one of us has had and heard that divine call. We have heard that wake up
to be part of the solution, to connect with our guides, with our angels, with the ascended masters, with those star beings who are connecting with us, those beings from around the galaxies that are here with us now, who are so excited that you are, each and every one of us are receiving their messages right now. Those hidden codes that are going through our body, that we be able to understand our role in this divine awakening. And so we are so grateful for this moment where we just remember that we have been called. We know that we are here. We are divine personal ambassadors to this new awakening. And so it is. We're so grateful that each and every one of you are here with us today, because the energy that is being created is beyond each and every one of us. It is going to help uplift and heal this planet. Because as we awaken, every soul gets an energetic vibrational upgrade. And so we are the ones we've been waiting for, and so it is. Thank you. So now I have the gracious, it's a gift to me to be able to introduce Kathleen Martin. So Kathleen, show up when you're ready, but she is a leading authority on UFO contact. She is the author of several books. Okay, she is a commentator, an international lecturer, and she is really renowned for diving into this field of abduction, with her aunt and uncle having been the first known abductees. Very famous story. They had a close encounter and an abduction in the New Hampshire mountains. Her books you will find are Captured, The Betty and Barney Hill Story, Science Was Wrong, and I love this, Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers. So I'm going to let Kathleen tell you about her amazing experiences. And I've met you before. I'm so happy to be introducing you. Thank you. Are amazing. Your story. I heard you on Clubhouse the other day. Also, I want everyone to know they can hear you and some of these famous speakers on Clubhouse. So welcome.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to bring up my PowerPoint presentation now. So I'll share my screen.
Good.
And okay. So my presentation today is titled Communication with Non-Human Intelligence. Why should we listen? So I have, for the past several years, had an interest in studying what the ETs are attempting to convey to us as information, and it seems to become more and more pressing as time goes on. So there are two modes of conversation or communication with non-human intelligence that I could think of, and first is the physical, face-to-face kind of contact, which is generally telepathic, mind to mind. You're physically present with one another, and it might be through images, visions, or mind-to-mind telepathic communication. So there are a variety of different ways that they communicate and interact with us. Also, the non-physical, which takes place in meditation, in out-of-body experiences. It might be telepathic, but not in an alien environment. It might be through channeling or automatic writing, or you might just receive downloads. And during this time, I receive downloads sometimes, and I can feel a presence, a tingling sensation throughout my body. And it always starts in my crown chakra and then moves through my body. And I am able to get into a very relaxed state and to listen to the information that's being passed. The problems with these messages that I found out when I first started to study this is, are the messages consistent? Channeling has a very bad reputation and in the UFO field, and is not considered to be scientific. Well, I do now believe that it's scientific, and I'm going to share with you a story of one of my investigations. So you'll see what it is. You want to know, are they telling the truth? Has any information been verified? How do you know that those who claim to be ETs are not just playful spirits? And is this being imagined by the channeler? So I'm going to talk first about non-physical contact. You can also read an article that I wrote about this first case I'm going to talk about on my website at Kathleen-Martin.com. It's under my essays on contact. And I also have a chapter in Freeze Beyond UFOs, the science of contact with non-human intelligence. So I was on the board of directors of FREE, the Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation, for many years. So, and took part in their study as someone who worked on it. So the first presentation that I want to do today is the story of Francis Swan. This is a historical case that started in 1954. And the way that I learned about this is that my aunt, Betty Hill, mentioned to me during my investigation of her case that she had known Helen and Rear Admiral Herbert Knowles. And she presented a letter to me. Eventually, she gave me all of her files and hypnosis tapes. And I did a very extensive investigation of her case as well. But in that letter from Helen Knowles to Betty, she wrote, Herbie not only helped her out, and she's talking about Francis Swan, but personally endorsed her letter after he read it. Then, because its contents were of vital national importance, he addressed a personal letter to Washington, which brought a group of departmental top brass to our home. Much correspondence ensued, and when they learned that the information described in her letter was not orthodox or obtained by conventional means, they withdrew their interest and went home. And she said, and I was getting tired of making sandwiches for that crowd during that time. But I thought, wow, look at that. The government was involved in this. They're interested in what these non-human entities have to tell us. And so I wanted to learn as much as I could about this so I could write about it in Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill UFO Experience, which actually I have just updated, is the 60th anniversary edition with all of the scientific tests and test results that have been done since the first book was published in 2007. So let me tell you a little bit about what I learned about Francis Swan. But first, I could not find any family members where I could get information when I wrote Captured. So I ended up using some information that Jacques Vallée had written in his book, Forbidden Science, where he was referring to Francis Swan. I knew a little bit about her, but this is some information that I learned. Flashes of light occurred in her home and the physical materialization of a being. And this began to happen in the spring of 1954. She had been followed home by a strange craft that had sort of paced her car the previous October when she was decorating for a Halloween party at the town hall. She was actively involved in the town. She was on the school board and did many things in the town. In May 1954, messages started to stream to her day and night from Afa and Panar. And she heard this kind of buzzing sound in her ear before the messages came. And she would just get up out of bed even and write without any effort on her part and write continuously for 4 or 5 hours at a time without getting tired. So she collected a lot of these messages. She finally worked out a system with Afa and Panar that she needed to sleep, and that she would be willing to collect messages from them twice a day, but that was all. And they complied with her wishes. So she ended up with a packet of information, and it was scientific information. And she thought that it was of concern of national security to our government. So she took that packet to the house of Herbert Knowles, and he started to read it. And he realized that, part of it said that atomic bomb explosions were destructive to the Earth's magnetic field. This was information, and it was pertinent in scientific data that was far beyond Francis Swan's knowledge or understanding. So he sat down and he wrote a letter to Dwight Eisenhower. And the letter was referred to the Secret Service on June 10th, 1954. The non-human intelligent entities claim to be repairing magnetic fault lines for the benefit of humankind and for the preservation of the universe, because they said, if Earth's fault lines become broken, they will have a destructive effect on the entire universe. Well, any physical physicist, material physicist would say, oh, that's impossible. This won't affect the rest of the universe. But if you think of the universe as a multi-dimensional universe, then it could have an effect out there as well. And I'll explain that in a minute. So I was able to get more information after I wrote Captured by doing radio shows and requesting that if anyone in the family heard me or knew someone who knew the family members, would they please contact me? Because I was looking for the correspondence files regarding Francis Swan, and also correspondence between Rear Admiral Herbert Knowles on the left and Wilbert Smith on the right. So Admiral Knowles was a naval officer in both world wars and a pioneer submarine commander. He received 5 Legion of Merit awards, and later he taught submarine electricity in the Navy Submarine School at New London, Connecticut. He, after his retirement, joined the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, and he was on their board of directors. Then Wilbert Smith was the director of the Canadian Project Magnet UFO study. He was the director of Project Second Story, and he was a senior radio engineer for the Transport Canada's Broadcast and Measurements section. So the letter to Dwight Eisenhower stated that Francis Swan exhibited the ability to answer scientific questions well beyond her education, and the answers were given to her by an alien named Afa, and that the US Navy and the Canadian government are investigating. Also, the FBI, the US Air Force, and the CIA joined in on the investigation. So here is an office memorandum as evidence, and it was written to the director of the FBI concerning Francis Swan. You see right here, information concerning her, miscellaneous. And so they talked about Francis. So the statements, what I want to really get to is what information was passed to Wilbert Smith, to Admiral Knowles, and to the US government. Well, Wilbert Smith wrote these statements to Admiral Knowles. I'm satisfied that Francis Swan's contact was authentic. They studied her scientifically. Her communications are self-consistent. They checked well with similar material obtained through other contexts that for the same reasons I think are authentic. And there has been little or no opportunity for collusion. And the predictions given by her contacts have enjoyed more hits than misses. And Frances Swan was doing this secretly with the Canadian government and the US government, and she was not communicating with other contactees. So what they were able to find is that the ET's major concerns are, you must stop polluting the earth. Humans must become more spiritual and raise their vibrational level. We will provide competent teachers to educate all of you. So they were offering to educate Earthlings and the government heads of state. There is a displaced magnetic field problem on Earth caused by nuclear explosions, and we are working to repair this. That was one piece of information that Wilbert Smith was able to check out scientifically. And he did find that these magnetic field problems were being repaired. So he felt that this was evidence that this was real and that all vibration is sound. Sound waves permeate the universe and affect the human body. Become peaceful and your sound will create peace. Herbert Knowles wrote this to Wilbert Smith on December 3rd, 1956. So this was an ongoing investigation. He wrote, "We must bear in mind at all times that the human desire to be the big I am, the desire for fame, prestige, power, the urge to be the first, the biggest, the best, etc. I look with a jaundiced eye upon all these organizations which have a president, a flock of officers, a high-sounding name, and an axe to grind of some kind. Beware of those who would have one join their ranks, always at a certain cost or sacrifice, perhaps the performance of some duty to prove one's worth, sincerity, willingness to obey, etc. The hard job right now is to maintain one's sense of balance, one's sanity, and responsibility to those around us." So you can see the letter here on the left, and this is the paragraph that I just quoted from. Knowles wrote another letter, wrote a letter to Smith, and he wrote, "Out of all of this, I believe the following basic facts have been established. Flying saucers are real and come from outer space. The real important thing to know about them is why they are here. Their source and mechanics are merely incidental. Their people have contacted people all over the earth in various ways, trying to get to us a common message about coming events." And I think that maybe we're in those coming events now. "And no one nation, people, or area is being shown preference by them, and none will be. They are sharing equally with people all over the earth. Any technical knowledge gained from them will be so incomplete that no nation can take advantage of it to the detriment of other nations. Absolute neutrality is a requisite in all their contacts with us. Beware of all reports that show preference or partiality on their part. The days we are living in come the closest to being the latter days described in the biblical prophecies that mankind has experienced in the last 3,000 to 4,000 years. And for anyone who might be worried about this, they had this knowledge in 1954, and they did state that this does not mean that the earth is going to be destroyed, that there will be a major shakeup and many people will die, but that the earth will continue on with people as well. So if you want to learn more about this, I'm just giving you some of the information. Go to my website at kathleen-martin.com and read the entire essay that I wrote on this. Kevin Briggs is with us today listening, and I took part in a research project, a study with Kevin and a team of researchers for a period of 2 years. I met Kevin for the first time in 2015 or 16. He actually lives in the town that I live in Florida. And he is a man who grew up in England. And at the age of 8, he was taking a bath at night. And these very tall, human-looking entities simply materialized in front of him in the bathroom and scared him to death. And then they came back and they communicated with him. And there was one named Ort, who he would sometimes be visible as an orb, but Ort sometimes would show himself as well. And so he taught Kevin how to have an out-of-body experience where he could travel around at night. And he is in communication today with these non-humans. He and his wife moved to the United States. I think it must have been about 20 years ago now. And he was a police officer in England, and he's been a real estate agent here in the United States. So I was very happy to be able to study this and to ask questions. We were allowed to ask 2 questions at one meeting that we had once a month. So there were a group of us who were asking these questions. I'm going to share just 3 of them, I think it is, with you today that I asked that, and I thought I received very interesting answers. And Kevin has given me permission to share more information in a book that I'm working on now. But Kevin, here's Kevin. And this is his book, Spiritual Consciousness, A Personal Journey. He has just published a 2nd book as well. And one of the questions that I asked is, why are you here? You know, what are you doing here on Earth? And the answer I received from Ort was, we are here to guide and assist in the development of your species and your world. We planted your seed here and we helped to develop it. We introduce things to assist in your development. As for the other members of the Council of 8, they are your extended families. We have a connection to our consciousness, to our souls, to our soul energy, which we all share. If we raise our level of consciousness to a higher level, you are able to achieve more. This is what we are trying to do here, they said. And being humans who were studying this, the first thing that we wanted is, well, prove to us that you are who you say you are. And so they introduced themselves to us one at a time. And there was Ort and Dee that I mentioned earlier, Orla, who was a tall white, Arna, who was a blue avian, Chica, who is a mantis being, Targ, who is a short gray, and Zark, who was a taller gray. And then there is also Ra, who sort of runs the council, and he's an Anunnaki. He has not been in the physical for a very long period of time. He's in the 9th dimension, but the others are in the 5th and 6th dimensions. So we learned all about dimensional frequencies and also about consciousness and how to raise our consciousness. Zark met with me. He was the one who came with me. I agreed to meet with him. I couldn't see him, but boy, could I feel his presence. A very strong tingling through my body. I asked questions and I wrote his responses down. And it's a good thing that I did write those down, because I forgot everything that he said. I think that maybe it was the rate of vibrational frequency that I was vibrating at, that when I came back down to being more solid in our three-dimensional world, that I didn't remember what he had stated. But as this was happening, again, I met with him and I could feel his presence. And I looked out on the lake because he was going to show me a craft. I couldn't see the craft, but I could see a whirling in the water. I had never seen that before on the lake out in front of my house. And it was like little waves just whirling around in about a 35-foot circle. I know that ducks can make little circles as they paddle around, but it wasn't like duck paddling. This was different. So I asked, why don't you contact our heads of state from around the world? And the answer was, your governments are aware of our presence. They have been aware for many years. They do not want to disclose our presence to the people of your planet. It is important for the development of yourselves and your planet to be aware that we are here. We are many. We have been here before, many thousands of years ago, and you destroyed yourself then. And you are in a position now to do it again, and we will not allow it. I asked, can you help us to understand life in the different dimensions? And the answer was, there are interdimensional beings who just live in the spiritual. These do transcend the dimensions from time to time. Then we have what you call extraterrestrials from different dimensions. The difference between the dimensions is only the difference in the vibrational frequencies that they exist in. So people get taken between the spiritual, get mistaken between the spiritual and the physical from the different dimensions. That was important information to me. I asked, what process is used to remove humans or to move humans through solid surfaces, such as walls and ceilings, onto craft and back? And the answer I received is, what you consider solid can be changed and altered. They are just atoms with electrons, which are of a certain vibration. We amplify the vibrations to different vibrational frequencies, which is just the frequency of the body. And this allows it to move through the wall. And the second part of this today, I want to talk about the messages that are passed through physical contact. People who are taken to craft, where the entities are visible to them and are in communication with them. The first case I wrote about in Beyond UFOs, and the case study was of Elaine Burke, who was a housewife in Texas in 1957. Her husband worked at night in a factory, and she would go to bed very, very late at night so that she would be able to serve him breakfast in the morning, and he would, they would both go to bed together and sleep through the day so she could be very quiet. And so she stayed awake late at night just reading, and she wouldn't even begin to sleep until very early in the morning hours, or about the time when her husband arrived or after he went to bed. So this particular night, something unusual happened. She kept her windows open. They didn't even have a fan in the house. It's summertime. and she's very, very hot. And so she takes a cool shower and she goes to bed and she starts reading. She read in her bed. And she suddenly fell asleep. She never did this. And then she was awakened by a very bright light that was coming into her apartment. And the next thing she knew, she was out in the yard and there was a craft out there. And so she said there were two entities, like in a bubble on the top of this craft. And one of them was holding what she thought was some kind of gun. And she was afraid they were going to shoot her. And they said, they read her thoughts and they responded to her telepathically and said to her, don't worry, no harm will come to you. And so they took her to craft, and they took her more than one time. They took her several times throughout her lifetime, and they changed the person that she was, like all experiencers, and especially abductees, are changed for the better. Excuse me. So the message that was, one of the messages that was given to Elaine Burke is that they are involved in the connection of DNA to determine whose genetic material will survive the environmental collapse of the Earth's ecosystem. So do you notice how these little pieces of information that were not disseminated to the public are being repeated by different groups, by the tall humans who Frances Swan saw sometimes, who would materialize in her house, to Kevin Briggs, and now to Elaine Burke way back in 1957. So the same kind of messages are being given. They also said there is one universal force that connects all of us. And the next communication I want to talk about is what the non-human entities told my family and told me. Well, I'm the niece of Betty and Barney Hill, and here's a photograph of me when I was younger and my Aunt Betty out by the family pool. I grew up across the street from my grandparents. This is Betty's father, Raymond Barrett, and my grandmother, Florence Barrett. My mother was Betty's sister. And here's Betty and Barney. And this guy out here was my father. It was a hot day, so he was probably in his swimsuit washing his truck or something like that. My grandparents' house is over here. And there was a UFO that landed on my grandparents' farm on April 23rd, 1966. And so I used this picture. It was the only picture I had of that part of the yard. And so a craft came in, and it was observed by two people, by my grandmother and one of our neighbors coming in. And it was investigated by UFO investigators. And what Betty wrote in her diary is that all the trees in a circular pattern were broken or bent or badly scraped at a height of 12 inches from the, or 12 feet from the ground. In the center was a slight triangular indentation measuring 36 inches on each side. The dried grass was burned as well as some bark in the trees. Now, this is an aerial view of my grandparents' home. This is approximately the area where the craft landed. Trees have overtaken this area. My grandparents had all of this area as grass and gardens when they lived there. They've been long deceased, but the new family let the trees grow up. So it was about 250 feet from where that craft landed to my childhood home, which was over here. My experiences and my mother's were investigated by Dr. James Harder, who is here on the right. He was an engineer. He taught engineering at the University of Colorado, Berkeley. He was a civil engineer, and he worked on biorobotics as well. And my mother and I believe, were taken on that date in April of 1966. But we kind of kept this secret. And I was traumatized by it. I was scared to death. I had conscious memories of being on that craft and having these entities standing around me. I didn't know what was going on, and I couldn't remember their faces. And so I finally did have hypnosis in the 1970s because they came back and I had contact with them, and I was still traumatized a few years later. It wasn't until I worked through all of this with a really knowledgeable and compassionate hypnotherapist that I realized that I should not be fearful. And I worked on this for years because I always had that fight or flight response. I developed a technique of self-hypnosis so that I would not be frightened and I could communicate with them. There were 2 times in my lifetime where a UFO was seen hovering low outside my house, besides the one in New Hampshire. One was when I lived in Colorado, and no, both of them were when I lived in Colorado. I lived in Crested Butte, Colorado for several years. My neighbors tried to find me, but I was missing. I had memories of grays in my bedroom and of being on a craft. I would receive telepathic messages from them that they were going to come and see me that night. And that would make me feel very nervous. I had memories of a nice escort, though, who communicated with me and made me feel comfortable. My escort showed me artificial wombs containing fetuses and or gestational tanks. They weren't shaped like wombs. And my case was investigated, and I had hypnosis with Dr. Harder at that time. So some of the messages that were given to me that I am performing an important function for them, that it is helping them to understand more about us, and they need to take my genetic material. They said that they take tissue samples to check for environmental toxicity. They're concerned about the disintegration of our species. And as I thought about that, I realized that I grew up just downstream, maybe a mile or less away, as the crow flies, from a toxic waste dump. It's a Superfund site, the Kingston, New Hampshire barrel factory. And it was washing out these barrels and emptying them into a stream. And that stream fed the lake that I lived nearby, grew up nearby. And also water probably was leaching into our wells. So that was a big concern to me when we later found out what was going on. But it makes sense to me that they wanted to check my body for environmental toxicity. I lived 20 miles away from a nuclear base, and I lived about 21 miles away from the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard that was building nuclear submarines. So it makes sense to me now. He told me, my escort told me, that I'm part of them, that we're family. I have no reason to be fearful or to distrust them. They mean no harm. And by closely monitoring family lines, they can document positive changes generationally. Our failure to be good stewards to our planet, our failure to care for our fellow humans, and our propensity for warlike behavior present a danger to the survival of our species. Their group is attempting to upgrade humans and to assist in the development of our species. Our level of spiritual maturity is out of balance with our technological development and could lead us down the path to annihilation. When this imbalance occurs and civilization does not mature spiritually, it can lead to the disintegration of our species and life on our planet. They have seen this occur elsewhere, and they are attempting to raise spiritual consciousness. Well, this was information they gave to me before I ever met Kevin Briggs. So, and I've, in doing this study, realized that this information that was given to me and documented was similar to the messages that people have received dating back to 1954. And I've worked on 3 major studies on experiencers, about 5,000 in all, I guess. Denise Stoner and I did the first in 2012. Then I worked on the Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation's experiencer study with PhD academics and lay researchers such as myself. And also, we did a MUFON study. I was MUFON's Director of Experiencer Research. No longer am. I've stepped down recently due to time constraints. But we had 516 experiencers. And I worked on that with Michael Austin Melton, Dr. Michael Austin Melton, Dr. Don C. Donderi from McGill University, psychologist, Denise Stoner, and Craig Lang, who was had his master's degree, and he was a hypnotherapist. But what we discovered from our study, MUFON study, that also was pretty much the same as what we've discovered in Free study, is that most experiencers have received telepathic messages and downloads of information. Most are intuitive or psychic. All who participated in the study are empaths, all of the abductee group. Many have been healed and some work to heal others. All have increased spirituality. Most have feelings of universal connectedness. More than half have higher than average environmental awareness. Many have been informed about environmental and changes and the possibility of global war, and many feel that they are here to assist the ETs in their mission to save our planet and increase human spiritual consciousness. And I wrote about the studies in my book, Extraterrestrial Contact, What to Do When You've Been Abducted. I don't like that term abduction because I no longer feel that I've been abducted. I feel like I've been part of this and volunteered to do this job a long, long time ago. But my publisher gets to name the book, and they said, well, people won't know what you mean if you just call this an experiencer's handbook. We need to use the word abducted. So I said, well, okay, I don't feel happy about it, but I'll do it. So I want to thank you for listening. And these are the 5 books that are for sale, still for sale now. Science Was Wrong, that I did with Stanton Friedman, Startling Truths About Cures, Theories and Inventions They, meaning scientists, over the past couple of 100 years, declared impossible, but they were wrong. The next book that Stanton and I wrote together was Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers. We did a great deal of research in physical archives. We read the correspondence files of those people who were debunkers, skeptics, and disinformants, we found out, and how they worked together. and it's all in that book. I wrote the Alien Abduction Files, the most startling cases of human alien contact ever reported, with Denise Stoner. And her story is in this book and other cases that I have investigated. I did the hypnosis on several of those as well. So we're very proud of that book. And Denise Stoner is actually the very knowledgeable and kind hypnotherapist who worked with me to help me to resolve all this stress and fear that I was carrying. Also, extraterrestrial contact, I already talked about that, and the new Captured, the 60th anniversary edition. So thank you very, very much. I hope that you enjoyed my lecture, that you learned from it, and I was so thrilled to be with you today.
Kathleen, that was absolutely astounding. Okay, I loved it. I loved in particular that you shared your own story too, your own contacts. It wasn't just all the research, which is in itself fascinating enough. But I'm just so grateful that you're part of that family lineage that's been contacted with the as an experiencer. So thank you. And for sharing this, I can see why they chose you to do this work.
Thank you. That's what they tell me. They tell me that I am a communicator, a carrier of information between them and humanity.
No, you are, absolutely. And I could feel the power of what you were saying. You answered so many of my own questions. I've been an experiencer, I guess, my entire life, and this just really fits. So I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone here, because I know everyone here has had their own experiences. That's what brings us together. So thank you so much. And if you don't mind, maybe you want to stop in the chat for a few minutes, see if there's any questions.
Okay.
If you have a couple of minutes.
I'll stop sharing the screen. Here we are.
And ciao. And thank you. Sweet. All right. Oh my God, take a deep breath. And to think that, you know, we did that intention before she came on, and I did not know she was going to be talking about all these messages. So I hope you were able to absorb them and feel like the person, feel those messages, because there's so much, they're so meant for each and every one of us who's here. So meanwhile, now I get to bring on my very, very dear friend, Trisha McCannon. And, you know, I have her whole bio in front of me as an amazing mystic and author of these beloved books. I mean, the first book on angels I read was Trisha McCannon's book. And I just want you all to know the very first tour I ever went on of a spiritual nature was with Trisha McCannon. This woman has her pulse on the mystery schools around the planet, the mysteries that we all want to connect to. She's a goddess. She's a healer. She's outstanding. And Trisha, I just am so happy that you're here to speak to us today on all of this portals to ascensions. So I want to just welcome you.
Thank you, Joni. It's such a pleasure. And it's wonderful to be introduced by you, my beautiful girlfriend from, you know, California, who's such a great painter yourself of angels and higher dimensional beings. So thank you so much, darling.
Yes. And I want everyone to know something about Trisha. I met her. She did these readings for me. She's astounding. She walked in my house, saw interdimensional beings. And so I just want you to take in everything she says to us. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, we have a lot to cover today, and I'm sure you guys probably have had a full plate with all the wonderful speakers on Thursday and Friday. And so I want to thank Neil, of course, and Portal to Ascension for putting on this amazing event once a year. And as you know, I do a lot of events for him. If you go to portaltoascension.org, you'll find probably, and put in my name, you'll probably find a dozen presentations that I've done for him over the years. I have actually a new one coming up next Saturday, which is on the Divine Feminine and Sacred Masculine. for those of you who are on that page and really wanting to understand how that can help to heal and balance our world. And also there'll be the Pyramid Conference on, I think Sunday, June the 6th, and I'll be speaking about Atlantis there. But today we have about 115 slides to do in 1 hour. So we're going to be flying through this today. I'm going to go ahead and do share screen. And we are just going to get going. This will be super fun. Lots of images. So, okay, we're talking about Ascension. Neil said an Ascension conference, so I could talk on this subject for about 3 days. There is so much to say, but we are going to squish everything we can into 1 hour. When we start talking about Ascension, of course, the conversation we're having is about the shift of the ages and the new earth, and what does that mean? And we're going to cover some of those great highlights today. Yes, as Joni said, I'm an author of 4 books. You can just find me on TrishaMcCannon.com or TrishaMcCannonSpeaks.com and look them up. I have had a mystery school that I have students all over the world that I've taught for about 14 years called the Phoenix Fire Mystery School, where there are 12 classes that you can actually order, and I send them to you. They're 100 to 180 pages each, and there's a whole 12 of them. So you can find all that on my website, TrishaMcCannon.com. There's also another website, though, I want to turn you on to for those of you who are interested in spirituality and having your own direct experiences with masters and sages. And that is a website called The Way of Truth, mysteryschool.org. And hopefully Joni will put all this stuff in the chat so that you can write it down, because I know we're going fast. But this is a path that I've been on since I was 19 years old, where I've been initiated by these profound masters and sages who are working with human consciousness behind the scenes in order to help elevate us, to help make us aware that we are souls with bodies, and we're not bodies that might possibly have souls. And so that's a real important shift in consciousness. And once you begin to experience that for yourself, it can shift your whole world for the better. And you begin to have these higher dimensional experiences that Kathleen was talking about, and even Grant alluded to. So we want to start with the $24,000 question: what is Ascension? That's a big one, isn't it? Well, probably the first time most of us hear that term is at the time of Jesus 2,000 years ago. We hear that Jesus ascended, he ascended on the mountain, he was taken up into the heavens, he was raised into the heavens. And of course, there's lots of art that tells us this. So ascension is the raising up of someone or something. Now, other spiritual teachers, are said to have also had these similar kinds of experiences. For example, Enoch in the Old Testament, the scribe, the story is that he was raised up by these messengers or angels and taken to a place called Mount Hermon. And there he encountered these gigantic, very tall beings that seemed to be luminous with light, that they had technology that he did not even have a vocabulary for. And he put all this into a series of 10 books called the Books of Enoch. Now, these were very well known within the ancient world, but they were taken out of the Old Testament because I think that the political powers that be within the Roman Empire that became the Roman Catholic Church were afraid that people would realize that he was having experiences with either higher dimensional beings or tall, physical, long-lived beings that were extraterrestrial. And they didn't really want that because they were teaching a monotheism, and the Elohim is the plural, of course, of the gods, and Anunnaki, of course, is the plural of those who came from the sky. So we also have accounts in the Old Testament like Ezekiel, the Hebrew prophet, who very similarly was said to have, looked into the sky and seen, wheels within wheels, the chariot of fire that Van Donegan talks about. And, he really did not, again, have the language to explain what this was. They didn't have airplanes or helicopters. They didn't talk about unidentified flying objects or UFOs like we do. They simply were blown away by with whatever it was they saw that was a very advanced light show. Now, Ezekiel explains that the symbols that he saw were a lion, an eagle, a man, and a bull. Many biblical writers have tried to decipher what these four things mean. But if you're coming from a place of traditional Christianity, you're not going to know this. Within the esoteric mystery schools, you would know this, because these symbols all are connected with the four fixed ages of the 12 ages of the zodiac. Here's the bull, that represents Taurus, the bull, fixed earth. Here's the lion, that's fixed fire. Here's the man, that's fixed air, that's Aquarius. And here's the eagle. Now, most of us think of Scorpio as being a scorpion, but the higher end of Scorpio is really the eagle, and even the highest level is the phoenix, because it contains the entire initiatic path. So what's so special about these four ages? This becomes a very, very important question. And you want to remember these four ages, because we're going to answer that question a little later on in this presentation. They're pivotal for us to understand where we are in our movement through the galaxy, where we are in terms of our ascension process, where we are in terms of our awakening, and the great cycles of time that we're going to be talking about in today's presentation. So with all of these things, we have to ask, were they having experience with higher dimensional beings? Were they having experiences with very tall, long-lived extraterrestrials whose technology was so mind-blowing, it just literally was like a science fiction movie long before there were science fiction movies out there? So were these experiences with the gods, or were these, transcendental experiences? And perhaps they were both. So regardless, the idea of ascension is someone being lifted up, right? Being raised to a higher frequency or higher dimension. So for Earth to go through ascension, which is what we're calling it in the New Age consciousness, it means to raise our planet into a higher state of consciousness. So we have to ask how that can happen. Well, it can really only happen through vibrational frequency. Frequency is the key to everything. Sound vibration governs everything. So sound creates light. Phonons create photons. And phonons, sound, vibration, and light sustains all of matter. What we call matter is really frozen, it's slowed down. The electrons and the protons and the neutrons have slowed down to the point that we experience this as solid. So matter is slowed down energy. That's what Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared, was all about. Energy equals matter, or mass, times the speed of light. So of course, this is actually a physics problem that we've discovered over 100 years ago. So when we look in the Bible, religious teachings or spiritual teachings, they talk about in the beginning was the Word. So the Word is the sound. Within the mystery schools, this is called the Shabda sound current. There are different names for it, but it's the audible life stream that literally is emanated, the or the hue. These are very, very, very high vibrational sounds that interpenetrate everything and that essentially create everything. So we experience our world as solid because we're basically as matter, all vibrating around the same frequency. It doesn't mean that your consciousness might not be at a higher frequency than somebody else, but the atoms of your body, the atoms of the table and the desk and the cell phone and your kitty cat, we're all vibrating in the same basic field. So that's why we see each other. That's why we experience each other as solid. But actually, there are many more dimensions out there. Yep, there are many more frequencies out there. And if we pulled back the curtain on our reality, we would begin to realize that even in the physical plane, there's 7 subdimensions. In the astral plane, which is above it, there's 7 subdimensions. In the mental plane, there's 7 subdimensions. So there are, and then we go up into the spiritual etheric planes and the soul planes and so forth. So, many believe that there's 7 planes with 7 suboctaves. That's 48 planes. Some say that there are 12 planes or 13 planes with 12 or 7 suboctaves. That's a lot of different frequencies and planes. And this is why a lot of times people have experiences with elves or fairies or giants or ghosts. it's because those beings still exist, but they're vibrating at a higher frequency. And for some reason, you've crossed over into their frequency, or they've crossed over into yours for a short period of time. This is kind of how it works. And this was all known within the great spiritual mystery schools. This is all taught within the scope of those mystery schools, because in learning to do soul journey work or soul travel, we learn how to shift our consciousness and move consciously into those levels. For example, in the physical world, our bandwidth of what we're able to see is very narrow. And just let's look at this. This is a science graph. This is how much we see. The very beautiful colors we see all around us that seem so rich, we basically see 7. And this is how narrow it is. But look at this. We've got infrared, we don't see, microwaves, radio waves, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays. And we don't see them, but they're happening all around us. Just like the vibration that's going into our cell phones or our television sets. We don't see it, but it's moving through the air all around us. The same thing with our hearing. We have a very limited range of hearing. And, you can see there's low bass notes and they're high frequency notes. And we know if you go high enough, you break crystal, you break glass. If you go low enough, you literally can have the poor dolphins and the whales, you can bust their eardrums, as the Navy has done with its sonic experiments in the Pacific Ocean. So we have, again, a very narrow range, but there is a lot going on around us that most of us are unaware of. So, and in fact, maybe you don't know this, but 40 octaves around the hearing, the human hearing produces, above the human hearing, produces what they call sonoluminescence. In other words, the movement of sound, phonons into light, happens at 40 octaves above human hearing, which is amazing. So there could be new frequencies bathing our planet that we can't see, that we can't hear, but a lot of us who are sensitive, we're feeling it. And sometimes it means that we wind up being dizzy. Sometimes we're exhausted and we can't figure out why we're so tired. But we're picking up on things that are going on behind the scenes. For example, this week, I've had a really tough week staying, energetically, because even though I've been seeing clients and so forth, I've been so tired. And I've been waking up around 4:30, 4:40, 4 in the morning. I don't know if any of you have, but, I put that out to some of the other high initiates within this path, and they've been having the same exact experience. So I was like, what's going on? Well, I found out, of course, that there's big earthquakes in Japan this week. There's floods in Italy this week. Mount Etna is going off. There's a lot of volcanic activity. There's solar flares happening this week. So we pick up on these things, even if we don't exactly know what it is we're picking up on. Right now, our planet, our entire solar system, in fact, is moving to a part of the galaxy where there are new light frequencies that are bathing our entire planet. And a lot of us that are sensitive, we feel this. So this is actually what's happening now, even though you might not be able to see it, you might not be able to hear it, but you can feel it. And you may begin to tune into it in your dream state or in meditation, when your brain waves move from that chatty little beta brain, which is such a busy brain, into deeper levels of alpha, theta, and delta. And in those deeper levels, we're a lot more sensitive to having more access to the spiritual information that we're really about. So sound, vibration, and light basically program all of matter, that which we can see and that which we cannot see. These new frequencies are coming to the Earth from the galactic center, and they're sent to our sun, and our sun broadcasts them to all the planets in the solar system. This is how it works in every solar system. The sun is the receiver and the transmitter, and then the planets receive it. And inside of every living planet is a sun, a smaller sun, of course. In traditional science, we think of it as a molten core, but in reality, the centrifugal spin of a planet throws the matter to the outer crust, and that inner core is actually an inner sun. Once the planet dies, that inner sun dies. So the sun sends the energy into the inner core of the planet if the planet's still living, and it radiates it out. So it's permeating our cells at every level. So we have to ask, where does this light come from? Well, this is what is happening in the Milky Way galaxy right now, which is a mind blower. We literally have an explosion that is occurring at the center of our galaxy around the constellation of Cygnus, the swan, which is shaped very much like a cross. And you can see here, it's 50,000 light years tall. This is the plane of the galaxy, and this is the bubble. These are gamma ray emissions. Now, gamma ray emissions are connected with, in anthropological circles, with the development of higher consciousness. Okay, this is Cygnus, just so you see. It's really beautiful. It's kind of near the galactic center. It looks like a cross, doesn't it? It's connected with the white swan or the white dove or the divine mother, the divine feminine. And this is the location. We know that this happened about 16,500 years ago. And this marked a demarcation at the time of Atlantis, which I'm going to be talking about Atlantis in great depth on June the 6th during the Pyramid Conference. So it sent this wave of consciousness, a wave of gamma rays to activate and accelerate human abilities like telepathy and some of the telekinetic ability and so forth and so on. So this is happening, and we are literally, we're receiving it now. We are seeing it now. It may have happened in the past because obviously we have a distance of light years between our solar system and the center of the galaxy, but it's bathing our planet and our solar system now. And it's not just in our galaxy. This is happening in many galaxies. It's a multi-galactic event, which was prophesied by the Mayans. Now, gamma rays increase intelligence and brain size. This is our brain. We're constantly being flooded with good and bad vibrations. But the Anunnaki gods, when they first came down here, they had these big old craniums, which is why you see them wearing those headdresses to kind of hold their heads up. So we have about 1,300 grams to our brain. Dolphins have about 1,650, by the way. Gorillas have 800 grams. It takes about 1,000 grams to master spoken language. The Anunnaki had 3,300 grams. That's a lot of telepathic power, okay? And that's because they have more gamma ray emissions on their planet. And once they came down here and they started living here, those that were born here, they weren't born with those gigantic cranial skulls. But of course, we found these kinds of skulls all over the planet, and they're associated with increased telepathic abilities and telekinetic abilities and spiritual abilities and so forth. So this change is coming from the higher dimensions, coming down from the higher dimensions, down, the 7th, the 6th, the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd. Here we are in the 3rd, and we're receiving it in the 3rd dimension, reminding us of the ancient Hermetic saying within the mystery schools, as above, so below, as below, so above. In other words, the world we're in is a subset, let us say, of the astral. And the astral is a subset of the mental. The higher planes are the mother-father energies, and each successive plane comes down and densifies. So we have more density down here than the planes, let us say, below us, and we have less density than the ones below us, and we have more density than the ones above us. So we're someplace, towards the bottom, but not the very bottom. So our universe is actually comprised of many different dimensions, in fact. And this is one model that was used within the great mystery schools that talked about the number 7. 7 was always a sacred number, as was 12, because we have 7 major chakras. And so even though they knew that there were like 12 planets out there, if you counted the moon and the sun and so forth and so on, and Nibiru and some of the planets that we've only discovered in the last 200 or 300 years, in modern times, they knew about those, but they marked only 7, okay? And that was because 7 was considered the sacred number. And what happens is we can see a lot of things that are below us, but it's harder for us to see that which is above us. Just like when you go to heaven, the astral plane or the mental plane, you can see the planes below. You have access to that information. Now, you're not encouraged to hang out and scare your relatives to death in the third dimension, but they will allow you to have visits sometimes if you still have affairs that you need to wrap up. So you can sort of see this is actually one of the models for this. The Arupa realms are the non-physical, non-form realms. The fifth dimension has a lot of forms. They still have, you know, houses and cities and libraries and temples and all of that kind of stuff. We still can use bodies. And the fourth dimension, the third dimension, the second, the first, and so forth. But once we really move above the fifth dimension, we move into the realm of much more pure energy. Now, Michio Kaku, who's an incredible quantum physicist, along with Brian Greene and some of our other luminaries in current times, talks about the fact that there are at least 13 dimensions. Some believe that there are as many as 10 dimensions. So this is something that science has finally come to, you know, in the last 20 years, discovering that in fact these dimensions are almost like they're describing it as curled up in one another, like layers of an onion. Okay, and that's actually how the ancients in the mystery schools describe them. So we are all multidimensional beings. We source really from the divine. We have the spark of the divine, the spark of God within us. And as we come down through the dimensions, we put on layers. Okay, and these are the bodies, the subtle energy bodies that comprise our aura. And of course, we can't really participate in the third dimension very well unless we have a third dimensional body and so forth. And most of us don't know it, but we do have an astral body. We use it every night when we sleep, when we dream. We have a mental body, whether we're aware of it or not. And we call it, right now, the interface with that mental body is the mind or the brain, and so forth. But we know that even when the brain is damaged, even when someone's pronounced dead on the operating table, they go out and they have all sorts of incredible experiences, and they come back and they call them near-death experiences, and no one knows how it can work because, after all, they were brain dead at the time. So our mental body, our spiritual body exists beyond the physical world, whether we know it or not. Right now, our planet, that is also a living presence who has put up with so many different civilizations on this planet that have, you know, rise and fall and rise and fall. Bless her heart that she's put up with us. She's at a pivotal time in evolution, and so are we, because we live on her. So this is, of course, the Mayan Hunab Ku. That's really a very deeply encoded Hermetic image. Here's the galactic plane. And when we're below the galactic plane, as I'm going to be showing you, we move in one direction. And when we go above the galactic plane, the poles reverse, the magnetic poles reverse, which is probably what we're going to have come up, whether it's in 30 years or it's in 150 years, is we're probably heading for a pole reversal, which is why the poles are melting. And this is normal. This is the normal mechanisms of this kind of change. But has this happened before? Absolutely, it has happened before. It's a celestial clock. So to contemplate these questions is to really stand back and realize that time didn't begin 5,000 years ago when traditional science would like to pretend that it did. It didn't even begin, 12,000 years ago with the fall of Atlantis, or 11,750 years ago, which is about when Atlantis fell for the last time or went down in the Great Flood. In fact, there have been earlier ages in Earth's history where there have been advanced societies, and we're just now finding the evidence for that. But of course, it completely shakes up the entire paradigm that we've been taught, so they don't really want to change it. But there are people like myself, people like Neil, people like many of the people you've been hearing the last few days, the Ancient Aliens show, they're just trying to bring this information to the forefront to look at the evidence that something has gone on that paints a bigger picture than what we've been told. So these are previous ages that we really only have myths and legends and artifacts, some artifacts. And of course, at the Pyramid Conference, we're going to be looking at some of those artifacts. So were there earlier ages on the Earth? Absolutely, there were. ancient people tell us, in fact, many tribal people are the ones who really have preserved this knowledge, that there have been either 3 or 4 previous ages. The Hopi say that we've had 3 before this one. This is the 4th age, and we're moving into the 5th sun, the 5th world. The Mayans also say that we're moving into the 5th world. The Toltecs, who claim to actually have given the Mayans their knowledge, claim that there were 5, this is the 5th world, and that we're moving into the 6th sun. Regardless of whether it's the we're in the 4th world or we're in the 5th world, we're moving to the 5th sun or the 6th sun, we're up for a change. So at the end of the first age, the planet was destroyed by fire. And this could easily have happened through an asteroid strike. As we know, we have the remains of a planet in the asteroid belt out between Mars and Jupiter. And that was a very large planet. There are different names for it. Some call it Marduk, some call it Tiamat, some call it other things. But it was a water world. It was an Earth kind of planet, but it was much larger than our planet. So we've had a lot of asteroid debris, and every single year in October, November, and December, there's the torrid meteor shower that comes by. And I'm sure that it's, hit our planet many times. We have an average of 3,000 to 4,000 meteorites hit this planet every year. But most of them are small enough. They go into the water. They have a small impact crater. This could have been, at the time, 65 million years ago, when the asteroid hit the Yucatan Peninsula and wiped out the dinosaurs. Or it could have been a time past that when humans were living on the planet. Legend tells us that at the end of the second age, we were destroyed by ice. In other words, there were still people who lived. Obviously, humanity survived at some level, but the poles shifted, ice formed, and so the time was very difficult for people to live in. And we know, even scientifically, that we have glacial and interglacial ages. So this makes total sense. At the end of the third age, we had the Great Flood. Now, in truth, it appears that we've had several large floods. Geologically, they say we've had one about 10,800 BC. And then about 1,000 years later, in 9,750 BC, which is the Great Flood that took down all of Atlantis, this was the Great Flood that we hear about with Noah's Ark all over the world. But these legends are in virtually every culture of the world, from China, Japan, Korea, the Mayans, the Aztec, the Native American Indians, the Druids, the Egyptians, the Greeks. So we know that it happened. So now we're nearing the end of the fourth age, which, of course, when you start looking at these past statistics, this could sound very scary, couldn't it? What's going to happen? Well, really, that is the $64,000 question. And this is something that I could spend 6 hours doing a very long presentation on, and that would be still condensing it because there's a lot to say about it. But we're going to take a look at some things today. So the good news is that this next age is called the Age of Illumination. That's really the good news. So whatever it is that happens on the backside of this, we're moving into a golden age. So even though right now we look around us and we see terrible political strife, we see lies and misinformation, and we see, one group fighting against another. And as Edgar Cayce would have said, they're the children of the law of one who are working for unity, and then they're the ones, as the Native Americans would say, that speak with forked tongue, or of the two-hearted ones, who are really about service to self and misrepresentation. And so right now it looks pretty bad, but the good news is on the other side of this change, we're going to move into a 1,000-year golden age. And this, of course, has been prophesied. Indian sages tell us that our solar system moves around the galaxy, and as it does so, it moves through 4 distinct ages. So let's take a look at these ages. In the Vedic tradition, they call them yugas, okay? The golden age, the silver age, the bronze age, and the iron age. This is a wheel of those ages. The Kali Yuga, which is where we are, is the shortest age. So let's just give it a unit number of 1. The Bronze Age is twice as long. So let's say it's the unit of 2. The Silver Age is twice as long, so a unit of 4 times the length of the Kali Yuga. And the Golden Age is 8 times the length of the Kali Yuga. So the good news is that the Golden Age always lasts much longer. And during the Golden Age, we're aware that we're souls. We're aware that that we're connected to the divine, and our spiritual gifts and who we are fully awakened. In the Silver Age, we begin to fall asleep more. There's more doubt. In the Bronze Age, we become much more rational and, scientific. And, if we can't see it, it can't be true. So we lose access to some of that universal consciousness. And in the Kali Yuga, it's marked by superstition, ignorance, lies, and terrible acts like shootings and, rapes and pillages and Adolf Hitler and Mussolini and those kinds of crazinesses. So we have been in the Kali Yuga since around 3114 BC. But there are ages within ages. So we went into the dark of the dark during the Inquisition for 6.5 centuries. Horrible, terrible, book burning, talk about ignorance. People that had spiritual gifts were killed and burned at the stake. We began to move into the Bronze Age within the Kali Yuga 450 years ago during the Renaissance, which is great. We are now on the verge here of moving into the Silver Age within the Kali Yuga still. So people are waking up to their clairaudience, their clairvoyance, their healing abilities, their dreaming abilities. We're waking up to our connection with the spiritual cosmos and the spiritual world. So there's still lots of people over here in the scientific, prove it. It's like a Roman, can I bite it? Bite the coin and eat it, And then there are others who have made this shift, and a lot of you are those people. And we are trying to, of course, straddle the fence to be able to ground things in science so that we can help our brothers and sisters to cross over into realizing that there's a bigger picture. Now, these levels go up and down like a great sine wave. So here's the Kali Yuga, the Dwarpa or Bronze Age, the Treta or Silver, and the Sattva or Golden Age, going up the hill and then back down the hill. This is another way of looking at it, and this is a real important graph. We move like a serpent. The whole universe moves in a serpentine motion. Our brain waves, our heartbeat, this has to do with the breath of God or the Shekinah or the divine feminine principle, the dove, the daughter principle. So we start the journey of 25,920 years here, and we move above the galactic equator. And at this time, the divine feminine rises, consciousness rises, and we move up into a golden age, okay? And then we slowly descend. When Atlantis fell for the last time was when we fell below the galactic equator 12,000 years ago. So we slowly descended. The mystery schools formed to try to preserve the knowledge, to try to bring people into morality and spiritual consciousness. And of course, then as we came up, we hit the dark of the dark. They say it's darkest before the dawn. And of course, here we are right in this center that takes about 1,000 years for us to pass through this galactic center. This is another way of looking at it, is how our sun, with of course all the planets around it, goes into what's called the dark rift. So the 2012 date was really where we are in the dark rift. So we still have another 450 years or so to move out of it. And this was always called shamanically the eagle's path, because it takes a lot of courage to be incarnated on a planet like this one during this time, as we all know. Now, we cross at about a 60-degree angle, creating a huge X in the sky. Okay, now this X got encoded into certain Hermetic symbols, and I'm a Hermetics teacher because I'm a student and a teacher of the great spiritual mysteries. But this X also represents the rising and the falling of the Big Dipper over the 25,920 year precession of the equinox, which was called the Great Year, okay, by the ancients, because they understood the mechanics of time. So you can sort of see how this also looks a little like the swastika, doesn't it? Now, the swastika was always a very holy symbol as long as it rotated in this direction. It meant life, okay, and it meant change. And of course, here's the galactic equator. Here's the high point and the low point. And these points are the points of those 4 fixed ages, in fact. So the age of Aquarius is when we cross now. And of course, the other opposite is the age of Leo, when we've dropped below. The age of Taurus was down here, and the age of Scorpio is actually at the top of the chart. So we can see again how it kind of forms a big X. You know, we're not parallel and we're not exactly perpendicular to the plane of the galaxy, but this is really how it works. So this symbol was created to represent that. That is called the Chi-Rho, and it's one of many Hermetic symbols that we teach within the Way of Truth Mystery School, and I teach within my Mystery School, the Phoenix Fire Lodge. You can see the Alpha and the Omega. This is telling us it has to do with time, the beginning and end of time. And you see this cross below. And this cross is also connected with certain Hermetic symbols. The Tau cross, which is talking about the end of the cycles of time, and the P, which is the church took this and changed what used to be a shepherd's crook, meaning the good shepherd, the avatars, the masters that lead us through this minefield of change and transformation. They turned it into the symbol for pater or father, because the church is basically patriarchal. So here we have the Alpha and the Omega. Now I want you to notice the serpent energy here. Like, if you don't know Hermetics and you don't know what this means, it's like, what the heck is this about? This is, again, the galactic equator. We're below it, we're above it, we're above it, and we're below it. It's all connected. It looks very much like a serpent, doesn't it? So the serpent is connected. Again, it's a very deep Hermetic symbol that's connected with Kundalini, a spiritual awakening. There's so much to say. And we see here the same energy within the wonderful Tao symbol of the yin and the yang, representing, again, these same cycles, the male within the female within the male. And this has to do with the spiritual technology of ascension, which I'll be talking about next week when I talk about the divine masculine and feminine. So hidden in plain sight, again, here's the Vatican, who borrowed all these symbols from the mystery schools. They've encoded the Chi-Rho as the keys to the kingdom, although they didn't tell us what they were, did they? And here's the beehive hat with the fleur-de-lis, which is a symbol, literally, of the mystery schools. It's a symbol of the Egyptian pharaohs. It was there were the beekeepers, and the fleur-de-lis became the stylized version of the bee. So here we have the left-hand path, the right-hand path, or we could say the left side of our brain, the right side of our brain, the logical, the intuitive, but the path of mastery is the path of balance in between. And I'll be talking about that again next week with Portal to Ascension. That Divine Masculine Feminine seminar is on Saturday, and it's done through Neil with Portal to Ascension, so I'm sure you can find it on his site. So let's look at the dynamics of how this works. In the spring equinox, when we are on Earth and we look and we see the sun rising in the spring on March 23rd, the equinox, we look and see what is the celestial backdrop of stars, the constellation that's behind the sun at that time. And that marks what the age is. Now, the circle is 360 degrees, right? So divide 12 astrological signs into 360. So each one of these signs is basically 30 degrees wide or 30 degrees fat. It takes 72 years to move 1 degree. That's a lot. So that means for us to move through all 30 degrees of a particular sign, it takes around 2,160 years. So you just kind of do the math. 2,160 years times 12 signs gives us the entire precession of the equinox, 25,920 years. So where we are right now, we have been, if we just reverse this and put the Earth over here, we've been in Pisces for 2,000 years, okay, or 2,100 years. So Jesus came in, around 150 years into Pisces. So here we are, we're literally right on the edge between Pisces and Aquarius now. Okay, which is pretty interesting. In fact, 2012 was year number 1 of 1 degree of Aquarius. So that means 72 years. We're whatever we are, a few years into it. So we're 72 years from 2001. We will move to 2012. We will move to degree number 2. Okay. And you can see all the advancements we've made. The esoteric societies teach us that we moved into 0 degrees of Aquarius in 1939. So if you add 72 years to that, you come to 2011. And so you can see from 1939 all the progress we made in technology, computers, cell phones, satellites, space travel, and so forth. That's Aquarius. And there's a lot to say about it. So from Earth's point of view, you look at the sun, we see this celestial backdrop. In this case, it would have been Taurus. That's 4400 to 2200 BC, where they were building lots of monuments that were made to last. Okay, so this acts like a giant clock, a giant cosmic clock. That's why astronomy and astrology is a very important study. And this is why the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, the Indians, the Egyptians, all the Druids, everyone was obsessed with the stars because they understood that it's a celestial clock. So when we are pointing towards the galactic center, it's like getting, there's rabbit ears on TVs. It's like getting a straight signal, a very good signal on our television. Our television happens to be the vibration of consciousness on our Earth. When we go into the Silver Age, the rabbit ears get moved a little and there's interference on the line. When we go to the Bronze Age, the rabbit ears get even more off kilter and there's much more static. And during the Iron Age, we're relatively asleep at the wheel. And so we are waking up as a consciousness on this planet within the Kali Yuga, because we are moving into the Silver Age within it. Now, the Earth is kind of like a rotating top, and think of the North Pole as being really the rabbit ears, okay, that allow the reception to come in. When we're pointing towards Polaris, which has been our pole star, we're sort of not receiving a good signal. When we're pointing towards Vega, which is the brightest star in the constellation Lyra, we are getting a really good signal, okay? It looks like the harp of heaven. It's very close to the galactic center. Okay, so this is the flat plate of the ecliptic. That's the flat inner tube that all the planets go around on. It's 7 degrees. This is the tilt of the Earth that allows us to have our 4 seasons. And then this is the rotating top that is the rabbit ears based on the kind of clarity of reception we're getting from the galactic center. Now, this is another way of looking at it. Here, 2000 BC, our pole star was Thuban. Our pole star has been Polaris, but we're shifting over this direction, and all the way up 12,000 years from now, we're in Lyra. Okay, and here's Cygnus, where that big explosion is happening right now. So this kind of gives you, these are called the eternal stars. That's what they are, because they're seen up in the North Pole and they don't move. Okay, I mean, of course, maybe they do move, but from our point of view, they're constant. They're not rising and setting the same way that a lot of the other stars are. So what's going to happen to us in this next shift of the ages? A very big subject. The good news is the frequencies are rising, they're not falling. Okay, so the good news is that we are in the wave of support from the universe to awaken. That really helps. So this allows an activation of Earth from the galactic center, so we begin to wake up as conscious beings. And this frequency is being sent in, and the more you meditate, the more you tune into this yourself, the more attuned you'll become. You may wind up getting symbols. This is one of the reasons why the mystery schools, they preserve this knowledge for thousands of years for this time. And this is why the Way of Truth Mystery School and the mystery schools that I'm teaching are so very important for people now, because it gives them a framework to understand how it all fits together. So it bathes the Earth to transform consciousness and biology. And in fact, there are experiments that they've discovered where they're sending photonic light into ducks, through ducks, into chickens who are birthing eggs, and the chickens are born, the little eggs, half duck, half chicken. In other words, the photonic light is literally picking up the DNA of the duck without any genetic hanky-panky. It's literally being carried on the light wave itself. And this is why we hear this stuff about the crystal children and the indigo children, because it's awakening powers and memory within us. It's awakening our DNA. And it's allowing us to begin to start to have a glimpse of who we really are and to connect with the fact that we are eternal souls, who volunteered to come down here at this time to have this experience, to help the planet and to help our less aware brothers and sisters maybe to awaken. And so this allows us to begin to download higher consciousness from the galactic mind. This is also a time when the divine feminine must rise, because we're very out of balance. The masculine, has many beautiful qualities, but when it gets out of balance, as we can see, we have war, 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 and more war. That military industrial complex that Grant Cameron was talking about. So the divine feminine must come up in order to help heal the planet and balance the divine masculine, which I'll be talking about next week. This is a time also of us beginning to awaken that heart consciousness, which is what Christ was really here for. I mean, he basically, said the kingdom of heaven's within, forgiveness is the key, love is the answer, and do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. He planted the seeds, and this is the time for the seeds to awaken within every person. So as this age of Aquarius comes in, the Hermetic symbol is important. We literally see a being from the stars pouring down knowledge onto the planet. This is why we see channeling and extraterrestrials and star beings and legends and myths. This is the time when that hidden secret knowledge must come forward, and we're being given assistance by galactic forces. This is a time when the secrets of the cosmos begin to open up, and we begin to put science, religion, philosophy, and spirituality back together instead of having them so separated. This is a time when we have a lot of interest in our planet from a lot of different forces. And some of them really aren't good, but a lot of them are very benevolent and very good. And we have to be discerning. This is extremely important. Yes, we may all be souls, but there are souls at different levels of evolution. And some souls are interested in elevating and empowering us for all the right reasons, and others are interested in keeping us suppressed and asleep at the wheel and kind of, distracted so that they can, use us for their own purposes. So discernment's a real important piece. But we are getting help from not only some of the higher forces and the other dimensions and some of the benevolent extraterrestrials, but also from inner earth beings who have been there for a long time. This is a whole big conversation to talk about. But those beings have lived inside the earth and they have developed very peaceful civilizations. There's 7 different races, including human giants, and they preserve some of the best things of the Lemurian and the Atlantean cultures. And they actually have decided to help us, and they have helped us at other times. After these gigantic floods, they will pick groups that have lived more honorable lives and still save them. And this is what a lot of the Hopi caves are about, and a lot of the caves in Turkey, as they preserved elements of our civilization that are less warlike and less self-destructive. And of course, we can see that we've got that peace within us. We do seem to be, both, incredibly beautiful, conscious, loving beings, and also warlike, destructive beings. This is also the time of the arrival of the indigo children. These are higher consciousness beings who have volunteered to come in and to take human bodies, many times being born in very dysfunctional homes. And I know, because I not only am one of them, but I do readings and healings for these beautiful beings all the time, who literally, many of them have a history on this planet. They've had other lifetimes here, but they've returned because they understand the importance of this time to help humanity. So they, Dolores Cannon, who was a very dear friend of mine, who's passed over to the other side, but still very active, believe me, she talked about them having come in 3 waves. They began to be born before World War II. And then, of course, once World War II started, they were like, whoa, these people are real barbarians. hold the bus. So they waited until the war was over, and they started coming in as the baby boomers in the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s. And then there were some born from the 1980s on. And many of them grew up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and so forth, and 80s. And they've been changing the paradigm. And you guys are probably them. Now, there's been a whole nother wave that has come in. These are some of their traits: a strong connection to dreams, lower than normal body temperature. I'm usually 96.4, a love of nature and animals, naturally very psychic, an interest in ancient knowledge, forward thinking, unprejudiced, spiritually knowing and questioning, naturally spiritual healers and teachers, and they inadvertently can have weird things happen with magnetics, like make watches stop. They have come in really to help heal the planet and shift the paradigms of consciousness, transmitting vibrations through art, music, science, charities, New Age consciousness groups, and helping to really shift the consciousness altogether. And they're working together like we are in this paradigm, like other groups are, whether they're environmental groups or they're political groups that are trying to work for democracy and fairness. Now, since the 1990s, we've been seeing these crystal children, and they exhibit even more of these kinds of traits, including, being able to make plants grow literally by sending energy with their hands, being able to have miraculous healings. They're very smart. They have naturally strong sense of a mission when they're young, but they don't feel like they fit in a lot of times because, let's face it, they're kind of head and shoulders above the normal kids that aren't very conscious. So they're often bored with typical educational programs, and a lot of times the parents will put them on Ritalin, which is horrible for them, mess them up altogether, and so they'll be diagnosed for ADD, but it's because they've come in with a mission and they're young and they don't know how to get to the mission yet. So it's really important that we protect them from the dark side, because the dark side definitely would like to short circuit their mission so that they're not able to help us. Many of these souls, as I said, have very special abilities, including telekinetic ability, telepathy, communication with animals, a love of nature, light that comes from their hands that's visible, miraculous healing powers, accelerating plant growth, precognitive dreams, and an innate understanding of God and the cosmos. So this is a time when a lot of these secrets are coming forth, and we're beginning to understand that DNA is an information code, and that we actually have had many different groups that have, let us say, interbred with us. The Pleiadians, the Anunnaki, the Syrians. We have a lot of different DNA locked within us, but a lot of it is dormant, and we must reawaken it. But we can only do so if we're in a heart space. It is love that awakens our connection to the cosmos and awakens that connection within ourselves. And we must realize that we're really meant to be a part of this universe and to live in harmony with it, and not to constantly be creating discord, division, prejudice, and chaos. So it's
Just
very
giving
much
you a few minute warning, sweetie.
It's very much a time for us to go into the heart, to heal the planet and ourselves, and to move into unity with one another and connect with these divine origins within us, lighting that eternal flame that lives within us all, walking the path of ascension through making different choices. We can change this planet, but we cannot be passive. To change it, we must work in concert with the light and with one another to shift these paradigms to something that's more constructive. And this will lead us really to creating a paradisical world instead of a world that's so rife with conflict. So I know we're wrapping this up, but my website's my name, TrishaMcCannon.com. And I will end this so that I can just check in with Joni and sort of see how we're doing with our time.
You're right on time. I don't know how you managed to go interdimensional, subdimensional, and I don't know, horizontal dimensional. You are fantastic, Trisha. Such outstanding information. You're one of my wisdom teachers. I just want anyone to know that if you have a chance to have a private session with Trisha, you it is outstanding. She gives you your whole history. And
Thank you,
it's just
Joni. And
great.
Neil is with us, I see.
I know.
Yay.
And I understand you have some events coming up with Neil, right?
Yeah. Neil, can you tell them what time the
Yeah.
events are the next 2 weeks?
Yes. First, let me tell everybody that we've done a lot of events with a lot of people, but we've definitely done probably more events with Trisha than any other individual speaker. I don't even know how many hours we have now, but we've done many events together, and we do have 2 events coming up this next weekend, posted in the YouTube, and I've also posted in the room. But we do have Rebirth of the Divine Feminine and Sacred Masculine with Trisha on Saturday, May 29th, and that's going to be at 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. And do you want to just tell us a couple of minutes of what people can expect from this?
Yeah, the divine feminine and masculine is a big subject because it's not just, about, your dating life. It's really about a lot more than that. It's really about mastery. It's about learning how to access both sides of the brain in a spiritual technology that awakens the third eye and allows us to have access into these inner realms that we've been talking about. So that's one of the places we're going to be going next week. And the hours are what 3 to 6 East Coast time?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so 12 to 3 Pacific time. And then the following week on Sunday, we have a pyramid conference on the 6th, right?
Yeah, so this one I'm excited about. I'm excited about all our events, but I'm definitely excited about this one because I have wanted to do an event on pyramids, just awareness of pyramids for multiple years, just like many of the events that we end up doing. They're like 3 to 4 years percolating in my consciousness before they manifest into a physical event. And one of them is just like a really in-depth exploration of pyramids. Trisha actually probably inspired me to do this even more so because she's probably spoke about pyramid awareness on our platform more than anyone. We did the Antarctica webinar. We did 2 different events on Atlantis. We did a worldwide pyramid culture event. So I had to have Trisha be a part of it. But I just want to share really quick who's going to be on it. And let me just read this to everybody, just so you can kind of get a feel for the intention for this event, okay? The existence of pyramids worldwide has long been an enigma, stirring humanity to search deep into its ancient origins. The mysteries of the pyramids are many. Common answers to these mysteries do not always satisfy the curious. Special guest presenters William Henry, Trisha McCannon, Dr. Sam, Michael Feely, Pari Patri, Brahmishi Patriji, Rico Paganini, and Charles Zeiss in this all-day-long pyramid knowledge conference will share curiosity-quelling details from their many years of research, insight, and knowledge about the worldwide pyramid phenomena. So it's going to be extremely amazing. We have, I think, 10 speakers, and it's going to be for 11 hours all day, and you get unlimited replay access. Not only are we going to talk about healing properties, ancient civilizations, the timeline of humanity, the mathematical connection to the pyramids, the science behind the pyramids, the connection to different star systems and the alignments of pyramids. It's going to be a really full circle awareness event, and I'm just excited to present this, and I'm really happy that you're going to be a part of it, Trisha.
Oh, it's always my pleasure. And what's interesting is I didn't read what I was supposed to talk about because we planned this so long ago. And so I created a whole nother presentation on pyramids all over the world. There are over 750,000 of them.
We can change their title if you want to do something different.
Well, let's talk about it because we should definitely talk about it. Anyway, It's a great presentation, but if you have that covered, I'm happy to talk about Atlantis because.
Oh my God. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about the pyramids, Trisha. I'm going to be attending because I don't see how anyone could go to Egypt without this knowledge.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not just Egypt, although, of course, the Great Pyramid sits on the 30th parallel, so it's in the dead center of the whole geographic landmass in the world. So that was not by accident. But the truth is that there are pyramids under the ocean. I have so many pyramids. There's a lot of pyramids, and we've just scratched the surface. In fact, archaeologists at the University of Alabama have discovered 16 pyramids buried underneath the land on either side of the Nile. And of course, the Egyptian government won't even allow them to. They went down and found one of them, but they were like, nope, now you're not allowed to. But this is pre-flood. This is
Wow.
before the flood. Yes.
Well,
and this is traditional science. So
I think you should do what you want to do, because we do have other speakers that will speak about Atlantis. I know William Henry is going to be bringing up Atlantis in his work too. So if you want to do worldwide pyramid culture, we'll talk about it later, but whatever you feel is best.
Yeah, let's talk about it maybe tomorrow afternoon or something, if that works for you.
Tomorrow's the 4th day of the conference, so I'll call you next
Monday.
week.
How about Monday? Monday. Yes, because I have to have time to, prepare. So no problem. I hope you got to see some of this, Neil. It was fun.
I was there the whole time. I saw the whole thing.
Challenging to do it
Trisha,
in an hour.
I have so many questions because I just got certified as a Yuga cycles instructor from Ananda College. I just took a whole course on it, and I'm about to go to the next one. There's a lot of information there that seems to be limited, but it seems like you have you have another level of awareness that doesn't include just the Vedic texts that talk about this, which includes the cycles within cycles. So I think we need to have a longer conversation, because I want to have a fuller picture of what's going on,
Yeah, those Eastern masters were so profound and amazing in their own right. But this has been one of my big things for 20 or 30 years. I've been, really trying to put the puzzle together about where are we, what's happening, how does the celestial clock work, why do the ETs come back and forth, and also now the inner earth people, which I love a lot of the inner earth people. And we're not talking about the strange, weird ones that are kind of like, in between the layers. We're talking about the ones that have held the higher consciousness on this planet for thousands and thousands of years. And they've actually, they pretended to be, let's say from outer space, because they didn't want their Bagua disturbed by us crazy warmongering people, but they have tried to help the human race and bring us knowledge. And, I'm glad that we're starting to know something about them. And Lord knows, I hope that I hope that the prophecies are that they will come forward in the last days, and this is really critical. It's a critical piece. It's a big conversation.
Right. Well, listen, if you have some time, hop in the chat room. I know people are going to want to talk to you, love, and I just am so happy I got to see you.
Well, we also have Phil Gruber coming, and I love Phil
coming
Gruber
right now. So
he is next, and he's amazing. And I'm going to stay on and listen to him because he's
all right. We'll just stop our videos, hon, but you can stay on. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Guys.
Love you, Trisha.
Bring on.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So we're going to get into the next presenter. How amazing is that? A lot of amazing information today, huh? The presentations are pretty epic. I must say that.
Oh my God, Neil.
It's
beyond
cool.
Epic, so ascension oriented, so fascinating, every aspect that I just can't wait to even the panel later. So thank you.
Yes.
You are the best.
Thank you. Phil, you always put a smile on my face, brother, but because you're wearing, what is that? 2 hats and a third eye activating thing?
This is to show you that I wear many hats, you see.
That is hilarious, man.
Thank you.
Well, I'm so happy you're here, and I'm gonna read your bio so everybody can know a little bit about you before we hand it over to you. So everybody, I would like to introduce you to Phil Gruber. He is a renowned holistic facilitator, is a licensed acupuncturist, registered lymphologist, and is well-versed in a wide range of traditional and alternative healing modalities. His passion, enthusiasm, kind spirit, wit, yes, I can contest that.
Sparkling wit.
Exactly. Sparkling wit and intelligence. Yes, that's true. Has made Philip much respected in demand speaker on international scene. He is highly regarded in the fields of system analysis, decision strategy, trend analysis, and futurism. He has been called as magical genius with a heart of pure gold. He teaches a wide variety of workshops and seminars and is acknowledged expert in such diverse fields as sacred geometry, light language, advanced healing systems, and the master key. He was featured in the documentaries The Indigo Evolution and Metaphysica 2012. His beautiful CD collaboration with Lara G, The Song of Indra, deserves his iconic status in the field of New Age music. Philip has authored many articles, and along with Johnny Mario, introduced the Harmonic Concordance of 2003 and the Grand Quintils of 2004 to the world. His holistic approach includes combining a vast range of holistic therapies, including lymphacising, Kathar healing, and sacred harp healing. And I should have read your bio before because there's all these words that I've never said before. So, well, here's Philip Gruber, everybody. And just from my own heart, been working with Phil, met him 2 years ago at a Portal to Ascension conference, worked together maybe on 5 to 6 events since then. We have a workshop coming up with Phil too in a couple of months, and just a pure soul, and speaks on any topic that we really want to delve into in regards to consciousness, from extraterrestrials to walk-ins to the ascension process. He has a wide range of information here, so I truly appreciate the fact that he exists, but definitely because he makes me laugh. So everybody, Phil Gruber.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
So it's where's Alan? Where's Alan today?
I've been texting him. He was supposed to be back on, but he's not. I'm gonna get him on while you're speaking, though. He'll be on here soon.
Okay, that's really cool. Well, hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you again, with Neil, all these wonderful MCs. Trisha, following Trisha. I don't know if I'm up to it. I just absolutely love this woman. She's just, again, another fountain of knowledge. She's beautiful. She took me for a haircut. I don't know how many years ago, 2004, 2005. I presented her lovely home. She is just absolutely amazing. Aren't we just the most interesting, Eric, first time seeing him? Cool. All right. This is dedicating this to you, Eric. Okay. And well, see, I'm already off track. Let me give you a quote here. In the adornment of the spiritual marriage, Jan von Rysbroek, quote, knowledge of ourselves teaches us whence we come, where we are, and whither we are going, that we come from God and we are in exile. Just like the Shekinah or the Shekinah, the presence of God that's been in a state of exile for God knows, for God knows how long. The Shekinah, the presence of God, and you got to remember, this is like 6 o'clock in the morning for me. Again, Neil, the presence of God, once again, not denied, but embraced again when we bring the divine feminine back to her rightful place in the spiritual hierarchy. Then the presence of God will once again return in her dazzling white radiance. And instead of being the one that holds matter in bondage, she will be the angel of liberation and liberate us. She's the sleeping beauty. We have all this beauty sleeping within us. And remember, all the ways they tried to awake sleeping beauty, nothing worked except a kiss. That kiss from the Prince of Peace. And our word kiss originally comes from the Gaelic Scottish caith, which means to appear without disguise. Now, I don't know if Mary Magdalene and Jesus kissed on the mouth. Well, of course they kissed on the mouth. Of course they soul kissed. But the word kiss is not in that gospel. She used to kiss Jesus. Jesus used to kiss her often and it's blank. But the fact is, the word kiss, to appear without disguise, it's all about being genuine. It's all about being authentic. It's all about being your true self. And when you share that sacred kiss, what it really, really means is you share the Spirit's breath, that the same Spirit's breath or breath of Spirit moves within you. So whether or not they soul kissed or not, that's not as important as the fact that they shared the same Spirit. And actually, they probably shared the same soul or oversoul. We can talk about that later. For the people that know me, I talk a lot about contact with higher intelligence. We talk about a lot of history going back hundreds of billions of years. We talk about the Earth human race lines. We talk about star seeds, earth seeds, the DNA substrand matrices, because it's important to understand, just like John von Rysbroek said, knowledge of ourselves teaches us whence we come, where we are, and where we're going. Aren't these the biggest questions we ask ourselves? Who are we, right? Who are we? Where do we come from? Why are we here? Did we choose to be here at this particular time? Well, for sure we did. Just to be brief, and I know this isn't the thrust of this talk, because I want to talk about healing a lot. And of course, this knowledge is very healing. This knowledge is revelatory. This is the knowledge of ourselves, that the original design itself is of extraterrestrial origin or angelic in nature. And it's not so much that we're looking for or in contact with non-human intelligence. We're actually more than not in contact with intelligence that's more fully human than we are. That model for us what it really means to be human, to be fully human. The original human design itself is of extraterrestrial origin, and that humans really originally inhabited what's called the second density, a planet in the second harmonic universe. This is dimensions 4, 5, and 6, but pretty much grounded in the fifth dimension. Pleiades. You see, there are three-dimensional systems when we talk about the Pleiades. We talk about Sirius, Arcturus, Andromeda, Orion. They exist in a three-dimensional context, but there are higher aspects of them, just like there are higher aspects of ourselves. And at the core of all stars and the core of all planets are stargates, interdimensional stargates. And this is why the Earth is so prized, because the Earth has access to many multidimensional systems. I'd love to talk about this. There's a lot we can talk about, but what I really want to talk about is knowledge and the value of knowledge, the knowledge of ourselves. In that humans, the original human race, I call them the Turanusium race. This was a race that was conceived, created. This is my paradigm, which is shared by many people, and I've spent a lot of my life researching experience I had when I was young. I've had wonderful teachers. I had a walk-in experience when I was 6 years old. Where's that picture of me? Look at this. Look at this. This is after my walk-in experience. Look at that face. Look at that face. You look at pictures of me before, and there's not this face is different. I was hit by a car when I was 6 years old. They estimate that car was going about 60 miles an hour. Roberta Eich's father hit me. I came out. I just coming from the dentist, actually. Went out the driver's side, smacked me head on. I was thrown up into the air, maybe 50, 60 feet up into the air. I landed in not a scratch. That's a typical kind of walk-in experience. If you really need to be here, then there will be direct intervention. Angels, higher beings, they don't really prefer to interact directly. They try to interact with us consciously. And to the extent that we can interact and share consciousness with our higher selves, with singular identities that are all connected within what I call a 15-dimensional time matrix, has everything to do with the DNA. And that's very, very important to understand. That in the time fields of Earth, in the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions, we call that the second harmonic universe. In my paradigm, the time matrix that we exist within is a 15-dimensional matrix. 15 dimensions that are grouped into 5 harmonic universes. Each of these universes composed of 3-dimensional bands. And you can add, and we can go to really basic questions here. We're going to get to the forgiveness and gratitude, I promise you. And I do want to leave time for questions and answers, because that's always very, very interesting. Although at the end of my lectures, it's usually like this. No, come on, ask me some questions. That this 15-dimensional time matrix, you see, when we talk about dimensions, and Trish talked a lot about dimensions, what is a dimension? It's time we get really the brass tacks. A dimension is a frequency band. What is a frequency band? It's a bandwidth of frequency, but what is that frequency? It's how frequently something happens. When we talk about the void, when we talk about the word, we talk about sound, a unit of sound, we call them particae. We talk about how God expresses itself from the void. We're going to talk a lot about the master key also. This is very important. In the form of these, of sound. Sound always precedes light. You have a unit of sound, which is omnipolar, which holds all the polarities of what could be expressed as electricity and magnetism, matter, antimatter, particle, antiparticle. You have this unit of sound, and then it expresses itself as light, bipolar light, electrical and magnetic light. This is what they haven't begun to understand yet, or to really understand, is that light is bipolar. Light is both electrical and magnetic, or has the effects of electricity and magnetism. This is why it presents itself as wave or particle, wave and particle simultaneously. So you have these small micro particles, all units of consciousness. Everything is conscious. Everything is alive, awake, and aware, certainly within the dimensional bands within which its consciousness is stationed. But a lot of this consciousness exists in an unformed state. The old law of attraction authors, William Walker Atkinson, Charles Haanel, all men and women alike, and they were all, to a person, members of secret societies, either Masons, Rosicrucians, mystery schools. A lot of the information that Trish talks about, they still exist here. But this is a mystery school now that's available for everybody. It used to be just relegated to certain elite classes or priestly classes, or if you had enough geld, if you get my drift. But this information should be available for everyone. It was meant, this is who we are. The original human design is of extraterrestrial nature. Humans originally inhabited the second density, time fields of Earth, where Earth is called Tara. Many of us call this planet Tara. It's the fifth dimensional version of Earth. And the original human is called Turanusium. Pleiadian Syrian council saw that there was a lot of corruption within our time matrix. Why corruption? Because there were hybridization experiments, and it's very important to understand that it's always been about hybridization, always been about hybridization. Even now, ET contact with humans here is all about hybridization. We can get into that a little bit later too, although it's not the focus of this talk. Certainly in the question and answer period, you're really welcome to ask anything you want. But the Turanusium, the Pleiadians and Syrians saw that there was a lot of corruption within our time matrix. Why this corrupted consciousness? Because of hybridization experiments that did not honor the law of one, which is more about cooperation, right, between races, respecting that all consciousness is intrinsically divine. You know, and the fact is that we will come into our true mastership when we realize that we need to have respect and reverence for all that is, all aspects of God. You know, we're all in this together. But a lot of these races, they hybridize without a regard for cooperation and the true law of one, doing things the quote unquote in a good way, in the right way. Races that decided to just inbreed. Now you can imagine what happens when you inbreed here a few generations. Imagine millions and millions of years of inbreeding. It's like, blah, 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 you know, and you can have very high dimensional races, but their minds, their agendas are draconian, and even more than draconian, insectoid. I've been watching a lot of nature shows on insect societies. You see where this is going. A lot of these races, they're winged avian draconian races. I know the names of a lot of them. I've done research for years with my personal experience and the personal experience of great teachers that I've had over the years. But the Pleiadian Syrian councils, now this goes back about 560 million years ago. Science physicists now are seeing the background radiation from maybe the last Big Bang, although I don't think it's such a big bang, more of a slow bang. But this last 950 billion year cycle, it goes back till there's just no language to understand these questions, to even, the fact that we can even conceive these questions is an amazing, amazing, amazing thing. But they decided to create a race, a very special race, the original human race, the Turanusium race. They took DNA from 12 or 24 primary interstellar races. They combined them to form the original human. The original human race is angelic. The original race is immortal. Our stellar genetic heritage can be found in our DNA. You know, a lot of people are having memories now. They say, I'm a Pleiadian, I'm an Andromedan. Well, that's because that's all relative to DNA activation, all about DNA activation. Have you ever noticed that a lot of the light language channelers now, are channeling very, very similarly. It sounds the same. It feels the same. It's a little bit a Native American kind of sounding, or First Nation sounding, a little bit of Asian, a little Japanese, a little Chinese. Well, the light language that's being channeled now, that's always been being channeled, is the languages that are closest to us genetically. Pleiadian languages, Syrian languages, and there are some light language channelers out there that are doing it so purely. And the reason it seems so familiar, it's because they're closest to us genetically. One day in a future seminar, I'll show you the map of what's called the Interplanetary Interstellar Templar. This is the series of interdimensional stargates. Very important to understand, what are stargates? Stargates are structures of energy that work to connect dimensions, to connect harmonic universes. Sure, you can do it the scenic way. You can take, if you're in the mood for a nice sort of stroll among the stars, you can go to sublight speed and have a nice trip. But basically, consciousness gets from place to place, projecting its consciousness through sets of stargates, interstellar stargates, which are black and white holes. We know about the black hole. It's a magnetic vortex. You go in the black hole, but out the white hole. At the end of every every end of a black hole, of course, is a white hole. That's how you get out of the black hole. You go in the black hole, out the white hole, to the next dimension or to the next universe. And just like our chakras are sets of what we call meiotic and diotic points, they allow for the passage of energy. The gates that we have, the gates of light in Kabbalah, it's called the gates of light. These are all vortexes. All vortexes are formed by the intersection of what we call flashline sequences, but scalar waves, sets of scalar waves. And that sound, now here, if you can get your mind around this is where it is. You have ultra micro particles way below the quantum level. You have a unit of sound that's omnipolar, that holds both polarities or the potential to express itself magnetically or electrically, but then it emerges as two units of light, electrical, magnetic light. But guess what? They cycle back into sound. This is how it works, from sound to light, sound, light, sound, light, sound, light. Now there's a pulsation rate. The frequency, what is a frequency? It's how frequently something is happening. The transition from sound into light, omnipolar sound, bipolar light, folding back into sound. How many oscillations per unit time? How many times did it flash onto light, back into sound? Sound, light, sound, light. How many times? Frequency is a measure of the oscillations, the number of oscillations in a given unit of time. So higher frequency, faster oscillation, higher dimension, and actually future time. What is not really totally understood is that what happens in the higher dimensions happens in our future. The angels are our future. Our higher selves are future selves. When we go to sleep at night and our consciousness disengages from its normal three-dimensional focus, it goes into some of the lower mid-astrals. It goes into future time. The trick is what you can bring back. And if your DNA isn't activated enough, or if you have distortions or some codes running in reverse, you're not going to be able to remember that information. It's one of the functions of sleep and dream, is to be able to go into the future and merge, at least temporarily, in the sleep and the dream state with our higher selves, with our future selves, with the selves that are more humane, that have more of our humanity, original humanity, because they have more DNA activated. It's important to understand, but I wanted to just get this thing really fast, although we're not talking about it tonight, although I guess we are now, about what the dimensions are. And each dimension is a specific particle pulsation rhythm. And it's important to understand that everything is conscious, that in Earth human lineage, we're known as the Adumi or Adam Kadmon. There were 7 root races and 5 cloister races that were seeded after the original fall. There were 7 root races. Rudolf Steiner has a lot of this information pretty intact. 7 root races, 5 cloister races were seeded. At different times in Earth's history, the Earth was seeded with races that carried certain genetic potential. The root race evolutionary cycle, we're in the latter days now of the Aryan root race cycle. Yes, a race of masters, but not the quote unquote master race. We're going into the 6th and 7th root race cycles now, the Melchizedeks, the Paradisians, the B'nai Or, the B'nai Elohim, sons and daughters of God. The root race evolutionary cycle developed one of the first 5 strands of DNA within the 12-strand DNA template, and the cloister races carried the 7th through the 12th DNA strand template, and they correspond to the higher dimensional density systems. Root race incarnates are called the earth seeds, and the cloister race incarnates are called the star seeds. The cloister races, the indigos, can be called. The indigos have a lot of different names. We've been researching the indigos for a very, very long time. Waves have been coming for hundreds of years. The most recent waves, as Trish alluded to, and many other teachers, a lot came through the 70s. Psychics, clairvoyants began to see that indigo aura, especially around children. Why children? Because of their life force. The colors were much more visible. There's a lot of colors working in our auras, even colors that we can't even conceive of yet. But to see that violet color, you see that indigo, that blue indigo violet, that's because most indigos come in with aspects of the 6th strand fully activated or partially activated. The 6th strand, like all the strands, are coded to process or programmed to process one dimension of frequency, one wavelength, one bandwidth, one frequency band. So when the 5th and 6th strand start to activate, you're going to get higher dimensional perception, higher sense perception. The Pleiadian memories, the Syrian memories will come back. 5th DNA strand relates to Pleiades, Pleiadians. 6th, Syrians. 7th, Arcturians. 8th, Orions. 9, Andromeda. 10, 11, and 12 we call the cradle of Lyra or Lyra. Remember? Rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle of Lyra will rock. When the bough or seal breaks, the cradle will fall and down will come baby, cradle and all. Well, we may have fallen to the bottom of the tree for whatever reason or reasons, but we still carry the cradle of Lyra within us, that 12-strand DNA imprint. And this is why a lot of the light language channelers now, they're beginning to bring very, very clear original human Turanusian Pleiadian Syrian languages, because their 5th and 6th strands are starting to activate. This is why when someone says, I'm a Pleiadian, I'm a Syrian, I'm Andromedan, that's because those strands are starting to activate. We are all these things. We have identities in all the dimensions, in all the universes, from the first harmonic universe, dimensions 1, 2, and 3 here, we as incarnates, the second harmonic universe, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, the angelics, the soul matrices, dimensions 7, 8, and 9, the oversoul or archangelic matrices, dimensions 10, 11, and 12, the Christ dimensions, Christ, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, avatars, and even higher than that, dimensions 13 to 14 to 15, the 5th harmonic universe, what we call the rishis. And Trish, I hope you're still listening, because I remember Trish has had contact with the Brennau races. This, in our paradigms, these are 13, 14, and 15th dimensional races. These are pure light beings, pure wave form consciousness. And here's the secret. Let's say you have this 15-dimensional time matrix, 5 harmonic universes, each composed of 3 dimensions each. So we have the first harmonic universe, that's us incarnates. Second harmonic universe, another 3-dimensional universe, that's the souls or angels. Third harmonic universe, archangels, oversouls. 4th harmonic universe, avatars, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Christed beings. 5th harmonic universe, the rishis. When they are perceived here on the earth plane through our perception here, they can be perceived as very, very tall beings with very long, expanded, extended heads. And they are pure light beings, pure waveform consciousness. But here's the thing, if you get this part, you get a lot. Each of the rishis, they sort of divide within themselves like these Matryoshka dolls, right? Each rishi projects 12 parts of itself into the next lower harmonic universe as avatars, Christed beings. Those 12 avatars or Christ, they're part of a larger family, extended family of consciousness called a rishi, okay? But each of those avatars, in turn, project 12 aspects of themselves into the lower harmonic universe as archangels or souls. So those 12 archangels are part of a larger collective called an avatar. That avatar and 11 other avatars are part of a larger collective called the rishi. The archangel or the oversoul projects 12 aspects of itself into the second harmonic universe as angels or souls. And each of those angels sends or projects 12 aspects, decide to subdivide within itself, and they come into the first harmonic universe as us. I think a lot of the time we confuse past lives with parallel lives. That angelic being, that soul matrix projects 12. And why 12? It has to do with the geometrical nature of time and space. Always pentagonal dodecahedral symmetry. Don't get me on that one. I mean, if I go into sacred geometry, that's going to be the whole hour. But has to do with the geometrical matrix of time and space. That soul or angelic projects, or those 12 aspects project themselves into our three-dimensional universe as incarnates. So you see, we have an incarnational family of 12 that are in different positions, different time-space coordinates. They don't necessarily have to be our past lives. They are singular identities that exist in space and time. And there are periods of dimensional blend through. We're going through stuff like that now. So it could be that we're not here as a result of summation of our past lives, but with the memory we're getting is from these singular identities that exist within this time matrix. They have their own lives. We may indeed have past lives. It's very possible, but it's important to understand that those past lives look at us as higher selves, just as we look at the angelics as higher selves. The angels look to their higher selves, and those are the archangels. I think in the next webinar we do, Neil, we're really going to get into this, the structure of time, the structure of consciousness. But the root race incarnates are called the earth seeds. The cloister race incarnates are the star seeds. And it is the cloister races, the indigos, whatever you want to call us, psychic children, super psychic children, mythic, magic, mystical children, B'nai Or, B'nai Elohim, children of the blue star Kachina, all the same thing, although there are different levels of indigos, and that has to do with the level of DNA activation or the potential for DNA activation they have. What we call the silicate matrix, the 12-strand pattern. Remember, the Pleiadian Syrians, when they put us together, 500 million years ago, they took DNA specifically from specific interstellar races. They combined them to form the original Terneusium. We have detailed maps and charts of genetic hybridization. Silicate, we're going, see, we're carbon-based now, again, because of frequency. We are moving into more silicate biology. Silica is the next octave from carbon. You see, part of the ascension process is all about acceleration. Yes, it's all about creating the Merkaba vehicle. We can get into that too. But we're going from carbon-based biology to part carbon, part silica, and then pure etheric silica, and then liquid light, hydroplasm. The 10th, 11th, and 12th dimensions, the Christos dimensions, are dimensions, the biologies of the true biologies of the Christed beings are liquid light, hydroplasm. Okay, in the Bible, they're called, these dimensions, 10, 11, and 12, are called the rivers of I'll remember this in a second. There are oceans of liquid silica liquid crystal. And the Bible, they are called the same thing. They are called the rivers or seas of crystal. And the oceans that we supposedly evolved from, yes, there were terrestrial oceans we evolved from, but we also evolved from these seas of liquid light, the Christ of dimensions. This is why a lot of us see 11:11 on the clock. A lot of us we've started this incarnational journey in 11th dimensional Lyra, 10th dimensional Lyra, cradle of Lyra. These are the Christed avatar dimensions. 10th dimensional Lyra is Vega, which is very, very interesting because in the movie Contact, Jodie Foster has her experience with the Vegans. And by the way, I hate to say this, but the Vegans that I know, they're not vegan. And it's okay to say to somebody that lives next door, you shouldn't eat meat. Are you going to say that to an 11th dimensional vegan that they shouldn't eat meat? Well, who knows, right? Anyway, 11th dimensional Vega is a system that used to be called Avion, A-V-E-Y-O-N. Well, guess what we know that is now? Yes, Avalon, the true Camelot, is 11th dimensional Lyra. So we decided to project ourselves out of an avatar family, Sananda, Kananda, many, many avatar families of consciousness. We projected our consciousness through all these interdimensional stargates, black and white holes, to get to be born at the moment of conception, wherever we've come from, these higher universes, we projected ourselves through these stargates, black and white holes, structures of energy that just act as doorways or portals to other dimensionalized systems. We went through the Earth's core. All planet stargates have at their cores, all planets and stars have at their core stargates. There's a huge interdimensional stargate at the core of Earth. Some call it the flame of Amenti, the sphere of Amenti, the heavenly gates, St. Peter's gates. And the magic is that every soul that comes into incarnation that's born here on the Earth had to pass through the Earth, the Earth's core, the huge stargate at the Earth's core, and leave an imprint of their DNA at the Earth's core. Okay? And then they go through one of the Earth stargates that correspond to the interdimensional stargates. There's two stargates on this planet that correspond to 11th dimensional Lyra are in England, the Vale of Pusey, where a lot of the crop circles are. Most of them, I feel, is to facilitate Stargate travel. And remember, even if a couple of guys go out there, well, I don't believe that the two guys go out there with a plank of wood. That's a lot of crap. But just because a crop circle is man-made, it doesn't mean it was not divinely inspired. But we know basically the truth of the crop circles now. The Vale of Pusey, where a lot of the crop circles are in England, and a little island off of the coast of Ireland called the Isle of Eye. These are two Earth stargates that relate to the interdimensional stargate at the 11th dimension at that moment of conception. This is why we're coded with the 11:11. When we see that 11:11 on the clock, not at 11:10, not at 11:13, it instantly gets our attention. So the whole thing about it is, I'm going to just mention a little bit more about Earth history, that at various times in Earth's human evolution, certain families of cloister races, they're furtherly genetically enhanced through hybridization with the seed races out of which the original angelic Turanusium human lineage emerged. It's important to know this. The seed race of the human race is called the Oropheme. And the Oropheme human seed race is a composite genetic code of Syrian Azurites from the second density. And Lyran Syrian Anuhazi from Harmonic Universe 3, dimension from Oversouls. Also connected with Lyran Syrian Anuhazi Elohai Emerald Order. If you want to know more, and the Brenau, which Trish talks about as a community. How much time do I have left, Neil?
We have 9 minutes, but there's two questions as well. So however you want to do it.
Okay, I just want to get to this really fast. I know I wanted to talk about ascension and forgiveness and gratitude, and I will for the next couple of minutes. I believe it is our evolutionary destiny to ascend. And what is ascension? Ascension is multi-dimensional identity integration. We have all these parts of ourselves and all these higher selves. The thing of the path of divine right order is to ascend, is the process of ascension, is merging, expanding into our higher families, realms of consciousness. And we do that through certain processes, DNA activation process. Boy, I didn't know I was talking for so long, my God. But in the ascension process, which we can talk about at another time, what stops, what bars people are the biggest obstacles to ascend, which is multidimensional identity integration, which is the big question. Why are we here? We're here to ascend. We're here to merge and expand to our higher families of light, to join our angelic families, archangelic, avatar, rishi, and then out of the time matrix altogether into ascended mastery. But the biggest blocks to that is the inability to forgive and to show gratitude. Did you know that gratitude is a magnetic force? Yes, it's showing thanks, but gratitude is a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus. The solar plexus, Charles Haanel, the master key, the great secret of life is in the coordination of two centers, the brain and the solar plexus. Gratitude itself is a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus in the heart space. And that is where the gratitude is felt. Gratitude and reverence and respect for all gifts of the spirit. Real quick, can you see this? Can everybody see this here?
Yes.
This is one of the most beautiful of Emoto's crystals. Let me see if I can get this file.
Click slideshow.
The slide, yeah.
The button that says slideshow there.
I can do it this way. You see that crystal there? That's the crystal when you project thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude. And the reason it has so much light, it holds so much light, is because of its structure. It has structure. Forgiveness and gratitude, they are forms of consciousness. Neil, it's true. And I know that you allude to this too. We choose to forgive. We choose to express gratitude. We bring these things to life. Everything exists in the void. Everything exists in potential creation. But the great gift we have is the gift of thought, that we can think and bring these things from the void into the doorstep of finite third dimensional creation. And in choosing to express forgiveness or gratitude, we've given them life and we've given them purpose. Every thought we think is either going to contribute to our ascension or deny us that potential.
Yes.
And everything that has life has purpose. Just like a negative thought, folks. You have a negative thought, it's like the genie. It doesn't judge the thought. Every thought is compelled by its nature to embody itself in an objectivity. You're thinking of that Roman vacation you want to take. You're driving on the freeway. Someone cuts you off. You curse them out. Guess what? When something goes wrong with your vacation, realize you put that in. You were thinking, creating that morphogenetic field, adding frequency, consciousness, deeds, thoughts, words. And when something goes wrong, realize that you created that by just cursing someone out on the highway. Everything is about thought. And this is that Emoto crystal. These are just projecting thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude. This is why Jesus talked about that Mary, all the Marys had the effulgence of light, because they were, when you embody forgiveness, when you're the living vibration of forgiveness, every cell and every crystal and microcrystal in your body will be able to hold and radiate that light. That's when you become a source of illumination for everybody. Look at this. This is a snowflake. I don't know who this photographer is, but look what he caught. Look what he caught there in the center of that snowflake. It's a female form. It's some diva, some elemental. And I think at the center of every crystal is the same kind of divine feminine energy. That males may be the spirit, but it's the woman that shapes it. And look at this. If you don't know what this is, you can guess what it might be. It looks like a stone structure, like a column, like an altar. This also is a snowflake, electron microscope photography. So it showed, and I showed Emoto this in 2006, that not only our thoughts influence the growth, the shape of crystals, but there's also a geometric architecture. There's an architecture to our thoughts. And like the Hertax and JJ and Des, when you think in divine pictures, when you think in divine thoughts, that's the reality you will see. You don't necessarily have to go around the world. You can create these temples of divine spiritual science by meditating on divine thoughts. Thoughts have an architecture to them. And you create like mandalas when you see the three-dimensional manifestations of mandalas, two-dimensional yantras. They are multidimensional. We create these palaces, these temples of divine spiritual science. And if all of us can do this, if we can clear the karma and miasms, this for 2 more minutes. Yeah, Neil?
Yeah, you're good.
It's an important consideration. Karma, the condition karma, this is what I actually wanted to talk about, manifest as what we call miasms. Miasms, the crystallizations of disharmonic thoughts. Eventually they will manifest, crystallize in the DNA, and they don't allow the helixes to come together. The helixes stay polarized. The big thing about Ascension is the helixes, the male and female, electrical and magnetic, particle, antiparticle, matter, antimatter, helixes are meant to fuse together. The hydrogen bonds that keep the helix in the shape that it's in, those nucleotide base pairs, they're hydrogen bonds, they're red, they're in the red spectrum. So if you want to escape the bondage of Egypt or Pharaoh or the bondage of our three-dimensional limited mortal coils, the hydrogen bonds in the ascension process have to separate. The Red Sea has to part. When the helixes come together, it releases DNA fire codes that allow the strands to come together. When the DNA strands come together, of course, when all the codes are in, 12 from each helix, 24 elders, 24 codes, the helixes themselves, the strands will fuse together, creating this beautiful blue photonic light that courses through the whole body, raising the acceleration rate and releasing seals inside and between the chakras that allow those sets of counter-rotating spirals to manifest the Merkaba spirals. So a lot of it is forgiveness. Forgiveness is all over the place. Forgiveness is not about blame, it's forgiving. What do you have to sacrifice happily so you can be a vessel for the Spirit of God, for God to manifest in this world? Clear the blocks. The process of ascension is natural and organic for all of us. And the biggest blocks to the natural process of ascension, multi-dimensional identity integration, is our inability to truly understand what forgiveness is and to express gratitude. And I tell you, once we do that, we turn to innocence. Jesus in the Pistis Sophia talks about how he found his mother. He scanned the world looking for a soul, a female that lived in a state of innocence. In other words, a woman that was karma free. Because what good would it have done for Jesus to be birthed through parents that had unresolved karma? He would have had to take that on as well. So our return to innocence is learning to control our thoughts. And this is why books like The Master Key, Theron Dumont's Solar Plexus book, if people are interested, I'll leave my email. I will happily send you links for this amazing book, The Solar Plexus or the Abdominal Brain. The solar plexus is the key. The solar plexus is the way into the subconscious mind and the universal treasury. And I have not seen one of these law of attraction coaches and teachers even talking about the solar plexus, and it is so important. You have to feel it, but to feel it, the solar plexus is the control of the sympathetic nervous system and the physical expression of our emotions. Woo! Boy, time, I tell you, it's true, Neil. When I go on, time starts to accelerate. There's so much to talk about, but how do we generate karma? We don't think in ways which are respectful of divine right order. And here's the last thing I want to say in that part. There's a parallel Earth, there's a parallel 15-dimensional time matrix. We have our parallels. Miasms, the condition of karma, manifests truly as a buildup. We know about the chakras regulating the frequencies up and down, but there is a horizontal regulatory mechanism also. And the front and back cones of the chakras, they regulate the flow of consciousness between us and our parallels in the parallel universe, in the parallel earth. Well, the story is our parallel earth is already under a form of draconian one world order. So you see, the reason it's manifesting here on earth is because of our karma, because of not thinking in a way that respects the path of divine right order and the law of one, we're allowing a buildup of antiparticle consciousness, the consciousness of parallel earth in our earth. That's
Amazing.
what karma does. That's the nature of miasms, is really a buildup of antiparticles in the particle base of our planet and our bodies. And since our parallel earth is already under a form of one world order, that's why you see it manifesting here. We have to learn to heal our thoughts. The master key, Charles Haanel, all the original New Thought, Law of Attraction authors. I have a whole bookcase full of all the first editions of these amazing books. Hi, Alan.
Hey, Phil. Let's stop screen sharing and let's just chat and catch up for a second.
Okay. So I just wanted to just brush over some things, that there is knowledge of ourselves, as I said at the very beginning, teaches us where we come, where we are, and whither we are going. We can return from a state of exile. We can rebuild the temple in man, and then the temple of the whole spiritual Israel, quote unquote. And the angel of liberation is within our grasp. We have everything we need.
Well, you know, Phil, your genius is the science of spiritual evolution. You are a scientist. You are a hard hat scientist.
Yes.
And no, but
he's putting in the work.
That's your gift here. You're giving
not everybody could be I applied for the space program twice to NASA. It's not even everybody that gets rejected twice, you know?
Right.
So
you should apply for the space.
Everyone applies.
But I
apply for the Space Out program. Space Out. Anyway, Phil, where are you going? The nature of karma, free will. This is science. Phil is taking it out of the context of superstition and ritual and dogma and applied scientific facts and sort of overlays of different theories onto the level of karma, free will, incarnation, ascension. This is the new technology.
This is what I'd like to do for our next webinar, Neil. This is what, like an intro to really what the nature of karma is, what our free will is, how we can use and utilize our free will. That divine right order has a physical translation. It's understanding the arrangements of scalar waves of our higher selves and beginning to really bring that in through knowledge, through experience, and personal regenesis, which is the process of multidimensional identity integration or ascension. We're all built for ascension. We all have that potential within us.
Well, Phil, you are the guy, you know, now we have to do it. Let's do that.
Fantastic. It's just fantastic, Philip. I loved
your. This is how we do it on the ranch. This is how we do it, you know. And I want to thank Neil again and Joan Evangelist, just all the great facilitators, all the great speakers. What a blessing it is that you brought me to LA, to the portal of Ascension.
Yeah, thanks for connecting us, Alan.
You know, that's my job, is to connect people. Like, no one more connected than Phil Gruber. He actually, I tell people, you inspired me, Phil, to go out there. And I said, how do you do that? How do you just open your mouth and just start talking? He's like, you just do it. And there we are. And there's our old friends, JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Paul HYNEK, Trisha McCannon. Trisha and Phil go back a long way. I think you went to Egypt together, right?
Yeah.
We certainly did.
And of course, we love JJ and Desiree and Joan.
Everybody, Mark.
Right. And Mark Sims, who was a special guest of ours. And my
awesome, Phil, that was great.
Good friend, Carolyn Corey. Wow, we should just all hang out together here.
I know, right? This looks so beautiful. Hold on, I gotta take a photo of us.
Think about thinking in divine pictures. Those divine pictures will become our reality. You know,
well, that's what the Hurtaks do so well. They create these pictograms. What do you call them, JJ? The
scenario abstract.
Osmograms.
cosmograms, and they are, and the Keys of Enoch, which is their work, JJ and Desiree's work, are full of these new encodings of cosmograms, pictures that take us to higher levels. So anyway, we're about
in the mid-late 70s, the Keys of Enoch, the Book of Knowledge, that lit a spark in me. It's never more than 3 feet away from me. Along with the Fifth Sophia, the Overself Awakening, everything. I just love them. I love them all.
All right, so let's transition into the panel, right?
Well, this is the UFO panel, so we're here with
I mean, we are in it.
Firstly, I wanted to share something in order to kind of split them as 2 different things here, because I wanted to share something with everybody before we begin.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Firstly, I just want to go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm saying, go ahead, do it.
All right. So everybody, I just sent an email out like 30 minutes ago. So we have a lot of people joining on YouTube now. We have more people coming into the Zoom. So welcome to everybody who just joined us. If you haven't been here for the last 2 days, this is the Portal to Ascension conference. If you're on YouTube, please do go ahead and subscribe. We're going to put out a lot more content like this. We always do. We have like 5 different premieres a week or more. And I want to share with you guys that this event is the 4th annual Portal to Ascension conference. However, as of this year, we're doing it twice a year because it's doing so well. So we're going to go spring every single year. We have a Portal to Ascension conference, which will be 4 days. And then in October this year, we have the 5-day online Portal to Ascension conference. And if you remember the 5-day one last October, it was like, whoa. And but then next year, we go online for spring. But in October 2022, we're going to be here, and I want to invite everybody to come to the Miracle Springs and Resort Spa in Desert Hot
Springs.
Yep, right down the street from Joan. And this is where we're going to be. So we're going live October 2022. All of you are invited. Hopefully you can be there. And here's the website. So beautiful. I'll just show you a couple of images here.
Woo-woo. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's going to be not only we're going to have like there's just going to be a lot going on there, and I'm actually booking it now. So the event page for this will be up in 2 months, which was a year and a half before we're going to be doing this event. And it's just going to be back to live events, right? So we'll do the spring one. We'll do the spring one, which will be online always, Portal to Ascension online spring event. And then we'll do the live one back again in October 2022. And just to show you the context of where it is in the world, let's zoom out here in Google Maps. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, it's the heart vortex of the planet now.
There we go. So make your way over there. And if you're all across the other side of the country and need to get here, start making your way there now, because it's going to be incredible. So that's what just want to share with you right there. I'll share some more information tomorrow about our new website and all that. But thank you all so much for being here and being a part of this conference. So
Neil,
let's do
rock. You totally rock.
And you're only a half a mile from my studio, the Angel Art Studio, just in case you're curious.
Beautiful art, really magical. Very
Neil, everyone appreciates because the effort. I mean, you're doing this. It's not to make money. It's not to get fame. It's to provide a service for humanity, and that's why I think you're so successful, and bringing all these great minds together to share their knowledge and wisdom and experience. I mean, just on this panel alone, we have some
pretty epic,
phenomenal people with, I would say, out of this world experiences, one way to put that. So this is what we're going to get into.
Just one last thing, Neil, everybody. I'm going to beg off the panel. I'm in a lot of pain. I had an abscess cyst taken out of my back last week. I'm in a lot of pain, and the acidic condition around the abscess, it neutralized the anesthetic. So while I was sobbing and crying and intermittently screaming, I was also asking forgiveness from anybody that I ever
well, thank you. It's about time, Phil.
Let's spend 30 seconds.
Yeah, let's give you. We're going to send you a little energy, Phil. Okay?
Everybody on right now. We're going to send Phil energy.
Guys,
everywhere around the world.
This wasn't a setup. I didn't set this up.
Phil, go ahead. Just let it in, Phil. Let it in. Just let it in. Okay.
Okay. I just got to go and lie down now and enjoy this panel.
Just take in 30 seconds, Phil. 30 seconds.
All right, I'm here.
So it is.
I felt it.
Okay.
I love you all. I love you all with the love that knows no earthly bounds. I love you all.
Take care, Phil.
Thank
Okay.
you, Phil. Phil Gruber, ladies and
Call me.
gentlemen.
He'll call me. He's
Yeah,
gone.
I will.
Call
Wow.
me. Okay, thanks. That's my old friend and roommate until he took my couch and left. But running joke we have, But no, Phil really did. I say, Phil, how do you just open your mouth and talk? He just showed me, and that was my initiation. So we're here for the UFO panel, which is a wrap up, which is really kind of critical these days. And these are such really key people in this field that are joining us today. My good friend, Trisha McCannon, who actually has a great chapter in Angels. What was the name of that book about angels that you?
That was the first of the 4 books. It was Dialogues with the Angels. And yes, there's a chapter about going to your apartment and our amazing conversations about consciousness.
Right. And then, but you've been studying the UFO phenomena for a long time. And you have a really good hand. I know you have to leave soon, so you'll go on first after I introduce everyone. My very good friends, Dr. JJ and Dr. Desiree Hertog, who are part of the collaborators in my new book right here. You could see it up on screen. That's my new book, Making Contact, which Carolyn Corey is also a part of. So we've been on like the last maybe 20 days, we're having ongoing dialogues, me and the Hertogs, about what this disclosure process is all going to be about. And also Paul HYNEK is here, who's the son of really the first legitimate UFO investigator, the one who set the pace with Close Encounters, the first, second, and third kind, J. Allen Hynek. And so he has a lot of insight into the phenomena and what its evolution and where we are now. Also joining us is Mark Sims, who has become one of my best friends. It's like I can't go a day without looking at his picture, speaking to him, or getting a message. So thanks, Mark. And you.
Oh, thank you, Alan. What a pleasure to be here with everyone. And of course, we have a big event coming up
yes,
today. So I'll let you talk about that.
No. Do you have a screen share of that? Because why don't you put a screen share up? I'll introduce everyone. I just want to say about Mark found himself in the middle of the disclosure phenomena, and it's a progressive thing when he brought Danny Sheehan onto Grant Cameron's show, and Danny Sheehan acknowledged right there for the first time that he is the attorney for Luis Elizondo. So if you don't know who Luis Elizondo is, stay tuned, but he worked for the Pentagon, and now he came out, and he was really at the forefront of delivering the key witness testimony, in a sense, about what disclosure is coming down. And he was the one on 60 Minutes, if you saw 60 Minutes last Sunday, where he says to Bill Whitaker says, hey, Luis, are UFOs real? Luis says, come on, Bill, we're already past that. The Pentagon has admitted UFOs are real, and he didn't say where they're from, but we know they're not from here. And there's also here today my good friend Caroline Corey, who's made 2 amazing films. She's making another film about ET contact and science, and her work as a bridge between the higher thoughts, the superhuman abilities, and how to bring that into the earth plane is really one of the most important documents and one of the most important levels of advanced learning that we have on the planet. So she is also in my new book, Making Contact, where she relates her experiences of interfacing with these ETs starting at 5 years old. My favorite story in what you tell me, is when you're 5 years old and you're Christmas decorating and your parents are arguing and you're seeing these 2 people arguing and say, what does this have to do with Jesus and love and Christmas? So, and then these beings appear to you. So we'll tell that too. That's one of my favorite stories in the whole book. So anyway, Mark, did you want to just pull up that flyer? Do you have it?
Yes, I sure do. And
Mark,
so here it is.
this is this is what's coming up Saturday Night Alive. Some of us have been on this. This is a kind of a spiritual variety show, and this is a lineup for next Saturday. And that's why I said Danny Sheehan is at the center of the disclosure revelations, because he's Luis Elizondo's lawyer, and he's actually. Can you talk about what Danny has done as far as filing lawsuits for Elizondo against the Pentagon, Mark?
Yeah, so, he came, as Alan mentioned, it was announced that Danny has been representing Luis Elizondo for, this issue. And there's all, I've got to be really careful about what to say, but the bottom line is that Luis now, sharing what he knows and as much as possible. And it's very clear to me that Lou is a really good man, a really, a warrior of truth, and trying to bring this issue to the forefront and what he knows.
But you can say that Danny filed a complaint with the Inspector General of the United States that he was being. What was the complaint exactly?
Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert in that, and I'd like Danny to share that, and he will next Saturday. He's going to give an update on all this. So I don't want to say a whole lot about it, because I don't want to step on my toes, on my own toes, and I don't want to take any of Danny's thunder, because he's got this is developing daily, and there's a big announcement that he'll be making, or I should say a big update. I don't know if it'll be an announcement, but I will also be having a very major announcement made Saturday night. And I'll just give a little teaser that the Harmonic Convergence, which is the big event that I organized last year, which was a 10-day event, and Danny was a part of that, as Alan was, and JJ and Desiree were part of that. I interviewed Paul HYNEK. He was there. He did an excellent interview. And so the good news that I want to share is that we're going to do it again. It's not going to be for 10 days. That was a little ambitious, but we're going to do a 3-day event. And I'll give you more details Saturday. It's going to be a big announcement. It's very exciting. And it's going to be cool.
And we're also doing the May 4th Be With You next year too, right, Mark?
That's right. We are doing an event in Sedona at Angel Valley. So we're reserving a few days with them to have this annual event of International Making Contact Day. And that will likely, we haven't yet confirmed the dates, but it's most likely going to be that weekend closest to May 3rd. So it's, I think May 4th is on a Wednesday. So we'll start it maybe Saturday or Friday, and it'll end on the 4th. There's more that I'll be talking about on the Saturday Night Alive event a week from tonight. About that, details about
I was just going to say, because this book, my book, Making Contact, came out on May 4th, we decided to call May 4th Making Contact, International Making Contact Day. And that's where, and Mark just took the ball and ran with it, and he said, let's do it. Let's do it every year.
And Alan and I are going to be together in Sedona next weekend doing this show live. And after the show is over, I'm going to be leading another CE6. This is a global coordinated meditation for initiating contact. And so it's going to be real exciting. So that starts at 6 p.m. till 9. And right after the 9 p.m. mark, when we end the show, that will dovetail into the CE6 event.
And some of this will be streamed on my YouTube channel, New Realities. Okay, let's get in. Thanks, Mark. We'll get back to you. I want to just get into the discussion. I know Trisha has to leave. Trisha, great to see you. Do you have anything I think because disclosure is so close and we got this breaking news, and what's your insights into where we are now, Trisha, and how people can prepare for the fact that we're not alone? So what do you think?
Well, I think it's a very complicated puzzle. uh, to be honest with you, you know, I've had contact since I was a little girl. When I was about 7, I was taken on board a ship by some very human Pleiadians. They were wonderful. They, you know, the guy who was there, it was a round domed, huge round dome we were in. He pointed to the sky and he said, you know, when you look into the sky at night and you see the stars, we come from around a planet around one of those stars. And, you know, I was like 7. It was like, well, that makes perfect sense to me. And he said, we've come to your planet many times throughout the centuries. And, you know, he wound up energetically touching my third eye. And I found myself actually going back in time when I was a very tall human extraterrestrial man that was involved in building the complex under the Giza Plateau. And this is in the 100 years prior to the Great Flood, where we knew that was happening. And that was the beginning of a whole series of contacts that I've had my whole life with higher dimensional beings, including beings, as Phil was talking about, that are, you know, really, they are highly conscious, like that have bird heads and like eagles heads and owl heads and falcon heads and and even higher. And of course, I've worked with masters since I was 19. You know, I'm a very high initiate in a path that teaches people how to access these higher planes and to travel in those other worlds. And that's why I gave everyone that Way of Truth website, because that teaches those processes. And that's something I'm a teacher of, which is I'm always a student of the mysteries and a teacher of the mysteries. When we talk about the UFO phenomena, I think we're dealing with a very difficult situation, because basically, like Phil said, I think that the original inhabitants of this planet were very high consciousness, more angelic humans that had high levels of telepathy and so forth. Some of those races, they were genetically very pure, but we have been infiltrated, so to speak, throughout the many millennia by many groups that have interbred with us. And there's definitely very aggressive strands. The reptilian strands are pretty aggressive. And consequently, they have been working behind the scenes to create discord, division, darkness, lies, chaos, etc., for a really long time. And you have more benevolent species, some of which are human, some of which are not, who are really protective of us and want to help us. But, you know, the Galactic Federation, which is composed of over 100 worlds, has the law of non-interference. So when they made contact with the United States in 1950s, and we turned them down because we would rather do business with the little gray aliens and get technology and have power and feed the military industrial complex, the Galactic Federation had no choice but to step back. So they've made contact with people like me and probably people on this panel. And some of those people have come forward and some of those people aren't. Some of those people are doing their work in secret or in silence, or they're teachers, but they're not necessarily talking about their contacts. Some of them may be conscious of them, some may only know when they undergo hypnosis. But they've also instituted a program of having people like myself, who has a big history on this planet, but who has a very big history up there, incarnate. And many of you are those. Many of our listeners may be among those people. Those are what we call the starseeds, you know, the indigos, you know, they're different names for these basically, we're people who come in, and from the time we were young, we were pretty darn conscious, and we could see a bigger picture. And we were already on the page of universal consciousness.
So where are we now in this, and what's the future look like, you think?
I cannot tell you. I mean, I think that what I know is that we're going to have a pole shift. We've got some disasters coming up for this planet. We've got a very big asteroid that's coming for this planet in 2038 that's about 17 miles wide. It's at the heart of the Taurid comet shower that comes through in the fall. And unless we have some serious ET intervention, we are going to go through another, event like we've gone through before, where a lot of things get wiped away. I don't think anybody wants to see that. I think that the extraterrestrials are hoping that we are going to wake up and evolve so that that doesn't have to happen, because they certainly have the technology to make that, to destroy that asteroid, okay, or that meteorite that's coming our way. And scientists know that. And this is one of the reasons we've got all this crazy agenda about going to Mars, and they're building all these underground chambers with movie theaters and things for the power elite, which are the military industrial complex, and the very people that probably don't need to be saved, to be honest with you. They're not the love and peace people. They're the, control the world people, keep everyone in fear people. Mm-hmm. And so I think we got a problem, because whenever we get a conscious person in, like Obama or Biden, you can see what's going on with the politics. The Republicans are just lies, 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 and more lies. And it's very sad. And then we've got the Russians feeding the QAnon agenda, which is...
Sorry to interrupt, but I kind of have a no politics kind of thing for this.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Neil. Okay, so just get to the real core of it. Do you think that the government will come forward or not?
I think right now we're in the middle of a COVID scare. So I think until we can get stabilized from whatever's going on with COVID, which is a whole nother big conversation, I think until we can get stabilized with that and the economy, no. I think things are too delicate. People have lost their businesses. They've lost their homes. I understand the importance of bringing this knowledge forward, but I think that we've been sort of kept off balance on purpose. I think that, the COVID thing is totally engineered. It's nanotechnology, it's viruses, it's bacteria. What's the hidden agenda? Maybe to wipe out a certain percentage of the population, because we breed like rabbits and we have no sense of the environment. We're really unconscious as a society, and we need to shift. We really need to shift.
I think the COVID was part of this, whatever created it, it would help people shift to value life more, value the earth. And I think it does prepare us in a way for a bigger event that's outside the normal reality. So I'll come back to you, Trish. But Carolyn has to leave soon. So Carolyn, where do you think we are? Because you have some inside connections to the ETs themselves, like JJ, Desiree, Mark. I'm not sure about Paul, but where do you think we are in relationship to these other life forms? Because you have experience of their existence, and what do they want for us now in terms of this disclosure movement that we're really in the middle of?
Are you asking me, Alan, or somebody
else? I was asking Carolyn, and then I'll come back to you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hey, Alan, thanks. I think, first of all, disclosure is very confusing, because I think there's different levels, different layers, different aspects of what we call disclosure. I think a lot of it has already been disclosed. I mean, look at it. It's just in the news. Everybody is saying this is real, this is happening. So that part of the disclosure, I think, has already happened. Another part of the disclosure are the experiencers. I mean, we've had experiencers talking about what they've seen, what they've touched, what they know, how they felt, you know, physiological changes, measurable things. I mean, for years now. So I think that part of the disclosure is already past and done and continues to be. I think the part of disclosure that everybody thinks it should look like is the issue here. I think, you know, unless the president of the United States shows up and tells us, yes, UFOs are real and this is what they look like and this is what happened and this and that, or unless we actually see, you know, a spaceship land and an ET comes out of it and says, hi, Earthlings or whatever, that is what we are thinking disclosures should look like. And I think the more we think along those terms, the more it won't happen. Because especially that now with this AI reality where everything is fake, you know, not only it's faked, but you can literally with AI create a whole movie, a whole, you know, story, a whole whatever to make anybody think anything. So I guarantee that if something like this were to happen, where somebody comes out to say, yes, you know, some official is going to come out and say, yes, you know, we've been dealing with ETs and this is what happened. Somebody else is going to come out and say, no, that wasn't true. I mean, it's already happening that way. We think that the government is just one voice. It isn't. I guarantee that within the Pentagon, one guy in his office knows everything and the truth, and the guy next to him has no clue. And so, and they both think that is the truth. And so when you have one guy say something, the other guy is going to say no, because that's what he believes is the truth. So that is the problem. This is human nature that we're dealing with. And that sort of disclosure where we think it's going to come in that way, I think is a problem.
So what do you think should happen then? What, you have any ideas how the world, the government, I mean, maybe you're saying it should be a people's movement, which is what me and Mark and JJ and Desiree have been talking about, making contacts an inside job, basically. It's
yeah.
And Trisha said, yes. So
I mean, I think that's, first of all, that's more truthful. And,
yeah.
You know, because of everything that's happening, you know, not to get into politics, I don't want to go there, or the COVID thing or whatever. But I think the COVID thing is a great example of the mess. I mean, here comes this authority figure that tells us it's this, this, and that. The next day is another authority figure, government or medical or CDC, that tells us the opposite. And then something else, and then something else. This is a perfect example where we don't really know what the real truth is. You know, we have to either believe this guy or that guy or whatever. And so that the disclosure would look something like this, because that is human nature. And so because of that, I think the only solution, what it should look like, is to bring back the power to you. You know, to watch, to listen to everybody, watch what, you know, this guy's saying, that guy's saying, you know, our friends and the non-friends, and it doesn't matter. Right. And then, you know what, just shut it all out.
Right.
Shut it all out and say, and go back to your internal ability to discern and to really know the truth for yourself. So if I'm doing this, you're doing this, Mark, Paul, everybody, those people who truly want to know the truth from inside out, do this, then I think we can manifest a real type of disclosure that is much more authentic and real. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That's why I wrote this book up here, because it is just about going within, looking at our own consciousness and realizing we are part of a greater awareness, a greater cosmology of intelligence, and where the universe is not out there. We are part of an integrative wholeness of life itself. So it's ridiculous that we are even having this discussion, because
exactly.
I mean, why isn't it just universally known that we're not alone in the universe? It's like, hello. So, but this is the case as it is. Thanks. We'll come back to you, Carolyn, and Paul HYNEK, who's really been at the start of this. I mean, his father, J. Allen HYNEK, I think really started the disclosure movement in the 60s. I mean, he was really a breakaway from the Project Blue Book, stood up for himself and started to really look seriously at this phenomenon. So, Paul, where do you think we are now in this movement? What do you think could be possible for the future here for the planet?
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Neil, for bringing us all together. And hello, everybody. I couldn't agree more with what Carolyn just said. I think disclosure in the bowels of the government is like a fractured fairy tale. Carolyn mentioned that one guy here knows something, somebody else knows something, and that's their truth. And then you can also add on to that, as I'm sure Carolyn would have had she had even more time to elucidate it, that they have different beliefs. And that's one of the things that Lou Elizondo has mentioned, that the belief system of some of those people would suppress what they got. And then add on top of that what they want to happen. Yes. And then, you've got fiefdoms and turf battles with inside the government. It's not one monolithic block, as you and I talked about a bit yesterday, Alan. Right. It's this pell-mell, hodgepodge of people with different beliefs, different goals, and different levels of access. Then you've got like the CIA, then you got the nuclear bucket of a whole different type of information. And it's a mess. And also, like Carolyn said, it's getting to the point where with the deep fakes, nobody will believe. We used to think about Walter Cronkite narrating, the flying saucer landing on the lawn of the White House. Now nobody will believe any single newscaster because half the public won't like them. So the point of the government, I also think, I agree with Carolyn, that disclosure has already happened. It's a process, not an event. And the more it happens, the more the sort of global acceptance among people that aren't really in the field has been rising, so that if there is some kind of signal event, it'll be kind of like, oh, okay, finally, you guys got around to it. It's not letting us know, it's just you guys acknowledging what people already know around the world.
Well, maybe that's why the government's not going forward. First of all, they don't know how to explain this phenomenon, so they don't know what to say. They don't want to look helpless, but so maybe it is a citizens movement. It's an individual awakening, like Mark Sims. Mark Sims was a corporate guy. He went on a CE5 Skywatch and boom, his whole world completely changed. So Mark, you want to talk about like where you were, but your own evolution to being really at the forefront of this movement in a sense. Yeah. Wait, unmute. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Back in 2012, I, as a skeptic, decided to go to a Stephen Greer 6-day retreat in Borrego Springs, California, and a ship materialized above our group on the 5th evening of this 6-day event. And later that night in my hotel room, when I was alone and unable to sleep, I had a visit from a being who called himself Tejbar, and that began this 13-day magic carpet ride with this celestial being who literally, merged with my body and then took me on an extra dimensional experience. I mean, that's the only way you can describe it. And it completely changed my life. It forced me to recalibrate my worldview. I was an atheist at the time. I'd been an atheist my entire adult life. And what I learned over that 13 days, was a 180-degree shift from that philosophy, from that, worldview. And part of my journey has been to continue this relationship, which I'm very lucky and blessed to have the privilege of having with this being Tejbar. I continue to learn from him. But what's more is that I want to confirm this, and I've done a lot of reading over the last 9 years since this took place. I've met a lot of people, and I'm on this quest to try to find out what is the real truth here, because, people thought, my family literally thought I was going crazy when I was beginning to share with them what I was experiencing. And so I've been initially very conservative about what I share with people, but now since I've confirmed what I know is to be true, and there's so many other people who've corroborated information that I otherwise didn't know about. I mean, like Philip earlier. I mean,
Gruber, yeah.
I've never heard of this guy. I was lucky to catch the tail end of his presentation, but this guy is telling the truth. I mean, this is the real deal stuff. And when you start talking about angels and archangels and this whole hierarchy of multidimensional and ultra-dimensional beings that make up part of the cosmology of the universe, it's very confusing and it's hard to make sense of it. And you couple this cosmology, this very diverse and complex cosmology of these sentient beings, both physical and non-physical, on top of this, field and all the history of the witness accounts, and it's super confusing.
But we have to know that cosmology is real. I mean, most of us here have had some kind of contact with some other beings. And if that's not even talked about publicly, then everyone's left in the dark. So yeah, I appreciate you coming out. But what were you going to say? Yeah.
Well, I would just trying to, convey that I come from a background of, science. I'm a scientist, a computer science scientist, a computational chemist, and I got into renewable energies. That was my third business. So I've started 3 different companies. I've been very successful. This really switched, my thinking about and philosophy about reality. And what I am doing, and this began last year with the Harmonic Convergence 2020 event, is beginning to come out in full force to tell my story, because what was given to me over the last 9 years, beginning with that 13 days in 2012, is something that I really believe explains this new metaphysical paranormal world from a scientific standpoint. Right. And so spirituality and science are merging. And I see my role in all of this is to help explain it to a layperson in a way that makes sense, that they can wrap their head around, give them models and analogies that they can relate to, so they can understand what it is we're in contact with, and how this disclosure is going to unfold. And I don't have all the answers to the questions, but I definitely have some of the answers, some big ones.
That's why we're doing this panel, not just so the people listening can understand it more, because I think a lot of people listening already get this, but so who's ever out there, can take this information, add to their knowledge, and go out and talk to other people. It's sort of like UFO evangelism, I guess, but not quite, but it's spreading the news.
It's evangelism. It's good news. I'm an optimist about this. I certainly can relate and understand people who come from a more fear-based perspective on this, and that's rational, given the complexity and the weirdness and all that. But I happen to be an eternal optimist, more so than ever, about our future, and I'm really excited.
Me too. We are at a turning point in human history. We're right at the threshold. That's why I'm so excited. That also brings me to my really good friends. They've been taking good care of me here, and they also are real bridges between the spiritual, the ET, the new cosmology, and very practical science. So Dr. J.J. Hurtak, Dr. Desiree Hurtak are really tuned into what's happening. They're at the forefront. And I have to say, Dr. J.J. Hurtak is one of the longest time UFO investigators. Paul, he was with your father in Brazil in the 70s, looking at some of those Brazilian cases. JJ, you want to talk about that a little bit and your evolution as an investigator?
Well, first of all, I was trained as a social scientist at the University of California. I was part of the first disclosure conference in Washington, D.C. in 1995 with Dr. John Mack from Harvard University. So most of my work has been out of the country, although Desiree and I have worked with you, Alan, in one chapter of your book to bring the work behind the scenes into the public arena. Well, I have deep respect, Paul, for your father. I knew your father and mother, and I was with your dad in Brazil back in the late 70s. We were invited guests of Dr. General Alfredo Ochoa, who was a great scientist with the Brazilian Air Force, author of many books, but also one who had contact with spiritual entities. And Alan, HYNEK, and I had the opportunity to spend private time with him, and he put me sort of to the test as to what was the name of the entity speaking to him. That's Dr. General Ochoa. They said the name was Almuria, and this took him somewhat by surprise, but a happy surprise, that he recognized that there was a spiritual side to ufology. And so we became good friends. And Dr. HYNEK also complimented Dr. Ochoa and said that in Brazil, he found people of great integrity in spiritual work, in healing, and dealing with the paraphysical phenomena of seeing these small spherical lights, which were at the home of Dr. Ochoa. In so many words, in Brazil, we were introduced back in the late 70s to a whole new area of science by people who were highly credentialed, who didn't put science on one side and spirituality on the other, but we were able to blend the two.
And Alan, if I could also say to Paul that actually several times we were at the house of J. Allen HYNEK and his wife as guests, Mimi as guests, because my family also was from Chicago. So when we would go into town, we would come over and visit. But you said the other day that your dad was also understanding the fact that they were multidimensional. And I think from hearing the reports of what they experienced in Brazil, because they were also with this guy called Thomas Green Morton, and around him were these orbs. This is way before, this is in the 70s before people even talked about orbs, but people would actually see them. And I think, and I know that actually your father saw them as well. So what he was confirming more than anything was the fact that he saw beings kind of from other dimensional realms. You know, you can look at the documents, which J. Allen HYNEK did throughout all the reports that he read with Condon or everything else. But, you know, you're still just getting reports. When he went to Brazil, I think he had a real, you know, transformation of realizing these beings exist in other dimensions as well. And I think you asked him and he said, you know, will you say anything about this in the United States?
Well, I was surprised at a Congress in 1979. He said to the Brazilian audience that the coming of higher intelligence was like the second coming of Christ. And I practically dropped my shoes at that time because I know he was a sterling scientist who would not say things that would be somewhat outrageous in American scientific circles, but in the context of what the Brazilians saw is the coming of higher intelligence in the spiritual sense of authentic contact. I understood his metaphor and what he meant at that particular moment.
But he had a different persona, if I can say, in Brazil than he did in the United States. We were also with him in 1979 at what really one of the first UFO conferences.
1977 in Acapulco. I was there with Dr. HYNEK and other notables, and my wife, of course. We were interested really in the backstory of things behind the scene. And Alan would say, "How do you deal with the crazy?" And I said, "You know, you look at the source behind the voice. The real source is that we are working with multiple levels of cosmic intelligence, each having their own particular language. And we have to have a, shall we say, interdimensional vocabulary in mind, that this is not simply traditional Western science, and this is not traditional Orthodox religion. This is something that goes far beyond that."
And if I can just add that, you know, we're optimistic somewhat about the release of some disclosure information connected with that COVID bill that Marco Rubio put in there in June. But at the same time, as Carolyn and Paul had said, and Mark's indicated, it's so complex that it's very difficult to really say everything about it. And, they are going back simply pretty much maybe to the 2004 Nimitz experience and some other things that happened on the East Coast.
But what you're saying, though, is that the complexity, part of the complexity is this whole interdimensional quality. And how does the government even start talking about that when they're not even acknowledging their dimensional quality, that they're here? So interdimensionality is something they have no language, they have no consciousness for, maybe a few of them, but that's really the disclosure here. And
I think,
ahead,
Alan, I think you're so right. And Desiree too. I mean, all of you agree with everything you guys have said. Basically, in the version of reality that we've accepted in the Abrahamic religions, there's basically heaven, there's hell, and there's earth. And maybe we're alone in the universe, or maybe someone else is out on a planet out there somewhere. And fortunately, science, thank goodness, is bringing us to the, just statistically, was like 100 billion suns in our galaxy alone, and 100 billion galaxies. And so statistically, now finally science is like leading the charge to say there has to be life on other planets. And who's to say that they aren't millions of years ahead of us with technology? So coming here would be no big deal.
And dimensionally, not just on their planet, but what level of perception and vibration that we might not even see. Well,
exactly. And so it's like you say, there's no vocabulary. What can they say? They come from heaven. So suddenly it's a religious event. So we have to change our religious paradigm, and like you said, Desiree, marry science and religion back together, and philosophy, which is how the mystery schools, they had a triangle. If it didn't wash one way, you had to figure out what was wrong with your equation.
Well, I think we have to get rid of the religion part, because it's now a science. What Phil was saying is a science of spirit. I mean, Paul, you talk about the interdimensional. When I asked you the question, what you really thought was going on, you said, go ahead, tell them that you think it's interdimensional. But why do you say that? Because you're sort of a solid, concrete sort of guy.
That may be the first time anyone's ever said that about me.
Well, I don't know you that well, so okay.
Well, I want to say hello, JJ and Desiree, and thank you so much for talking about Brazil. And I'd love to talk with you more offline about that. And I have another natural affinity for people whose last name starts with H and ends with K as well. To me, I think for all of us here, I think like Jacques Vallée's line, I think we'd all be disappointed if the sum total of the UFO experience turned out to be only extraterrestrial. Right. There's just so much more meat on these interstellar bones. And the interdimensional one just seemed to me to be a thread of research that I could pick up and run with, that my father had shown like a little light on that many others have done. And it just seems to me to be a little bit more self-controlled, a little bit easier to prompt with the help of certain inducements. And it's just utterly fascinating to me. And to try to come at the UFO phenomena kind of an end round with another approach, it hasn't been done as much. And I think there's a chance to really push the needle forward in that area.
Right. And that's exactly what Carolyn Corey deals with, because she is a kind of active multidimensional being. But how would you talk about the interdimensionality, Carolyn? And like, how do you talk to people about this is really at the heart of the phenomena?
Exactly. I think that's the problem. There's human nature, and there's also the nature of reality, which everybody has a different version of. I mean, you have most of the planet that thinks we're, it's three-dimensional, and that's that. There's nothing else beyond it. And those other people that believe there's something else, there's consciousness. I mean, right there's a problem. And so when you're, so when you're trying to explain a phenomenon that is not explainable just, according to the Newtonian laws, using Newtonian laws, it just won't work. It doesn't even make sense, And so I think that is the problem about still waiting to have some sort of explanation that will make everybody happy. going back to how the disclosure should happen.
Yeah, but how do you talk about? Yeah. Go ahead.
So I think, that's what I attempt to do in my work, obviously, for 20 years. I think to bring it back to the question of, it's all about the experience. If you're not experiencing, you are not. I mean, you are the experiencer of your reality, whatever that may be. And so when you bring it back to that, then if you only experience your physical body as the end of all, and that's it, then that's your reality. But if you experience more, that is also your reality. In other words, there's not one finite way of explaining reality. So I think if people can just go back to this basic principle of how do you define reality and accept it as your truth, then there's hope. Because you can't deny, you can't tell me I didn't experience something that I know I did. You know what I mean? You're not in my body. You're not in my brain. You're not, So I think that's the only hope that we could have, to at least acknowledge that if you're experiencing something beyond the physical realm, it follows. There's a lot of science, which is what I tried to do in my last film, except it's not the Newtonian science. It is a different type of science. It's the science of consciousness. Mm-hmm. So I mean, that's kind of like what we need to be explaining and talking about.
But Carolyn's film was superhuman. But how do you actually explain this idea of interdimensionality, of the realities of higher vibrations? How would you talk about it to someone who has no idea, or maybe you just can't? We just can't.
Can I just jump in here? Did you include Aaron Laszlo in your film? He's a quantum physicist, and he's come out with several books where he's able to talk about multidimensionality and quantum physics and explain it. And he's actually talking about the very laws that Thoth talked about.
Yes.
The 7 underlying hermetic laws of the universe, which is the universe is conscious, everything is vibration, the law of correspondence. I mean, I give a whole series of discourses on this, and it's the perennial wisdom. And once we understand that, we can understand how things are multidimensional, because it's vibration.
But you can't understand it unless you've had it. If you're brought up and conditioned and brainwashed to think, oh, this is all there is, then you need an experience like Mark's or JJ's, or well, JJ already knew that, but or Carolyn, seeing these beings to start. Maybe you can. Maybe it's what Madame Blavatsky says: for those who know, no explanation is necessary. For those who don't know, explanation is possible. So I don't know. But Carolyn, just what would you say to someone to start to have them think about these dimensional realities?
I mean, we can talk about, in simplistic terms, the experiences that people can relate to, the relatable experiences like synchronicity or intuition, or how is it that that your son, something's wrong with your son when you didn't have a contact with him, he's on the other side of the planet, you think about them, they call you, you walk into a room, you knew exactly what was going to happen. I mean, things like that. So what do you call that? How is it possible that you're a scientist, you're somebody who only believes in the physical world? How do you know or sense something that you didn't have prior knowledge about?
It's the non-locality of the mind. Yeah,
exactly. So we can start with that, and because usually even the most kind of people on the fence or even non-believers will all, as soon as you talk about this, well, how do you explain, when you think of something, they call you, blah, blah, blah. So when you at least open that door, they start to say, you know what? I did have an experience one time, and then they go into remembering and accepting that they also have had some sort of non-physical, non-explainable experience at some point.
Thank you. I'll go to Paul, and then I want to hear from Mark about some of the Tejbar teachings if he wants, and JJ. But go ahead, Paul.
So riffing not as an explanation, but a quick anecdote about Madame H.P. Blavatsky.
Okay.
My all-time favorite restaurant is the White Dog Cafe in Philadelphia, where I went for graduate school on Sansom Street. And that is a row house that used to be her house.
Oh.
And she contracted gangrene in her left leg, and the doctors told her they would have to amputate it. And she said, fancy that, I'll not have my leg enter the spirit world before me. And she credited the companionship of her white dog as having saved her leg.
Oh, wow.
So if you have a chance to go to Philadelphia, it's a great restaurant, one of the first sustainable practice restaurants, and just a great vibe.
Because she also lived in New York, actually right around the corner from where the Hertogs are, where she wrote the Isis Unveiled. And she is really the godmother of modern spirituality.
Yeah.
But Mark, Getty, did you want to say something, JJ?
I think Desiree and I would like just to say 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we were going to say,
Sure.
you know, this is actually leading into your book. And your book is
then go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is one of the first books that isn't all about nuts and bolts, but still really practical and a good reader, because even our chapters, extraterrestrials and multidimensional non-local reality. And many people like Carolyn talk about these other dimensional realities. And yes, I mean, even if you take nuts and bolts and you see a UFO outside, chances are they're using some sort of fifth dimensional reality to come through the walls, because they're able to do that. They're not like walking in your door, they're actually coming through walls. So there's some sort of play here with these multidimensional realities. And I just want to say one other thing, that even though the science is so important, that as Trish mentioned, but also some of our work was to go back into the original ancient teachings from around the world. And we're going to do an ancient history panel tomorrow at around 2:40, I think,
California time
here at this program. But
Portal to Ascension, yes.
Yeah, but to say that all these ancient religions and cultures really did have an open space for other levels of intelligence. It's not closed. It's only been the religions that have kind of controlled it into this heaven, earth, and the underworld. But there's much, much more in the original teaching.
It was called Meta Science, and we worked at Stanford Research Institute with scholars and put this book together, Mind Dynamics in Space and Time. This is the real X-Files of how the American government and defense intelligence and beyond subsidized for more than 20 years the study of how remote viewing, remote sensing, remote healing could be used and understood on a global basis. So we have already government scientists on the highest of levels confirming the fact that we are having the abilities, if we wish, to work beyond the five senses.
Non-local awareness, but what's so important, everyone talks about global non-local awareness, but what Carolyn and Mark and ourselves are talking about is actually universal non-local awareness. And as we've said many times with you, Alan, that if a person even sees a UFO, chances are they're in touch with some level of intelligence from then on. They're entangled. That's all quantum physics terms. And even recently we had Travis Walton out here, and even after his main experience 45 years ago, he's had other, we'll say, close encounters of the first or second kind. So it's always, you're connected. I know Mark, if probably the next person to talk, is still connected. Even though he had this experience in 2012, there's that ongoing connection. Carolyn as well.
Well, I also want to say your chapter in the book on the multidimensionalities really gives us science using quantum physics, things like quantum tunneling, entanglement, you know, the power of the mind and the subconscious will. And this is the key, I think, to understanding the multidimensionality, is the fact that the consciousness is not just this thing that our brain produces, but it's an aspect of reality itself. And we need to know how to control that to actually meet the ETs on their own ground. So Trisha, I'm going to send you a copy of my book. But
I want to read it. It sounds absolutely great. And I love that all you guys are in it, because, you know, right up my alley for sure.
Right.
I want to say that what that's what I was talking about with those experiments, and you too, Alan, is there's a book called The Field. It's probably 2012.
Lynn McTaggart. Yeah, she's a good friend.
And it's all the scientific experiments that they've been doing, torturing one thing and another, trying to figure out remote viewing, remote healing, and again, Aaron Laszlo is definitely someone to take a look at. He's a quantum physicist, but he brings it together with spirituality and and the divine, really.
I'm going to be interviewing Irvin Nislo for Contact in the Desert on June 25th. Right. But Carolyn, do you have to go? Is that
No, I was going to say that's also what I did in my movie Superhuman, which is all measurable effects of consciousness on the physical world. So for those who didn't watch Superhuman, the invisible made.
I want to see it. Where is it?
It's a great movie.
Amazon Prime, or go to superhumanfilm.com. It's all experiments demonstrating that
Superhuman. Maybe someone could put it in the chat.
Yeah, is it on your website, Carolyn?
You can go to superhumanfilm.com, but it's also on Amazon Prime, Superhuman, the invisible made visible. This is all demonstrating the actual physical effect of consciousness on the physical world. And at the end of the day, we're basically demonstrating through a bunch of experiments in laboratory and otherwise, that consciousness is fundamental. It's almost like you can think of it as the substance before anything, if there's a before and after, but let's pretend. So if it is the substance that is the fundamental substance before anything, that it's from consciousness that everything else emerges. The physical world is going to emerge, intelligent life is going to emerge, even the material world is going to emerge from this original fundamental substance. And so now that it's all emerged and it's all interconnected, when we are seeing a UFO, we have to remember that at the base of our experience is this fundamental substance. So there's no separation, even though it looks like here I am as an individual unit of consciousness observing this object, but we both have a common denominator at the base of our existence. And because of that, we are interconnected. And so it is that interconnection of all of aspects of life that makes it experiential, meaning that we have a singular and individual experience of all of life, even though it's all connected.
You see, that's why the Pentagon is scrambling, because they don't have the language, they don't have the paradigm of understanding what you just said. They're thinking as Newtonian physics.
And them. There's
and that's why if I see a UFO, I can talk to it, I can find out what it is, because at the base we are connected to the same fabric. I mean, so sometimes when I see a UFO, one time there's all these lights bouncing right above my house. So I can connect to it and talk to it, and I can find out if this is human, non-human, is this a drone? Or is this just an effect of an illusion or what have you? And then, so if I communicate, it responds back to me. This one time, I said I could see and sense and connect, and I could tell that there is an intelligent life inside this vehicle. So I said, if you are what I think you are, then follow me. And so I started walking like half a mile, in one direction. And these lights are like following it. And we were having a conversation. Mm-hmm. And so then I said, okay, that was awesome. Now I'm walking, the opposite direction for half a mile. And here they are, they're following me. So what I'm saying is, when you take that as the base of your existence, that everything is interconnected, then you can see and understand everything from that perspective, and recognize and discern what it is that you're observing.
Right. Yes. This is what John Mack was saying at the end of his life in his last book, Passport to the Cosmos, about the indigenous awareness of this link of consciousness. And John also has an essay in this book, Trisha, that's been unpublished. So I love this conversation. It's all coming together. But let me just get to Mark for a second, because when he had like his contact awakening, you were actually taught the levels of dimensional reality. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So over this 13-day experience in which I'm communing with Tejbar, this is the word he gave me, which of course we all know from Whitley Strieber's famous book, Communion. He described it as the union of three things: the physical body, my physical body, and my soul, which he called the astral body. This is the thing that we can project, and we call this astral projection. That's developing in our body and through the modus operandi of reincarnation. And then the third thing was him. The celestial body is what he originally called it. And so that's what he described it when we were together. And over this 13-day period, I did most of the asking. I did an interview, an in-depth interview of this being.
I just want to say, if you didn't hear it, Tejbar actually merged into Mark's body.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So imagine a light body here. Let me just show everyone what he appeared as at the end of my bed. This is the cover to my book that I'm going to be publishing soon. And this is literally what I saw standing at the end of my bed in Borrego Springs, California, on the very early morning of November 16th, 2012. And as he stood there at the end of my bed, I assumed that this was an extraterrestrial that was clearly not physical. It occurred to me that maybe he was either an energy being or possibly a hologram appearing at the end of my bed. And so I greeted it, and then it slowly began walking towards me on my left side and began reaching out and then pushing into my body with its index finger, and then the rest of it followed, and I felt this merging, which was an intense type of static electricity sensation. And it got so intense as his shoulder began merging with the left side of my body that I almost jumped up. My fight or flight response kicked in, and it took every bit of willpower to keep still and to allow him to do this. And, I often get the question like, what, weren't you scared? And I wasn't scared. There was a benevolence to this being. So I wasn't scared, and there was already the context of being at this event for 5 days and having seen this ship appear above our group just a couple hours before this took place in my room. So, I just trusted it, but still it was freaky, and it took a lot of willpower to stay still. And this began this 13-day experience, and I began asking him questions, and that ultimately led to the development of, or the creation of, this chart, which I will be talking a lot more about in the coming months. And this is called the Universal Consciousness Development Chart. And in this chart, it includes 3 categories of dimensions of consciousness or dimensions of awareness. And in the yellow area are the 15 dimensions that he outlined for me. In the green column, these are the dimensions of freedom that he described, of which in the physical realm, we experience 3, but there are 6 more dimensions of freedom, we'll say, in the higher dimensions or higher realms. And then there were 2 dimensions of time that he described. And the model of this so in this model, you have 3 realms of creation, and they're labeled on the left side. You have the physical realm at the bottom, the densest of the 3. You have the astral and the celestial. And each one of these rows or realms of creation incorporate 5 dimensions of consciousness. And in the physical realm, these 5 dimensions of consciousness or awareness are the 5 physical senses, okay? So you have to be a physical being to be able to smell or to see with eyes, the light spectrum, the visible light spectrum. This is a consequence of being physical. But there are also dimensions of consciousness that he explained that exist at the astral level. And these include things like telepathy, ESP, astral projection, hive mind, or social memory complexes is a dimension of consciousness at this level. So there are 5 additional dimensions of consciousness at this level, and then there's 5 more at the celestial level. In the celestial level, he called it the level of the Godhead. And as we evolve through these three realms, starting with the physical, we kind of change. Our consciousness evolves, our awareness evolves. And so there's a purpose to this process that he described. And, I don't want to take up too much more time because I could spend hours talking about this. All I want to point out is in the chart at the top, you have the superstring theories. These are the 8 string theories that make up the body of superstring theories, which is a theory from astrophysics that attempts to explain the nature of reality, how we get to all the elementary particles that we find that make up matter and energy. And these 8 string theories predict 2 things. Number one, that when you continue to divide matter into its constituent parts, you get to a point where you can no longer divide it. And what you end up with is a string, a one-dimensional string that has imbued in it a frequency and a amplitude, or a quantity of energy. And that determines what that quanta of energy will manifest into in what we call the standard elementary particle, the elementary particle table in the standard model of elementary particles.
Well, thanks, Mark. No, this is this is what I mean. Like, what does interdimensionality mean? This is exactly what I mean. Wait, I'm going to get to you for a second. I think Paul.
What's the book, Mark? We can't wait for it to come out. Sounds great.
Thank you, Trisha. I'm very excited to bring this to the world. I've been working on this, and I've got a great way to present it that, normal people, can wrap their heads around. It's very exciting.
I hope Alan and Neil will send your phone number and your email and Carolyn's and share.
I just want to get to Paul because I think you said you had to leave at this time, Paul.
I have to leave. Yeah.
Oh, and Carolyn.
I just wanted to say real quick. Also, I love what Mark just presented, but also I think for me the experience of multidimensionality is slightly different. Just to put it out there, that once right now we have our brain, we use our brain in a linear fashion, in a kind of, the frontal lobe, the temporal lobe, it's like all separate as we operate through this physical world. But I think once we, because I've had all these experiences and I taught it to hundreds of people, once you are coming in contact with other realities, you are merged with the other dimension in a different way. And I feel like that you switch from linear brain functioning to a full brain capacity functioning, and you tap into all dimensions at the same time. So it's not so linear. It's not so, from here to there is 6 dimension, then it's 15 dimension. It's good as an explanation because people can, kind of get a sense. But what I'm saying is there's a way, to go through the pineal gland and the caudate, anyway, not without getting technical, where the brain switches automatically to all dimensions all at once.
Let's do a multi-dimensional panel with specifically about that with Mark and you and a few other people. And wait, Paul has, thank you, Carolyn, superhuman, Carolyn Corey. She also has a chapter in Making Contact. So thank you for everything, Carolyn. I'll be in touch.
All right, see you later. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And Paul, you have to leave now too. Do you have any? Did you? I just wanted to ask you one question I didn't ask you the other day. When your father finally acknowledged the existence, he was a mainstream astronomer from, I guess, Northwestern University in Chicago, and he was hired by Project Blue Book to debunk it all. When he finally realized, like, guess what, there was something there, did that change him fundamentally and other levels of his life?
That's a really good question. You mentioned Madam H.P. Blavatsky. He liked her and Rudolf Steiner. And he had Rosicrucian leanings. So he had a sort of core of spirituality to him, even though he was a hard-boiled nuts and bolts astrophysicist. So his basic spiritual, intellectual foundation had already been set. So aliens from wherever really fit into his worldview. You know, he was trained to do, he was told by the Air Force, hey, you know, like we talked about yesterday, it's the Society for the Explanation of the Uninvestigated, right? So Project Blue Book's goal and tactics were very different from his personal beliefs. Now, as a scientist, you know, he had to make sure that he felt that there was enough accumulated evidence for him to accept that as a bona fide phenomena, not so much believe, but accept the data. And because he was also, you know, there were three groups he had to be conscious of. One was the military, one was mainstream science, and the other is UFO, let's say, believers. Three very, very different groups. I think he felt he had to keep each one of them mildly displeased, and then he's doing a good balancing act. And so, you know, the idea of the straw that broke the camel's back, or the more and more evidence, and you know, I keep finding out more and more interesting chapters like JJ and Desiree mentioned about Brazil that I don't know about. So I don't have the complete view myself. But you know, the idea of accepting the UFO phenomena and then ruminating and cogitating on where they come from fit into his worldview, and it was really more the public persona that had to be brought up to speed to go along with that.
But I love that whole TV series they're doing on your dad.
Yes,
you know that series,
Project Blue Book. Yes,
great.
But I just want to ask you. I know you have to go, but
that's okay.
As a person, did it come down? Well, I'm sure he loved being in Close Encounters, right? That was a great highlight for him. That in the movie, that little.
It was fun. It was a relief because, you know, especially back in the 70s, when Hollywood comes knocking on your door and wants to talk about UFOs, that can go south really quickly. And, you know, he had a scientific reputation to maintain, and, you know, getting involved with UFOs certainly didn't help his tenure track in the beginning, right? So
did he feel validated by that movie?
I don't think he felt, I think he felt relieved that it portrayed UFOs in both a sympathetic and professional manner. And it indeed took lots of snippets from real reports for that kind of verisimilitude. So he felt that it was a good fictionalized portrayal of aspects that many people have reported, and it came across in a very sympathetic way.
And also, because there's a lot of this discussion tonight has been about multidimensionality, you told me the other day that was part of his core belief about the phenomena. Is that true?
Yeah. Jacques Vallée, my father, I'm sure many others here, felt that, well, for, let's say, astrophysical constraint reasons, the extraterrestrial hypothesis doesn't seem to check all the boxes. And interdimensional just seems to encompass some of the more deeper or esoteric parts of the phenomena that a spaceship coming from Zeta Reticuli doesn't seem to really wrap up. Right. And it's, especially with this community of people, of experiencers and people that have had these experiences where the most important aspect is not a visual sighting of a craft. Interdimensional just seems so much more resonant to me and many other people listening right now, I think.
And personal, yes. Thank you. Hang out as long as you want. I just want to go to JJ and say, you know, that's been
I want to say that your dad was very close to Pedro Faris, who was the Walter Cronkite of Mexico, and brought this subject really into the mainstream. So your father had many hats behind the scenes. He was deeply consistent with his inner spirituality from the school of Steiner, and I also respect that.
Hello?
I think he got frozen.
Uh-oh, he got frozen. But anyway, yeah, no, JJ has a lot of great memories about working with
he knew that there had to be a new language.
I have loved this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trisha, for joining us. It's always great to see you. You're looking great.
And I've loved every one of this. Please send their contact information. I think we'd all love it.
All right.
And I want to read your book.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you a PDF. Okay.
Much love, guys. Bye, JJ.
Thanks,
bye,
Trisha.
JJ.
So,
bye.
wait, JJ, we lost the end of your talk there.
I plugged in now into Ethernet.
I just wanted to say before Paul goes that there is a deep metaphysical side to Dr. J. Allen Hynek that's very important, and I think as a model for future scientists and engineers, the highlights of his life should also include his inner spiritual quest and recognition of multidimensional science. We would call that future science, science guided by consciousness.
And I want to remind people that the Close Encounters of the Third Kind movie, many people didn't understand why Richard Dreyfuss was building that mountain in his living room and just had the insight to go to that place along with other people. But it's that non-local awareness, that entanglement that was part of that. And so it was put in. I know that your father probably was behind that, instigating, that phenomena, but it happens all the time. And this is really partly of what Alan's new book is about, that consciousness linkage that we all ultimately have with other levels of intelligence.
But I also want to say, just qualifying the experience in the terms that he did, Close Encounters of the First Kind, the second kind, the third kind, gave legitimacy to the experiencers and sort of, well, it brought it into public awareness. Now everyone, because of the movie, but everyone somehow has more of a handle on levels of possibility and interaction because of your father. And that's really a gift to this evolving culture that suddenly now, after the 60s, where he was 70s, like 50 years later, it's coming into common knowledge what this is all about. So what do you have to say about his languaging and his categorization of a phenomenon that wasn't even tangible? I never even heard of Close Encounters of the Third Kind before the movie came out, but what was behind that? And did he feel like that legitimized the experience a little more? Paul?
Well, he realized he wasn't studying UFOs, he was studying UFO reports. Right. And so he had to come up with a way. If he wanted other scientists to take it seriously, he thought it was essential to have a way to, as scientists do, to categorize things. They always put things in buckets, and that makes other scientists more comfortable. And it allowed kind of a shorthand internationally for people to communicate using the same vocabulary. And it's, I think he'd be surprised that maybe it's survived and now it's been built on, but I think he'd be gratified to see that. I don't know if he would think that anything from Hollywood would do anything to legitimize the phenomena. It moved the needle, though, on the acceptance of the public discourse, which I think he thought was a valuable thing, that more people felt comfortable talking about it because it portrayed, mashed potato mountain building experiencers in a very positive manner. Now, I'll tell you, my father had little patience for us after the movie playing with mashed potatoes at home.
Is that what happened? Well, can you just also say where'd that come from, that scene? What was it in his work that developed into that obsession? What did he hear?
I don't know exactly, but to JJ's point, or Desiree, he talked with Steven Spielberg quite a lot and conveyed to him this aspect of the non-local and communication, apparently outside of time as well. And I don't know where the specifics from the mashed potatoes came, but that kind of aspect, Richard Dreyfuss's character, this kind of schlubby guy who's like a utility repairman in Muncie, Indiana, that's about as relatable as you get. And he has no interest, no desire for UFOs. And he's the kind of guy that takes you along on this journey. I think for a lot of people, my father was kind of like that because he's a fairly sympathetic guy. He's a scientist who doesn't really have a horse in the race, so to speak. And if this guy who has a pretty good academic and astronomical pedigree is now saying, hey, we should all take a look at the stars, there's something happening, it helps other people to come in who may have otherwise thought, oh, it's still flying saucers and ray guns.
Well, that's exactly who Luis Elizondo was. He was a military guy on the front lines. Suddenly he's looking at these reports that he wasn't anywhere familiar with, but he goes, oh my God, if this is true, what does that mean for national security? What does this mean for the truth? I mean, he really is behind some of this awakening. So, I mean, I also just want to acknowledge your father as really spearheading, like I said in the beginning, a movement that is now blossoming. He planted the seeds and now something is flowering. And, you know, just about the mashed potatoes thing, when I first heard about it, I had an experience. I became obsessed. I didn't make mashed potato mountains, but it's like I did, and maybe Mark did too. And JJ has always been involved, Desiree too. But I wanted to know everything there was about the phenomena. I went to every conference, got every book, because something had happened to me that, like Grant Cameron says, it sucks you down the rabbit hole until. And we're still down the rabbit hole. That's why
I'm not the rabbit hole, the wormhole.
We're somewhere in deep space. I know that, but it's still kind of, maybe the whole world is coming to this realization, like your father, me, Mark, that there's something real happening, and we're all going to be sucked into that wormhole. Where, I mean, even on The View, those women. We're talking about the 188 days that are coming up in Congress.
I'll give you one anecdote that I heard that I experienced last year, which really indicated to me that it's talking about UFOs has really sort of passed the point of no return. I was listening to ESPN sports radio in the background. They're talking about some football game, and one of the jocks on the show said to the other one, "Hey, because of COVID, whoever wins the Super Bowl this year, if there is one, well, they need an asterisk by their name." So it's a really deep in the woods, football question. And the other guy says, look, the only thing you need to know about 2020 is that the Pentagon has said that UFOs are real.
Right.
It was just so random, so out of place, and so just naturally came out of the guy. It's almost like he's channeling in a football conversation UFO disclosure.
Right. Thank you for that story. That makes it legitimate that they're talking about it on a football game.
Right.
So let me thanks. Are you going to hang out for a while?
Yeah, I've got to go now.
Well, wait, I'm just going to say you're going to be at Contact in the Desert, right?
Virtually, yes.
Right. Everyone's going to be at Contact in the Desert. I just want to show.
Usual suspects, right.
Caroline's going to be there. I'm going to be there. JJ and Desiree are going to be there. This is Contact in the Desert. It is coming up virtual. Go to contactinthedesert.com to find out more. There's David Childress, and there's like over 60 speakers. It's probably live. It's one of my favorite things. Online, it's going to be an incredible event. So come join it. Get a ticket online. There's pictures of me and JJ right down there at the bottom. So Paul HYNEK's going to be there. What are you giving your talk about at the conference, Paul?
No idea.
All right. We'll help you along. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks. I'm going to also send you a PDF of my book. I'd like to get your feedback.
Okay. And thank you so much, JJ and Desiree. And I'd love to talk with you more. Thank you so much.
Do that, Paul.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Bye. Thank you, Neil. Bye, Alan. Bye, Mark.
Thanks, Paul. Just to wrap up, JJ and Mark and Desiree. So here we're coming down to the wire. Neil, do we have to get off at any certain time?
No, we're good.
Okay, so maybe just another 15 minutes to wrap it all up and put it in a box. So JJ, Desiree, we've been talking about this for 2 months, right? It's coming down to the wire.
This is the situation. This is the situation. This program is a great program, but there's more to it than talking heads. Mm-hmm. And in order to get into interdimensionality, you have to have what I consider the ability to morph or to bring out the special effects that have been advanced in the movie industry to give people a sense of immersion. What I mean by that is a sense of floating in inner space with the actual contact experience. Words are not sufficient. No matter how long we talk, how many hours of Trisha McCannon, how many hours of somebody else, that doesn't cut it. You have to have an inner awakening experience that I feel has to be orchestrated through what we have already discussed: vibrations, sacred geometry, higher language levels, and certainly thought forms or scenarios that show complex interdimensionality.
So just to say a little bit more, Dr. Urtek's experience, we consider an ultra-terrestrial level of intelligence, where there was an energy similar to Mark's, but he claims is celestial, which we say is extra celestial. But anyway, levels of intelligence that literally appear and that take you, in this case, Dr. Hurtak, to these higher levels of awareness. But I think, as Mark has said, and I will affirm hopefully in a moment as well, that all of them who are not being abducted, and I think Carol and Corey falls into the experiencer as well, are asked, given the choice, but they have to first be open. And we were saying this on the Ascension panel. It's opening your higher consciousness to the greater reality that these other levels exist. Mark had it through a C5 or C4 experience where he actually saw something, then he knew it. Dr. Hurtak had it through more of a deeper meditation experience. I've also seen things just growing up in Florida in the Bermuda Triangle area. But the idea is, once that happens and you are asked if you're ready, then you're open to other realms of intelligence. And I want to encourage everyone to start opening their minds to the greater levels of intelligence, not necessarily the nuts and bolts, or even the reptilians or some of the insectoids, anything like that.
They feel the sacredness. Go higher.
That is what I wanted to bring.
I wanted to bring that out in the book, that it's not about ETs, it's about us evolving to the place where we can meet the rest of the cosmos. Because
it's great.
Thank you.
It's great.
There's intelligence out there waiting for us to grow up and meet them on a level playing field. That's Mark's experience and fast tracking through Tejbar. I mean, and of course, JJ and Desiree, but Mark, just any concluding words about that level of consciousness that you were really tutored in with this interdimensional being, and how you're such a different person that you look even more different now than we saw you a couple of weeks ago. So
I love you, Mark.
Oh, I love you, JJ and Desiree and Alan. You're such dear friends and such wonderful people, inspirational and such great mentors for us. Alan, have only really one thing to say, and that is that this is all good news, that there's really nothing to fear. Nothing to fear but fear itself. I've heard that somewhere before. Yes. And so I think, the work that we all have to do is to figure out how we approach this experientially. How can we engage with the ETs in a way that we can, for ourselves, confirm that they're real? Because no matter what somebody says, until you have your own experience, you'll always have that little bit of doubt or skepticism. And so, people need to just simply invite. And the best way to do that is through meditative practices, filling your heart full of gratitude and joy, because this is a joyful thing. This is, learning and then meeting these beings that are so technologically and spiritually advanced than us, and they're rooting for us. They are just at the edge of their seats, like, are they going to make it? Are they going to make it? And they want to cheer us on, but they can't reach down and help us solve our own problems. We got to grow up and take responsibilities for ourselves and for our planet, and all that can be done if we just put that intention and do it from a place of love. And I see a bright future for us, a really wonderful, beautiful future.
Well, we're going to be talking about this on the 29th. Can you show the flyer for the 29th? Because that's going to be...
I sure can. I'll put it up there one more time.
We have Bridget Nielsen on, who we discovered here in Sedona, who's a great speaker to the Star Seeds, and Danny Sheen.
See that?
Whitley Strieber. At some point, we're going to have the JJ and Desiree Hurtak back. Danny Sheen, who's at the heart of the disclosure. I mean, he is really a central figure right now in the disclosure movement. Whitley Strieber, who's probably the longest term contactee, abductee I know of.
Zinka Caro, who's a brilliant, what does Zinka do, actually? How would you describe it?
Well, she's a technologist and, just a real futurist. And she's got her own business at zinkacaro.com, I believe is her website. And she's right now working on a new platform called Exo Metaverse. And every other Friday, she features an interview with someone, someone who you rarely hear about, or maybe you do hear about. And her interviews with people are amazing. And she's got all sorts of projects that she's bringing into the Exo Metaverse universe. And, people sharing their first contact stories. If you go to her website, exometaverse. I think it's .com, it might be .org. But if you go there, she's got a whole gallery of YouTube videos of people sharing their first contact experience. And it's amazing the stories people share there. They're so beautiful. They're so positive. And so, yeah, so she's great.
We have John Yost, who's a first contact, right? Person there too.
Oh yeah, he's a real interesting story. He's actually making a movie trilogy called First Contact, or no, Making Contact. So,
all right. Well,
he's got the same title as your book.
Well, it seems like everyone does. So buy the book. But anyway,
may I just add that just to let everybody know on YouTube that we actually Saturday Night Alive broadcast to our YouTube every single week, as well as Alan Steinfeld's YouTube. So if you're on our YouTube now and you're subscribed and you're already getting notifications, you'll get an update when this goes live. And I'm going to be the interview on May 28th, which is the day before this, on Exo Metaverse. So you can check that out too.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, don't miss it. Zinka is great, and Neil will be on there. It'll be great.
You can also register right at globalpeacetribe.com if you want to be updated. So, Mark, I'm going to be there. We're going to be talking really about this leading edge, about crossing this threshold into the unknown, and how, like my title, my book said, preparing for these new realities, which brings me back to the Hertogs, because they are real pioneers in this field, because they've integrated consciousness, spirituality, and this connection to these higher realms. So talk a little bit about UTs and celestials and ultra terrestrials.
Let me just start though, Alan, to give another plug for the Saturday Night Alive, because I think with Danny Sheen there, who's supporting Elizondo, I mean, this is really the next threshold. If we'll say the Senate Intelligence Committee by June 24th, which is supposedly the deadline, really comes out with anything, more, it'll be an encouragement again for the whole world to know more. So we're optimistic. We don't think it's going to be like going back to Roswell and going back to this and that and the other and saying
no more weather balloons, you're saying.
Right. But it's going to be hopefully even a few steps further. That's what it seems like the government's been doing. It started with Elizondo, then it went during the middle of COVID. We talked about that right on our program, that in April, in the middle of COVID, the Pentagon goes, yeah, that film footage is accurate, and then, moving on to the next thing. So it's like a step by step. So we're optimistic because people really have to start taking this seriously, because the planet is going through changes. This is what Dr. Hertog was told in his experience.
Of being taken off the planet.
Yeah, but that they are trying to feed us information. They do it by non-local awareness of science, so we can graduate into a greater level of knowledge to meet them closer than we were, we'll say, 100 years ago or 50 years ago. So they're giving us this information to graduate so that we can be closer. And it's so important that, the government starts jumping on the bandwagon and helping us to make those next quantum leaps.
Well, that's the thing. It's a kind of graduation program from this little isolated human drama that we've been living out, which, like as Stanton Friedman says, the favorite pastime of mankind, I would say mankind, has been tribal warfare. So we need a new story. And all this discussion about interdimensionality, waking up consciousness, all the chapters in this book are about a new story of humanity being part of the cosmos, being part of life, being, as Caroline said, we descend from consciousness. We're not evolving towards, well, we are evolving towards a more conscious, but we come from this greater consciousness. JJ, talk about what you brought through in the Keys of Enoch.
Keys of Enoch, as some of you may or may not know, come as a result of my contact experience in 73, 64 areas of science, including 24 dimensions plus 2 imaginary time and real time. But essentially the models suggest that we are being prepared for a great leap forward, a leap of faith all across the board, from medicine, sociology to other areas of investigation. So the drama is unfolding towards recognizing that we are multidimensional human beings waking up in a vast and awesome universe. And Stanford Research Institute scientists that we work with have proven that we are in the psychic and psychological categories, local as well as non-local in our consciousness power. So putting us all together, we are basically in this drama of synergy, and we must have the humility, we must have the respect of the divine within us to reach out and bring brothers and sisters together through the tribe of peace.
Right, and additional books that he's come out with, which is for One Key 404, talks about how our reality of a third/fourth dimensional reality is really based on what Elizabeth Rauscher also talked about, which is eighth space or eighth dimensional reality, and then even beyond that. And basically it is consciousness first and foremost, and then from the consciousness, it gets materialized into other levels until it gets concretized into this reality. And so now it's up to us to bring that consciousness here to this reality.
So we've covered all basic bases, both in terms of the movements of thought, the intellectual history. We've looked at the paraphysics with high levels of science, investigations. We've had also opportunities to work with some of the astronauts who have had their own experiences in outer space, recognizing through the overview effect that we're all connected. And this is so exciting to be alive at a time when the divine and the human meet together in partnership. We have this great opportunity to bring a message of love and harmony to humanity if we see the big picture, that we are not alone in the universe, but rather co-participants in a divine family.
And we consider from the divine to the human and all the other levels in between. So there's myriads of other realms.
Right. This is the simplest plane. If you think this is all there is, you're about to be surprised. This is really the simplest. So I just wanted to play, maybe, Neil, how are we doing on time? Can I play the promo that was put together for the 29th that Mark was put in the text? So
make sure you select computer audio.
Yeah. So I just also want to say that it's been really a great discussion. I think we've gone further in this discussion than we have in many others. And if you want to continue the whole UFO theme, well, you could read my book, Making Contact, or you could come to this great program put together by Scott Katamas and Deborah Giusti with Mark and I. And this is the promo that takes a lot of the current situation around the phenomena into account. So here we go. Is it louder?
We have tackled many strange stories on 60 Minutes, but perhaps none like this. It's the story of the U.S. government's grudging acknowledgement of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, more commonly known as UFOs. After decades of public denial, the Pentagon now admits there's something out there, and the U.S. Senate wants to know what it is. The Intelligence Committee has ordered the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Defense to deliver a report on the mysterious sightings by next month.
The story will continue in a moment.
What an extraordinary time this is. We are living in a time in human history when more of us, our beautiful great global peace tribe, are having contact and connection with angels, aliens, galactic family, archetypes. It's happening. And it's also happening in the external world. Government disclosure is taking place. And so as a result, of course, Saturday Night Alive is doing a really special program on May 29th, all about making contact with our galactic family and each other. And of course, our co-host, our executive producer for the show is Mark Sims, who brought you the Harmonic Convergence 2020. And we will conclude this amazing evening with Mark Sims leading a CE6. That's a close encounter of the sixth kind for all of us to participate in. Also, our good friend Alan Steinfeld from New Realities Television. We've got Whitley Strieber joining us live, and he wrote the book Communion and has been involved in this for so long. And Danny Sheehan, who probably knows as much as anybody about what's going on with government disclosure. Our other guests include Jimmy Blanchett, Bridget Nielsen, Sean Yost, the delightful Zen Kakaro, Bruce Sugar, who produced some of Mark's wonderful videos that you've seen. And we've got, as our musical support, Fanny Sturchild and Brigari Sendar. So join us on Saturday night, May 29th, for a very special edition of Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe.
With your hosts, Scott Katamas and Deborah Giusti. Along with author Alan Steinfeld, who is celebrating May 4th with the release of his new book, Making Contact, The New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence. And the executive producer of Making Contact Day, Mark Sims. Join us as we make history live on Zoom.
Oh, hello. Oh, was that it? Great, great, great. Actually, I wonder if I should show my little promo. You think, Desiree?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. I mean, there's still some people here. Wait, just Neil, while I get that set up, thank you everyone for being here. You hang out for a little bit. What can we expect for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to show that in a minute. How long do you need to show your
No,
videos?
just 1 minute. I just need to find it on my YouTube channel. And this was actually a video for the event that we did with Mark and everyone in Sedona. Let me just
I'll say, Neil, we're going to be on with you and Alan tomorrow, or at least with Alan on a history, ancient history.
Yep. I'll be on that too. And I'll just pull up the schedule right now, I guess, while Alan's looking for that.
Oh, no, I think I got it.
I got it.
Okay,
right,
so
let's do it.
This is a little promo for an event that me and the Hertogs and Mark put together in Sedona, and for the book in general. So let's see if I just go to this. I think this is it. Share and here. This is something I put together with I love editing. So here it goes. Are we hearing that? No, wait, sorry.
From deep, deep in outer space to planet Earth, to the red rocks of Sedona, comes a time, an event, a place, a message of making contact.
There is no better time for a book like making contact. I'm George Norrie, host of the national radio show Coast to Coast AM. Alan Steinfeld has put together a well-conceived collection of writings that covers it all. This is a book most needed at this time because Making Contact presents the opportunity for us to prepare to meet advanced civilizations. Someday, somehow in the future, the conflicts that have plagued our species for eons will come to an end. And by making contact, we will take our rightful place among the stars.
We are very honored to welcome you to Unity of Sedona. My name is Josie.
And that takes us into the whole event that we just did, and that's my little creative input. Did you like?
It's posted on YouTube.
Yeah, that's on YouTube, and actually that's part one of a 4-hour series that we did on May 2nd with Mark and Bridget and JJ, and Travis Walton gave a great talk that day. So thank you, Neil, for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone watching. I think this has been a really Mark. We're going to see you coming out next week.
He's gonna be here tomorrow.
I'll be there next week, and then I'm on the show tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So Neil will probably share the schedule for tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Neil. I am honored to be a part of your program.
Thank you, brother.
What are you talking about tomorrow, Mark? What's your theme?
Neil, is there a theme, or am I?
I was thinking, well, okay, there is no real theme, but maybe if you want to tell your full story about, like, I know it's a big story, but you have a good amount of time, maybe you want to do that. But if there's something that you feel that there's some teachings that you want to, share as well, it's kind of completely up to you, brother, whatever you want to do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll do that.
And me and JJ and Desiree and Neil and this guy Manu. What's Manu's last name? He's going to be on the. He reads hieroglyphics. He wrote a book called Under the Sphinx. We're going to talk about ancient civilizations tomorrow at the end of Portal to Ascension, day 4. So it's going to be another great conversation. Neil, thanks for everything. All the energy you put out for, it takes a lot of focus to pull 4 days together and all these speakers and panels and keep it all like juggling in the air. So thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you so much. Such profound information. I just appreciate everything that you do. And I'm just happy to know you guys, really, to be honest. I'm just really blessed to know you guys. And thank you for being good friends.
Yeah, they are good people to know. So thank you, JJ and Desiree. I'll talk to you soon.
Mark,
and okay, you're going to then do what, Neil? Let's go over the schedule?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do now, everybody, is we're going to go over the schedule first. We're going to breathe together and set an intention. I'll do some poetry after that. And then to close out today, I'm going to play a presentation that I did earlier today because I was on another show. And I'm just going to play that. And you can stick around or you can leave. But it'll be the closing presentation as the day kind of,
But what is the presentation about that you're going to show?
It's about, it's Milky Way dynamics, right? But it's about tools of empowerment, basically evidence, science-based evidence of the Milky Way and cycles of time and incarnation. But then the other half of it is about different tools that we can use that can activate not only our DNA, but our consciousness and help us be at the frequency level where we can perceive these other realities that exist. Right.
Right. So I love that. Thanks, Neil. Thank you.
For sure. And I just want to say this for everybody. When it comes to, this event here, look at us in the world. It seems like we're so split. And over let's just say the last 10 years, the division seems to be more rampant than ever. And divide and conquer from, those who claim to be in control is definitely a reality. But the fact that we're so split and divided is kind of why I do these events, is because this place is a place of unity. It's really a place where we check our beliefs to the side. We do not marginalize people here. And even if you have beliefs that conflict or do not go in alignment with someone else, all we're doing is sharing information. So this platform, I just want to second it, third it, fourth it, just over and over and over again, is that this is a non-biased platform for awareness and sharing information. But at the same time, it's unity based, right? It doesn't matter what you believe politically, or who you are, or what you've had, what your journey is. like what your journey is, of course that matters to us, right? But it in this right here, everybody's journey is valid. Everybody's experience is valid. Whatever you have come to understand from your experiences, from your past lives, from your extraterrestrial lives, from your activation in life, from your upbringing, whatever it is, it's accepted. And we are here to figure out how we can move forward together, even though we have differences. But ultimately, on top of all of that, it's about figuring out and realizing that we have more in common than we have that's different. And, you know, Carolyn Corey hit the nail on the head when she said that she can communicate with these UFOs and ETs because on the fabric of the universe level, on the subatomic level, I love what she said. Quantum physics really is the science of consciousness. So well, the subatomic world is understanding the science of consciousness. So now that we can connect with each other on that fundamental level, that we're all made out of the same energy, we're all experiencing ourselves, we're all made out of the same light, that is the foundation that we can use and utilize to move forward in this world and create a world that is for the betterment of everybody, not just a select few, not just a group of people that believe in one way, you know. There may be some difficulties in life. Maybe some people won't have an awakening in life, but that's okay too. Because what is it? Life experience, existence is about experiencing. We're here to experience this, right? This darkness might be something we want to shift and change so we can be in the light, but this darkness has given us the contrast so we can see the beauty of the light, right? And I'll say it over and over again. The most unconditional thing that the light ever did was allow the darkness to exist within it. The most unconditional thing that the light ever did was allow the darkness to exist within it. The darkness is there. It can manifest in many forms. Some that just give you a dark night of the soul to realize your own challenges and traumas in life to shift it. Some can be actually from people and individuals that are projecting this darkness onto us. But ultimately, when we realize and we understand and we accept, when we accept that we have more in common with each other and that we all can join forces in order to create a beautiful existence on planet Earth and go out into the cosmos and be the ones teaching other planets on how we transcended amnesia so that we can get to a level of consciousness that we had full remembrance of who we are. That is where we're on the journey towards. It might happen in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It might happen in 5 years, 10 years, 200 years, 1,000 years. But that's the journey that we're on. So I just want to say that I love everybody here. And I'm so grateful just to be able to not only present this information to you, but to be like creating a community so that we can share it with each other. All right. So now, everybody, I'm going to share the schedule for tomorrow. Portal to Ascension, day 3 is almost over. Day 1 and day 2 is on the YouTube channel right now. If you want to continue watching that after today, please go ahead and do that. Day 4 will be tomorrow. And on day 4, this is what you can expect here. All right. So tomorrow, day 4, we're going to start at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. London time. And we're going to begin with Lori Spagna. And the MC for that host is going to be Joan of Angels. And that's in the morning for 40 minutes. Following that, Carolyn Corey, she's going to get back to me later. So she might come on for a 20-minute segment in between myself and Lori. So we may have Carolyn Corey as the second guest. She's going to let me know a little bit later today. But then I'm going to be on and I'll have an hour. I'll introduce you to the new platform once again, the new website, present on some information. I think I'll probably bring Omar and Joan on to have a discussion as well. So we'll have an open discussion there. Right after that is Dan Winter. And then following Dan, we have Mark Sims. The times are a little bit off here, guys, by like 50 minutes. So I'm just going to tell you who's going to be here because I didn't update the website. I shifted some things just a little bit. After that, from 2:40 to around actually 1:40 to around 3:40, we're having an event that we just kind of put together yesterday, which is going to be the Ancient History panel. It's going to be like an hour and 40 minutes of pretty epic awareness in regards to our ancient civilizations. JJ Desiree Hurtak will be there. Manu will be there. Omar will probably be there. Aya will be there. Paul Anthony Wallace, who just created the book Scars of Eden that Omar introduced me to from Watchers Talk TV, will also be there. And maybe we'll have another guest. Following that, we have Costa Macreas, who is the head and the founder of ET Let's Talk. He does a lot of CE5 stuff and has connection with star beings. And then finally, at the end of the day, this presentation has changed to a 90-minute presentation. The last presentation of the whole day for tomorrow is going to be the largest presentation. It's going to be an hour and a half with Steve Mara himself, and he's going to be presenting on some epic extraterrestrial UFO consciousness information. So that is the schedule for tomorrow, everybody. All right. The new website, OG, is right now it's portal2ascension.org is our current site, but the new website is being built. It's actually built. We're just finishing the final touches on it now. So it's going to be launched within this month sometime. So we're launching it any day now. Most of you will probably watch the replay of this on YouTube. However, some of you will probably get the replay email when the new site is launched. And tomorrow, please come back, OG. Please come back, everybody, because if you haven't seen the new site, then I'm going to show it to you tomorrow and show you how to navigate it. And it's pretty epic. 3,000 hours plus footage, Netflix for consciousness, basically. And then also 10,000 hours of actual footage, including the paid events and all the other things that we do. So it's going to be pretty cool. All right, so this is how we're going to close out for today. Right now, we are going to breathe together and set an intention. We're going to set an intention for ourselves first, right? And it might be set the intention to be a pure conduit. It could be whatever you want. Set the intention for yourself and your own healing. We're going to set an intention for Earth. We're going to set an intention for the cosmos, and then set for our galaxy, right? And then set an intention for our entire universe. But what I want to do is, we've had so much information. We've had so much awareness over the last 3 days. We're going to do it in silence. I'm going to give a couple of prompts, set the intention for this, set the intention for this. But in between, we're going to have silence there. And the reason why I want to have silence is because there's been a lot of information. But sound healing, sound and vibration, I teach this in the sound course that Bridget, who's in the chat room right now, is a part of. Sound and vibration is not just sound. It's also the absence of sound, because even the silence is a vibration, right? Even the silence is a vibration. And being in that silence and in that void allows us to have that reflection of, of all that is. And we step away from our sides and we start reflecting on consciousness, who we are, what we're doing, day-to-day tasks. So in this moment here, I want to invite everybody all to start breathing together. Just breathe in through the nose gently and out through the mouth gently. In through the nose and out through the mouth. We're going to do this for about 30 seconds. In through the nose, out through the mouth. We have about 100 people here on YouTube. Well, about 100 people here in the Zoom room, plus all the individuals that are sitting with you guys right now watching this as well. So hello to your friends and family. But I want all of us here. There's probably a few hundred, maybe 1,000 plus people watching live. I just want you to breathe together, in and out. Continue breathing normally. For this meditation, we are not trying to change our reality. We're not trying to change our breath. We want to accept reality as it is. Feel the oxygen going in through your nose, touching your nostrils. Feel the air coming out of your mouth, touching your lips. Observing reality as it is. Accepting your reality in your current situation. Not trying to escape, but just being with the moment, with the now. As you're breathing in and out normally, we are going to set our intention for ourselves in this moment. Take a moment and set your intention for yourself. Continue breathing. Continue breathing. On the next inhale, begin your intention for the planet Earth, for Mother Earth. What is your intention for Earth and all the people on it? Continue breathing. Accepting reality as it is. On your next inhale, what is your intention for our galaxy? Liberation, activation, disclosure, open contact. What is your intention for our galaxy? The Milky Way galaxy. Continue breathing. As we expand out of the galaxy, we observe the whole entire universe. What is your intention for the universe? Is it the same as your intention for the galaxy? What is your intention for the universe? It can be whatever you like. Keep breathing normally. Now, if I would like to invite you, if you would like to join us in 3 ohms, non-dogmatic chanting, the vibration of the universe. The Big Bang created an ohm. On the next inhale, take a deep breath, and we're going to begin with the first ohm. Inhale. Inhale. One more time.
Can I on with you?
Yes, one more time, brother, with me.
Let's do it.
Silence. Silence. Silence.
One more time.
You may keep your eyes closed. You may open them up as we take a journey into the realm of spoken word, freestyle spoken word. I am awakened, or am I awakened? Where did I come from? The stars, the galaxy vibrates within my soul. All things are a manifestation of the singularity within. Multiple singularities form into the 12 strands, into the 13th one the void will go into, and man or humankind or womankind, we will merge again. We are the oneness, but we may have forgotten. The amnesia process has to be rewritten. Rewrite the contract so that we can go into the days of old, because the days of old have been in here for a long time, and a long time is only a construct of the human mind. The time, yes, it's a construct, all right. From our distance from Earth to the sun. But what happens when you exit the atmosphere? Do we have fear? Do we still have fear? Can we tear a rip in space-time, space-time, space-time? Can we tear a rip in space-time and go back to the central mind? But what is the central mind? What is the central mind? Well, it's the central sun. I came here to have fun. The central sun, the seat inside the middle of the universe, the black hole, the galactic black hole that we all know the old souls came from, so they can incarnate astral travel into this world where we can mate, and then we can have children and then keep procreating so that we can keep resurrecting the consciousness and evolving our consciousness to the next level. But the level is a place where we may have to embrace the devil within. What is the concept of sin? Redefine all of the stuff. What is the concept of winning? What if I'm losing? Does it even matter? Or am I just climbing up the dimensional ladder to get to other realms of existence? I am persistent, so I'll be on this mission. I envision for the future incarnations that the Christ consciousness will be arisen, so I tear the perception of this prison that we thought we were in. This industrial system that they put us within. But who are they? Are they just part of me? Am I just a reflection of the one controlled in so many different fallacies? The anarchy inside my own brain has been here for so many times, so many years, so many times, so many lives, so many lives, so many lives. But now I know I'm here. I feel like I am here to eradicate the fear that has been within so many souls for so many generations. We have to be facing, it doesn't matter about the Masons. Can you be tasting the etheric resolution, the co-creation that we can do when we're protruding, and we can get rid of this light pollution and then make it light all around. The profound underground sound will always be here. The vibration of fear will only change to the vibration of love, because we can rearrange the neural networks in our brain, and that we can know that we can come from densities above, dimensions above, heavens above, heavens above, heavens above, heavens above are coming here now. Heavens above are coming here now. Do you feel it? There may be chaos, there may be challenge, there may be chaos, there may be challenges, there may be so many difficulties that we need to go through, there may be traumas that we need to bring peace to, but you know, we're here together. It's true, we are here together. So we can weather any single situation if we just choose to do it. We don't have to lose, kid. We can go up to another level if we want to. In every age, there's an opportunity for liberation. There's always an opportunity for liberation. Can this be the age that we choose to have liberation in a fast way, in an accelerated way, so that we can have peace for every single person in this galactic plane of extraterrestrials, just to name a few, Arcturians, Pleiadians, Syrians, who are part of me and part of you. I really feel so much love for all of you, but so many times this world gets to me too. So many times the tools that I have, I don't use. But that's okay. I forgive myself. I forgive myself every single day, every single night. I forgive myself for the things that I say, for the things that I think that comes in my brain. But sometimes there's nothing to forgive. Because you know why? We're all just cosmic kids. We're all just cosmic kids. One time I realized that the reason why we're here is to be mature kids. Have maturity. It's a paradox. This world is full of a paradox. It's all about a paradox. So can you be that mature kid? Can we get the cosmic consciousness with it? Can we eradicate the sin and make it into something else? I believe we can. And that's why I'm here with you in this earthly land. That's why I'm here with you in this earthly land. I love you all so much. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. So we're going to close out now. But Omar, since you're on camera really quick, do you want to jump on and say something?
Yeah, for sure, man. I was just looking for a video that I wanted to quickly play, couple of minutes of it, but we'll pass on that for now. All
right. Well, if you find it for tomorrow, we can do that.
Yeah, I want to leave it off with you, because that was beautiful. I really liked the message, and today was absolutely epic. I loved every single moment of it. And Mark Sims, like, wow. Grant Cameron, wow. Trisha McCannon. Wow, just the entire day today was just incredible. And we had some great conversations going on here in the Zoom room, as well on the YouTube channel, Portal to Ascension. Remember, subscribe, hit that bell, and get the word out.
Yes.
It was beautiful. You know, everybody was loving on everybody, and just had a beautiful conversation going. We had a good, solid crowd. Pretty much everywhere, you know, everywhere we were streaming. So it was incredible. Thank you, Neil. It was.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you to Omar for all of the admin work he's been doing and the back end. And then also Tanya, who's in the room right now. You probably guys have not connected with, or you probably chatted with her, but you have not actually seen her on camera. But she's actually my, she works with me, Portal to Ascension, does a lot of admin work there. And she's been holding it down with emails, responding to you, checking the rooms here, checking the, you know, the YouTube as well as Omar. So let's just give our hands, put our hands together for Omar, Tanya, and everybody else. And then sending much love and energy to you, Omar, to you, Tanya, and to all the other people that are involved in this. Appreciate you so much, man.
Neil, you're like omnipresent today. You were here, and then you were doing a presentation else place. So, you know, kudos to you too, man.
Thank you, bro.
Putting all this together and
Dude, we're multidimensional, man.
Yeah,
multitasking is in our DNA, guys. We can bilocate. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, so let's give a hand to Neil too.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, for sure, brother. Today was amazing. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow we're back on at the normal time, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Yep. 10 a.m.
The only day that was a little late start, but incredible day. And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So are you playing your presentation?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Done here. All right, cool, brother.
Yep. All right. Love you, brother. See you tomorrow.
And see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye, everyone.
All right, everybody. So I'm going to play this now. You can stick around if you want. I did this presentation earlier today, and I loved the way it went together. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. It's for an hour. It's basically fresh content because I filmed it like 5 hours ago. And you can stick around. You could leave. You can come back. You can go to YouTube, whatever you want. But this is the closing. Just like when you go to a live conference, how they have movie night at the end, but it's pre-recorded. That's what we're about to experience right now. So good night, everybody. Good day if you're in Australia, I guess. And I love you, and we will see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I think that's a yes. Okay. All right, guys. So I just spoke to Leonard a little while ago before my presentation, like an hour ago, and he told me that the theme for this event is just really the spirituality, understanding the vastness and the greatness and the amazingness really of humanity, and just the fact that we exist right now. And so this is a very empowering event. This presentation, I only did this presentation, I completed it around 3 months ago, but this is actually, I've done it a few times, but I'm going to do it a little different right now because I feel that I want to get this awareness out in this year. So I'm doing a lot of presentations, but we're going to do it from a lens of specifically everything in regards to the vastness of humanity and how we can empower ourselves, and even some tools and techniques on how to do so. So this presentation is called Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes. And again, I'm not going to be able to go through the entire thing because it's like a 3 to 4 hour presentation, but we're going to go through certain elements right now that are the elements that really are in alignment with the conference that we're currently at. So the reason why I love to do this at the beginning of actually every presentation is really set the foundation of why does this presentation exist? And the two main reasons, there's many questions really, but the two main reasons would be, who are we, right? And that question is completely in alignment with today's topic. Who are we? What are we? Where do we come from? Why are we here? And even if you don't think about that, if you just realize that past lives exist, even if you can quantify that much, which almost half the world can, or you can look at the science of past lives and regression therapy and see that, this is actually a reality. We know that we do not remember our past lives. Ask every Hindu person that believes in past lives but isn't into spirituality. They'll all say, oh yeah, we have past lives. Do you remember them? No, we don't, right? So just that in itself makes you wonder, who are we? What are we? What have we experienced? And where do we come from? Are we from Earth? Are we from another solar system? Are we from another galaxy? Are we from the center of the galaxy? Were we born in this area that we are currently right now? Is there any evidence to suggest that? The two things that we do know is we are probably not alone in the universe. I would say definitely not alone in the universe. And humans are collectively experiencing amnesia. And that ties into the past life component that I just mentioned, the fact that we don't remember our past lives. And let's not forget extraterrestrial lives, which could actually technically be simultaneous lives, because past and present and future as we know it is only a construct of our existence on Earth in our relation to the distance from Earth to the sun. And if that's the case, time doesn't exist in the way it does linearly, even just outside of our planet's atmosphere. Before we get into some, constructs and just the dynamics of the Milky Way galaxy, in my research, I realized that there were two types of ancient historic stories, right, about the origin of humanity. There was prehistory stories and there's Earth history stories. The prehistory stories are usually, are definitely stories that actually relate to the creation of the universe, the creation of time and space before Earth even existed. Sometimes they have components of the beginning of Earth and how material world was created, but it's really before that. Then we have Earth history, origin stories of Earth, just anything to do with how we got created on this planet. Even the origin story of the Garden of Eden. If that was on Earth, technically that's an Earth story. The stories of some of the gods, if they were doing all those things on Earth, that's an Earth story. But a lot of times the Earth stories and the prehistory stories actually blend together. So when we talk about our galactic origins, we're not just talking about one story that relates to the origin of the humanity in the galaxy. The galactic origin story, galactic heritage story, has everything to do with the entirety of everything from the beginning of creation, which is also a paradox in itself, because did creation even ever begin, or was it always there? In the prehistory, there's a great example here. Two examples, right? The second example is the metaphysics example that I created myself. The science example is the one that is conventionally accepted by scientists worldwide. And this one is cosmological models maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, which is known as the so-called cosmic egg, from which it expanded to its current state following the Big Bang. So this is the Big Bang theory right here. But just note that how they mentioned the cosmic egg. The cosmic egg is actually a term that has been used for hundreds, if not more than that, origin stories, that there was a cosmic egg. So even when it comes to mainstream science and let's just say NASA and space agencies, they're even using the same terminology. Not only are they speaking about the Big Bang, which is the sound, in the beginning was the word, they're literally saying that the name for the beginning of creation was literally a sound, Big Bang. And then they're saying the cosmic egg. In metaphysics, we have the cosmic egg that represents potentiality. It is pre-creation held within chaos. Pre-creation held within chaos, waiting to become the cosmos. This duality then sets up a conflict found throughout world mythology, the duality of chaos and order, good and evil, light and dark, love and hate. So we have the cosmic egg. When it cracks open, what do we have? Infinite potential. What's inside? What is inside infinite singularity that holds all matter and all energy that will eventually create all physical universe and non-physical universe dimensions? Potentiality, of course, opportunity. That's what it literally is. It's a bunch of energy that it has the potential to express itself in so many different ways, creating, once it cracks open, it starts the whole process of chaos and order, good and evil and duality. As I said just a few slides ago, Galactic Origins represents all our story of humanity, and it introduces the concept of a paradox. A paradox is everywhere. One thing that I love talking about is the paradox, but one thing that no one can really understand but can only accept is the paradox. Try to understand the paradox. We exist in infinite universe, but it's also finite, because outside something there must be something else. Try to understand that. Wreck your brain all day. Well, okay, if we're finite but we're also infinite, I can only say yes to that. I can't really technically understand why that's the case. The understanding might come in the fact that this universe may be holographic. So accepting the paradox really allows you to get into more of a place of empowerment and synchronicity in life, because then you're not fighting against the grain. You're realizing that something that we don't know, paradox means that they should not exist, that they cancel each other out, like the grandfather paradox when it comes to time travel. The fact that you can go back in time, change something in the past, then you won't get born, you will never be created. It's paradoxical, but the paradox seems to correct itself in that case. So time exists, construct from Earth to from Earth to the sun, but time also does not exist, right? We are solid beings, yet we're also vibrating frequency with subatomic particles that have no form or shape. Paradox. The universe exists within a paradox. The multiverse exists within a paradox. Creation probably exists within a paradox. Source exists within a paradox. Source is this infinite energy that is all over the place, everywhere, that all things are made of, yet people can have a personal relationship with Source. Paradoxical. Now I'm gonna skip a few things here because I really want to get to the theme of the conference. But what we're gonna do for a few slides is talk about dimensions, right? And this is important to give us context of the spiritual levels that we can possibly achieve while we're existing in human form, or even while we transcend this body and go into other forms. And so before we begin, let's break down the dimensions and the mechanics of the galaxy. Firstly, what are dimensions? Well, in physics and mathematics, a dimension is a space defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it. Therefore, a line has a dimension of 1 because only one coordinate is needed to specify a point on it. 1 point, 1 line. In spirituality and consciousness, what is a dimension? It's the same thing, but spoke about in metaphorical terms. A realm and or a frequency of experience that can be obtained through various forms of conscious awareness, soul contracts, karmic agreements, and more. I put more in there because right now I'm currently experiencing amnesia. I'm on my human body. I don't remember all that is in the cosmos. It's locked up in my DNA and my consciousness and my brain somewhere. One day it'll all probably be unwound and released into all of our consciousness so we can have conscious memory of it. But the reason why I say a realm of experience is because there is no real hierarchy. Is the fifth dimension better than the third, fourth dimension? Well, maybe if you're in a lower dimension and you're like, oh, the next dimension is much better. But technically, when it comes to source, when it comes to the universe, I truly believe that it's about experiencing. It doesn't matter what dimension you're in, just the beauty of the fact that you're getting to experience it is what really matters. So it is a realm or frequency of experience. And there are many different ways probably to transcend and go there. Even technology, external technology like portals and crafts and spacecraft and things like that. And then there's internal technology, which will be things that we can unlock within ourselves that allow us to go to different dimensions. And maybe even the chakra system is related to dimensions, right? The chakras that are in the body. And I'll get to that in a moment here. So what are dimensions? Well, we know that the world as we know it has length, width, and depth, which are 3 dimensions. And then we have the 4th dimension, which is time. Physicists and mathematicians and spiritists all agree that there might be possibly more dimensions. And string theory, which is a theory within quantum physics, they believe that there's at least 10 dimensions. So they're getting somewhere too. There's more than 10 dimensions probably within the physical universe of experiences, but they're getting there as well, starting to realize that there's multiple dimensions. But the term dimension is very broad. It's been used so many different ways. There are parallel dimensions, physical dimensions, spiritual dimensions, light body dimensions, dimensions in the galaxy, realm of no dimensions, dimensions of pure energy, the void is a dimension within the dimension. It is important to realize that these concepts and titles all are human constructs, that when we say 4, 5, 6, 7, what is that? That is the way we are explaining it on Earth. Maybe extraterrestrial races won't explain it the same way. Maybe, maybe the source and what it means is something completely different, but that's just our way of communicating about it. So next, I want to show you and welcome you to your Milky Way galaxy, your home galaxy, your current home galaxy, which maybe was not your home galaxy at one point. And let's get into that. Our galaxy, we have quantified, is traveling through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. And we're going 25 miles per second closer to the center of the Milky Way. We're also traveling alongside a local cluster 375 miles a second toward the Virgo cluster, which is an enormous collection of galaxies 45 million light years away. And you can see that there's fractal sacred geometrical forms and shapes that make up the Milky Way galaxy, that styles and designs that have been used since the beginning of human creation on Earth, such as sacred geometrical symbols that our ancestors were using, actually are the same exact geometrical shapes that we're finding throughout the cosmos. And even more so, we're finding that on the micro level, that mitosis is actually a sacred geometrical representation. Well, sacred geometry is when it comes to the flower of life and the seed of life, is actually artistic representation of what is going on in the space with the formation of nebulas, but also what's going on within the physical body of any animal on Earth when it comes to mitosis and how we are born. In that Milky Way galaxy, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, right? So the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, the ether, the high concentration of ether, that is ether. That is also known as the photon belt. When you look in the night sky at a place in the desert where there's hardly any light pollution, and you look up and you see all that cloudy, dusty stuff in space, that's because that is the milk of the Milky Way. You're seeing the ether level. And here is the flat plane, which is also a human construct, because is there a flat plane in the universe? Is there north, south, and east and west, or is that just a human construct that we take off and project into space? You can see the photon belt here. And also, you look at the years here. This is basically the trajectory of Earth's going up and down in waves as we're doing a rotation around a solar system. You can see 10,000 BC, we were actually in the photon belt, and right now around 2000, since 2000 AD, we're actually hitting the photon belt, which is the high concentration of ether, going into the age of Aquarius that will last for 2,000 years until we get to the age of Capricorn. And then this right here is us also going into a high concentration of ether. Our solar system goes about 200 years above the galactic center, the galactic disk, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, and 200 light years below. So the tip of that right there and the tip of this right here are both around 200 light years at top. And you can see here that our Milky Way galaxy is about 30,000 light years from the edge to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and about 100,000 light years for the whole entire thing. Look at this orbit right here. See if you can follow this. This right here is the orbit of Earth and our solar system, the orbit of our solar system around the galaxy. And you can see that at times we pass through different areas of our solar system. We've passed over here through a bright star forming regions that might have exposed us to some sort of radiation. We passed through interstellar dust clouds that could have affected the climate on Earth when we were in this position. And not only that, whenever we go to the top of the Milky Way galaxy, it has now been proven, well, stated at least, that there is this bow shock of cosmic waves that is going upwards of the Milky Way galaxy. So whenever we go into the upward area, 200 light years above it, we are bombarded with these frequencies and these cosmic waves. And that's what's happening right now. So the positioning of our galaxy, not only the positioning of a galaxy, but also the position, whether we're on top or below of the galactic disk of the milk of the Milky Way, all of those elements have an effect on consciousness, weather, experience, many different things, cycles of time, whether we have an ability to achieve enlightenment, whether we are in a dark age. All of those elements can contribute to the earthly experience, giving us a really wide range of experiences, because not only do we have our own cycle of time, which was the up and down of the photon belt, but we're also part of a galactic cycle as well. You can see here, we are here, and we are here is about halfway into the Milky Way galaxy. And we were told in the 90s, at least, that when we were that our Milky Way galaxy is actually at this end of the spirals, but now that has been proven to probably be incorrect. In the center of our Milky Way galaxy is something called the galactic core, which is a super massive black hole, which has the mass of about 4 million suns. And Sagittarius A, which is located at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, it lies in the direction of the Sagittarius constellation near the border with Scorpius. It is known to be the location of the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy. Why do we say it's next to Sagittarius A? Well, it's a black hole, and we can't actually see it. We can only see the light around it. So we know that Sagittarius A there's a lot going on in that area that's close to the center of the galaxy. So the assumption is that the Milky Way galaxy is there. And again, the distance from Earth to the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way, is about 26,000 years. And I said 30,000 years in the past one, but it's actually 26,000 years, plus or minus a bit. And it's the exact same year, the exact same distance as the precession of the zodiac, in which we're going around in cycles within our own solar system. Here's an article here from Business Insider stating and confirming that Earth is more closer to the supermassive black hole than we thought in the center, and it's because we're about half the distance than we originally had thought. Now, this takes me into an anomaly, which isn't really an anomaly because it's just something that really happens, but to a lot of people it's an anomaly because we're not really informed about what's actually happening in our galaxy and what is occurring and what's going around us unless you really do the research yourself. So over here you can see this galaxy that is basically being merged with the Milky Way galaxy, and you can also see our sun somewhere over here. But this galaxy is called the Sagittarius galaxy, not to be confused with Sagittarius A or the Sagittarius constellation, but a galaxy. It's a dwarf galaxy. It's called Sagittarius. And billions of years ago, if not millions if not billions, this galaxy came on a collision course with our galaxy and started mingling and merging with our galaxy. And the next slide is going to be showing you it's going to be a visual, kind of a video, like a GIF, that's going to show you from billions of years ago when this galaxy came to our galaxy, what occurred, and how it started merging together. So pay attention here. It goes a little fast, so let's go ahead and show you, and I'll show you a couple times. So Sagittarius dwarf galaxy comes in 5.7 billion years ago, 3 billion years ago, 1.9 billion years ago, 1 billion years ago. Current situation. 8 billion years ago, 5.7 billion years ago, 3 billion years ago, 1.9 billion years ago, 1 billion years ago, now. So this galaxy has been merging with us, and new evidence has suggested, one, that Earth solar system could have originated closer to the center of our galaxy and started spinning out towards the ends of the spiral. But another piece of information has now come about, that Earth actually came from the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Earth was probably in this galaxy, the solar system here, and when this happened, millions of years ago, when Earth solar system left the Sagittarius galaxy and got lodged into the Milky Way galaxy. So, and Billy Carson speaks on this quite substantially. And basically, when he spoke about it yesterday at our conference, actually at the Ascension panel. So basically, it looks like Earth is a foreigner to the Milky Way, and we were probably existing in this Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, and then we integrated with the Milky Way and we became here. So technically, we are aliens within the Milky Way galaxy. And here's another fun fact about what has happened in our solar system. You can see here, if you can follow these images, that at some time in our ancient past, a triple star system moved near the black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So a trinary star system, not a binary, but a trinary, kind of like Sirius A, B, and C. Sirius A, B, and C is actually a trinary system. And it started going closer and closer to the black hole. One of the stars actually falls towards the black hole, but the other two of them get strewn out and thrown out into our galaxy. And finally, those two stars, in number 3 right here, rotate together and become one star called a blue straggler, and then it shoots off. So you see what's happening here? The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Earth could have come within it. This blue star left this galaxy. Is going to keep going on going. Maybe one day it'll be picked up by the gravitational pull of another Milky Way galaxy and become a sun there, and who knows, maybe planets will form around that one. So it's very interesting to see what is happening. Now, we've been speaking about the black hole and the galactic center quite substantially through this presentation so far, but what is it? Well, at the center of our galaxy, there is a supermassive black hole. The horizontal streak of bright stars that you see right there across the center of the image on the plane is of the Milky Way. The galaxy center is the bright white spot in the middle of the photo where hot, massive stars are crowded together. The theory is that supermassive black holes get formed first, and then all this matter starts forming around it, and the creation of supermassive black holes actually begins the creation of galaxies. So also another theory is that the closer we get to the black hole, the more rapid the frequency shift is and the vibration of the planets and the stars around it. So maybe civilizations that exist closer to the center of the black hole could exist into other dimensions, let's just say higher dimensions for lack of a better explanation. And these higher dimensions are not able to sustain third-dimensional life because of the heat, the gravity, the frequency. You can just plop an Earth right next to the center of the Milky Way with all these suns around it, and then think that we can exist like we exist right now. So other civilizations most likely do exist there, but probably not within 3D reality. But there is also something called a white hole, which is a hypothetical region of space-time and singularity, which cannot be entered from the outside, although energy, matter, light, information can escape from it. So it's a theory that it exists because technically they don't think they've seen it yet. And what is it? It's basically an opposite of a black hole. If a black hole exists, then white holes must exist. Black holes are absorbing light at all types of light gets sucked in a black hole. Where does it go? Possibly out of a white hole somewhere else. So possible white holes could be the other side of a black hole, a universe where there's only white holes and no black holes. Maybe the sun, stars, maybe they're white holes pulling energy out of a black hole, because the old school theory of nuclear fusion is not actually holding up anymore, and maybe it's pulling energy out of space-time. And technically a sun, the mass of the sun is bending space-time. So if a black hole is bending space-time, why wouldn't a sun that is also doing it have the ability to possibly pull energy out? If a black hole was extremely interesting to observe, it's a rip in space-time. All energy and matter is just like leaving. It's almost like a glitch in the matrix. It's almost like a coding program that is letting data, right, the information of the physical universe, get sucked into it, into oblivion. But where is oblivion? Maybe that's another place. So it's just the sun is also an anomaly, the way it's actually doing what it's doing. An anomaly when I say that, because obviously laws of the universe, everything's happening the way it should happen, but it's an anomaly to humanity because we've been stuck in Newtonian physics for so long that a lot of things don't make sense. Black holes still don't really make sense. We just accept they exist. Suns, they make sense if it's nuclear fusion and then one day it just runs out. But what if that's not the case and it's not nuclear fusion? Could our sun be a white hole? And here's an image here that was on the NASA's website a few years ago of this huge object that is multiple Earth-sized objects, either coming out of the sun or pulling energy from the sun. So it's made people think that the sun could be a Stargate or even a white hole. If a black hole, if we could actually have an ether, a force field around ourselves, and we could go through a black hole, where would we come out if we were able to protect ourselves? Same thing from the sun. Maybe we would come out of a sun, but we will just need a force field in order to protect ourselves from the heat and the elements. This goes into what is ether, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go over what is ether, because I explained the black hole in the Milky Way, explained how the Milky Way galaxy is, explained what ether is, explained what the photon belt is, and mentioned ether. But let's talk about ether, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy. And then we're going to go into tools of empowerment. So what is ether? The fifth element. Yep, just like the movie. Earth, wind, fire, water, ether. The element that all other elements come from. Pure potential and matter and energy. So if we have four elements, why don't they ever talk about ether? Well, technically, ether isn't an earthly element. It's a galactic element. And that element actually is what coalesces to create all physical worlds that eventually become all the other elements. So it's the fifth element. Create stars, nebula, minerals, everything. Ancient and medieval scientists, they believe ether is a material that fills the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere, right? So that's interesting that they believe that all the way back then, hundreds of years ago. In physics, they say ether is the substance or field thought to be necessary as a transmission medium for the propagation of electromagnetic or gravitational forces. My definition, the 3D printing material for the physical universe that comes from the void. 3D printing material for the physical universe that comes from the void. What is ether? Could the ether that is sent to the ends of the galaxy, because ether is actually spewed. The center of the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, has times when it has reversal phases. So some people believe that the supermassive black holes and black holes in general can eventually become white holes. So they become white holes and then they become black holes. White holes, black holes. So they actually spew energy out of it as well. So when it comes out, the radiation and the matter and the energy that comes out of the black holes actually end up becoming the milk of the Milky Way galaxy and the building blocks for all physical life. Now let's skip the mathematical information here. You can see, I'll just show you how intense it is. We're going to skip the maths because we're talking about some spiritual information here. So basically, this just shows how dimensions work. Okay, and you can look at my full presentation, portaltoascension.org. Sign up there if you really want to know. But I will show you this one. This is the fourth dimension, which is time, geometrical shape. It's called the terasect, and that is basically the loop of what we exist in right now. 3 dimensions plus 1 dimension of time. But why are we doing this? What are we into? The whole thing is about the 5th dimension. What's the information about the 5th dimension? It makes sense that the 4th dimension is time, right? And it makes sense that the 4th dimension is skipped because we're living in it right now. So if the fourth is a place of transition or a dimension between dimensions, so to speak. So if we're moving to the 5th dimension, we could be moving to another dimension of time, which instead of having 2 dimensions of time, which is beginning and end, we now have something in the middle, which makes it more of a triangle. And the triangle gives us 3 points of integration, which allows us to have more of a fluid experience of time. So in this other dimension, time as we currently experience it will probably shift. The integration point is the 3rd point. This is the key component to realize our relationship with otherworldly beings, since if they exist in this dimension or in another dimension, they do not exist within linear time. Therefore, they're simultaneously existing with us. And here is the geometry for the 5th dimension. In physics, actually, they were doing research on the 5th dimension as early as 1921, maybe even before, but this is documented that was attempted to develop a theory that unifies the 4 fundamental interactions in nature. This is what they believe in 21. That strong, weak nuclear forces, gravitation, and electromagnetism. How interesting is that? The 5th dimension in physics is believed to be a force that it combines all these seemingly opposite and independent forces. Check, that's definitely the case. Becoming that oneness, making it that you can manipulate and maneuver around this dimension without being a victim, for lack of a better term, to the elements, right? That you're the sun, distance between you and the sun and Earth, you don't need to be in a Goldilocks zone when you're in a different dimension. You have more control of your experience. The dimension would not be directly observable. Klein suggested that 5D would be rolled up into a tiny compact loop. Under his reasoning, he envisioned light as a disturbance caused by ripping in the higher dimensions. You can't see light until it reflects off something. He believed that in 21, that light is a manifestation of frequencies in higher dimensions. Well, if the sun is this energy device that's pulling light out of nowhere, technically that's exactly what's happening. While not detectable, it would indirectly imply a connection between seemingly unrelated forces. There we go again. So Kaluza and Klein theory, they experienced a revival in the 70s due to the emergence of superstring theory and supergravity, the concept that reality is composed of vibrating strands of energy in 10 dimensions or more. M theory suggests a potentially observable extra dimension in addition to the 10, which creates 11 dimensions. So quantum physics, which is a theory at this point, even though there's a lot of reality to it, but they believe it to be a theory, believes there's at least 11 dimensions. So it's difficult to directly observe, but through the Large Hadron Collider, it is thought that we have had indirect evidence of the 5th dimension. Physicists theorize that collisions of subatomic particles, everything below an atom, in turn produce new particles as a result of the collision, including something called a graviton that escapes from the 4th dimension, leaking off into a 5-dimensional bulk. Wow. They have created a way to make energy and matter subatomically leave this dimension and go into a 5-dimensional experience where we cannot perceive it. Utilizing this, using a magnet to lift a pin off the table, the magnet is able to overcome the gravitational pull of the entire Earth with ease. So let's go now into Galactic. I'm going to leave that one here, actually. Let's go into... Let's go into a poem. Let's add some art to this. And my name there is incorrect. If you want to find me on Instagram, I'm at I_am_resonance. And here's a poem here. And this one's called Fragmentation Poem. And basically, I split it up into 3 pieces. We have the void, the darkness, and the light. And it symbolizes our experience of incarnation and how this, it's prehistory and Earth history here. So fragmentation. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning. No place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing. Until awareness became conscious of itself. Separation from the source. No east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension of physical lessons except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation of what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae. No jobs, no nature, no materialism, and no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright. In my bed, insecure for the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with the chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare and recite my cosmic prayers. Self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. You see, the destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion and now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside, and free like a bird. Cosmic oneness integrating in my being. A full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in, ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body for the ether I'm feeling. So is it that each galaxy is running its own program, its karmic cycle experiences? Maybe some universes have their own laws of physics. If there's a universe with all white holes, which is a potential possibility, because I think everything under the universe probably exists, there could be other realms where laws of physics don't make sense, especially from the fact that Newtonian physics and quantum physics don't make sense, but they both exist. Newtonian physics and quantum physics do not make sense in relation to existing together. Newtonian physics says quantum worlds should not exist. Quantum world says Newtonian worlds should not exist. However, they do. What is that? We have now figured out the illusion. We have now pierced through the veil. We are discovering that maybe there's a holographic nature to this existence. Maybe we're an organic, a very advanced software computer program, an organic version of that is projecting consciousness into this dimension of experience, very similar to a hard drive. What is a hard drive? Well, a hard drive is a material object in your computer that has a dimension in it with wires and all types of little gadgets and things in there that has created a dimension of 64 gigabytes of data that if you open it up and you dump it out, the data is not going to fall out of it. Just wires are going to come out of it. What have we done? We have created a dimension where we can put information with it. What is my phone and the information on my phone? Well, if I put anything in my phone right now, I am literally using a device to put things into a dimension that has been created by humans. And we have the ability to share these individual dimensions of these phones with other dimensional realities that people have, right? It's really interesting and beautiful what is going on. So let's jump forward here to what it's all about. Why aren't we able to see all extraterrestrials everywhere? Why can't we just use our light body and fly off and go to another solar system right now? Why can't you just activate your Merkaba and transition and shift into it, go visit somewhere astrally in this moment on demand? Well, it's a frequency game. It's also an empowerment game. Well, it's also a level of dealing with traumas, healing amnesia, whatever needs to be done in order for us to activate and fully grasp potential, because we are actually at a level of consciousness where we have specific limitations, okay? And some of these limitations are, for example, we can only start perceiving things at 20 hertz or above. We can only hear a certain audio spectrum. We can only see a certain light frequency on the light spectrum. But we do know that frequencies below that and frequencies above that actually exist. Light that we can't even see exists. Audio that we can't hear exists, sounds exist. We're able even to figure out the frequency of specific things and use those frequencies to listen to, even though there's no actual audio sound. So we're really becoming advanced in our ability to harness and tap into frequencies that we didn't even know existed 50 years ago, right? So some of these things are maybe the ability to unlock and activate parts of our consciousness that we can use certain tools in order to do that. For example, the human DNA. They say that there is less than 2% of a DNA actually produces proteins, right? The rest of it, which is around 98.5% of it, is so-called junk DNA. Now, I need to add some information here that a lot of people, especially in the spiritual community, might not know when they say, well, we have all this junk DNA. This junk DNA needs to be used, just where we're not activating it. Well, it seems that many of the junk DNA sections actually do have important roles, including regulating how DNA is transcribed and translated from 3 into proteins. If protein coding sequences are the notes of a symphony, then some of the non-coding sequences act like a conductor, influencing the pace and repetitions of the masterpiece. So there are parts that we don't even see not doing anything, but we see that some of the junk DNA is almost like a conductor, facilitating the flow of the information within our DNA strands. Scientists say that junk DNA might just be misunderstood genetic material. However, there seems to be some DNA that's dormant. And yes, it's misunderstood. We're only now starting to understand it. Could it be when our DNA is fully activated, it creates a frequency shift that allows us to perceive other dimensions, even maybe the existence of extraterrestrials? Could we tap into our limitless human potential by doing so? Well, there is something called the Merkaba light body, and it's an Egyptian term that comes from ancient land of Kemet. Mer means light, Ka means soul, Ba means body, light, soul, body, Merkaba. It's an etheric body, a mental body, an astral body, and emotional body are all aspects of the light body. When activated, the theory is that one can transcend space and time, or even travel the cosmos through simultaneous time, travel with their consciousness there. Well, the Merkaba light body is completely connected to our aura. It might actually be the exact same thing. Well, is there science behind this? Well, all things have subatomic particles. All things made in this physical reality has subatomic particles. All those subatomic particles vibrate. All those vibrations creates an electromagnetic field for that specific object, person, thing, planet, sun, whatever. The earth has an electromagnetic field, that's for sure. So what is occurring in this moment here is that we are actually the subatomic particles are vibrating, creating an electromagnetic field, and the faster the frequency and the vibration of those subatomic particles, the wider our aura or the electromagnetic field. So the Merkaba light body, the aura, is an actual scientific thing that exists, and it's our electromagnetic field, just because we're also made out of electricity. And each of our cells has like around 0.7 volts within them. So just add all your cells in the body, multiply it by 0.7, and then you can see how much potential voltage that you actually have in your body as well. So we do have electromagnetic field that's acting as this Merkaba light body. There's also people that have given claim to have experiences of astral traveling, right? When they're having an intentional out-of-body experience that assumes the existence of a soul or consciousness called the astral body that is separated and connected to the physical body and capable of traveling outside it through the universe. And now we have had actually documentaries and scientific studies and research on this, and people even teaching it and training it, including people within the CIA, remote viewers, government agencies around the world, actually having programs to assist their super soldiers, or whatever they want to call it, to do things like astral travel. Now this brings me to another poem here. And I'll end in like 5 minutes so I can chat with Leonard for like 5 too. So this poem is about astral traveling, okay? So here we go. Astral travel, vibrating high at the center of the galaxy. Rematerialized etheric energy dropping in density, increasing in complexity. To the ends of the spiral I shall go. Planets form all around. I see a water world in the system of soul. My soul creates in this illusion I speculate a spacesuit made of skin, into a polarized reality of duality, oneness, and sin. Carbon base will join the crystalline children. I slowly descend through the ozone. Will be born soon, so I enter a womb. Birth cycle almost ends. You see, I rode the unity wave into this dimension. A fabricated fallacy. I forgot when time became linear. Masculine-based society suppressing her. Feminine energy creating stargates and other etheric tools, going through the wormhole, spinning around like a whirlpool, here to overrule the external in this earth school. From my eyes, I finally lifted the wool. I reincarnated this planet, November 17th, 1982. And let's end it with this right here, the chakra system. So we all know that we have 7 chakras within our body. We've heard it. And other people say there's multiple ones, meridians and all that. But let's just go with a conventional 7. Well, let's believe that, we definitely have multiple ones, but a minimum, at least 12 of them. And you can see the chakra system right here, 7 of them in the body, the 8th one right above the head, lodging higher and higher into the 12th. My theory is that since we have 7 dimensions within our body, we can actually activate 7 dimensions of physicality experience within this body. When we get to the 8th dimension, we transcend that and go to the oversoul level, and we start becoming light beings or energy beings consisting and maybe occupying more space in this individual body at this point. But within the chakra system, we can tap into it. So I feel that by activating our DNA, our light bodies, stimulating more of our brains and our consciousness, even though we use a lot of our brain, we don't just use 10% right here, it's all over. But when you add all of it up, it's at a very limited. So it's around 12%, maybe up to 20% of our brains are actually being used, but all over it. And then also when we actually activate those parts of the brain and expand it, we've noticed that through different types of experiences, from plant medicine, from meditation, from scientific devices, binaural beats, specific frequencies, parts of the brain that are usually dormant start getting activated. Even when we sleep, parts of the brain that we usually don't use when we're in a waking state are activated. So as all these activate, we can potentially tap into these different dimensions of experiences that relate to the chakra system. Last thing here, just to leave you with something that you can do at home. My wife and I, we're sound practitioners. We do a lot of sound healing events. But there's something that I want to leave you with, is that you can use your own voice. I like to give it to people as simple as possible. That makes it that you have the ability to empower yourself with very little effort. You don't have to go out and get a sound bowl. You don't have to go ahead and put a YouTube thing on. Something is humming. When you just hum, right? Like, for example, I'll just hum right now. There's a biological thing that happens within your body. NO2, which is a hormone that gets released into your brain that is really depleted during Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and dementia. When you do that, all of a sudden there is an influx of this hormone in your brain just from your nostrils, from the vibration of your nostrils, that allow you to combat those effects. That's why they also say they've noticed now people with dementia, they forget so much, but they remember songs. They're humming, the frequency, the vibration. They're remembering songs, but they aren't remembering their own family members. So you can just hum, just like that, just like I just did. And you can have an effect on actually aligning your body. And I challenge you to actually hum and try to see where you can send the flow of energy in your own body. Hum and then try to send it to your gut. You having digestive issues? Try to do that. Maybe you want to open your heart up. You're about to do something, you're a little nervous, and you want to just come from the heart. Hum and try to do it in your heart. Want to take it a step further, look up the chakra seed sounds, and hum each of those 3 times. Or just do Om. But doing that will allow you to, you'll just see a lot of change happening. I would say humming and chanting has been the most profound experiences that I've had within spirituality, that have completely emptied my brain of negativity and self-hate and things like that, that has allowed me to be really at peace with myself. So I want to leave you with, you are your own biggest vibrational tool. Sound instruments were once designed to mimic the human voice. All these instruments that we have to heal ourselves were actually designed to mimic what we were doing ourselves anyway. So let's go back to that root. Use everything you can, but you can use that too. We all have the power we need to harmonize ourselves and tap into our innate gifts and abilities. We have 3 brains, our mind, our heart, and our gut. Each one of them, and they all have all these neural connections in there, and nerve endings and synaptic connectors in there. Each one of them can be activated through sound, and we can move the energy to wherever we want. So hum with me and let's try. Not in this moment, but do it at home. And if you want to take it even further and look into more of it and look at the science behind humming, check out this book by Jonathan Goldman. Worked with him a few times. Great guy. Pioneer of sound therapy awareness and science. He has this book called The Humming Effect. Read this and you'll probably want to hum forever. And that's it for now, everybody. Love you all. Thank you so much for letting me share. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Have a beautiful evening, and we will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Okay, bye, everybody.